How's it? Welcome to episode 15 of the Same Old Arsenal USA. I've got some background noise here. Give me a sec. Let me get everything squared away here. There we go. Ryan, that was perfect. Good timing. Ryan just sat down. Stands below him. Rowan's below me. Quick obscene profit time out for your viewing pleasure.
West Cork Beard Company make beard oil and beard balm for a strong, healthy, great-looking beard. Handmade from all natural ingredients in Clonakilty, West Cork. Check out their YouTube channel for beard care tips and advice, or catch them online at westcorkbeardcompany.ie.
Yes. So full panel tonight. Going to be a bit of a different show, I think. I would be remiss if not right off the bat a good friend of all of ours and a guy that I can say I think we've pretty much all sort of cut our teeth with in this business, if you will. The world of podcasting. For those in the chat box, I was watching on replay. He goes by @TauProfit420 on Twitter. Had a pretty major surgery yesterday. Tony is his name. You'll see the thing scrolling down there at the bottom. And just want to, me personally, just want to say, Tony, I hope you're watching. Hope you're in good spirits. And just all I can say, man, we're thinking about you, all of us. And we've had our disagreements over things in the past. I know Ryan's got a good one for you coming up here. So stay tuned for him. But in all seriousness, man, in honor of you tonight, you're a Belgian wheat guy, and I'm a Christmas beer guy. So what I did, and unfortunately, you can't even see the label. That's how bright the label is. But it's Bell's Bright White. It is a Belgian-inspired wheat ale. It's Christmassy, so it's kind of the best of both worlds for you, for me. Tony, here's to you, my friend. Take care. Get better soon. We're all thinking about you. I'm going to turn it over to these guys and let them say a few words. So, Ryan, if you want to take it away, you can go next here.
And it's funny because, me and Tony have a few chats about one particular player, and I wanted to come out and I wanted to thank him. I wanted to thank the player, not necessarily Tony. And that player is Granit Xhaka. I like to thank him, and I'd like to praise him a little bit because Arteta doesn't want to play. Arteta wants to play him, but now he can't. So thank you, Xhaka, for making Arteta's decision that much easier. And thank you, Granit Xhaka, for making Tony smile. Because I know Tony was happy when he saw Xhaka get that red card. Don't lie to me, Tony. You were smirking ear to ear. I know it because, let's be honest, so was I. So my beer is I myself am strange and unusual from Arse Brewing. I think it's like North Branford, Connecticut. Because I'm strange and unusual, and I was laughing when Xhaka got sent off because it's a microcosm in our club, and at this point, I'm not even. I am still mad, but I laugh. You just gotta laugh at the stupidity of us as a whole. So here's to you, Tony.
Woo. Here. Stan, take it away.
Yeah, just a shout out to Tony. We're going to dedicate the show to you, which is the reason why, as you can see, we've got Ian White to join us for this one, bottom left. We pulled out all the stops for you. But seriously, mate, thinking of you, and I'll chat to you a little bit later on just to find out how everything goes with you tomorrow. And I'm just drinking the old red truck out my Arsenal glass. So, same as usual.
Rowan?
Yeah, so Tony, one of the first guys that I met when I started podcasting, and we've had our conversations about a lot of players. I love his enthusiasm in the chats, especially when we have our chats, be it a group or one-on-one chat. So Tony, we're thinking about you. I've got a Hefeweizen in the fridge, which I'm going to pop out at some point. It's not cold yet, so I'm gonna pop that out. That'll be for you, my friend. And yeah, we're all thinking about you.
Here. So for those that don't know, don't waste the tweet. Gary is in the house with us tonight.
He's a real person.
Yeah, he's not a bot. I wanted to bring Gary in, and Gary, I'm fairly certain. I know you were on with Ray last week, and I know you guys dedicated a show to Tony as well. But I want to give you a chance on this platform. You're part of the team, so go ahead and just anything you've got to say for Tony.
Yeah, it's like to say, Tony. Hope I know the surgery went well, and you've got a long number of days ahead of you. So hoping for a speedy recovery. Looking forward to have you back on the show with us at some point. One of the first watch-alongs I did was with him for the Sheffield United game. So we got to enjoy that for 5 minutes. Otherwise, it was pretty stressful. But otherwise, yeah, it's been great having you. As part of the team. When Ray asked me to come join the team, I was happy for it, and meeting you was one of the cool things about it. So looking forward to hear for some more good news from you, and we'll talk to you when you're ready.
Yeah. Can I just also forget as well? And also, if you are listening, Tony, I know you're very well at the moment and all that, but there's still that $20 that you owe me. So if you could, just maybe find a way to maybe
post
that by mail or something. All right.
Yeah. People don't forget, Tony. People don't forget.
And let's all agree, Tony. Even with one leg, you are miles ahead of Granit Xhaka on my Arsenal depth chart for midfield.
And on that note, Tony, gentlemen, if you've got a drink, hold it up. Everybody in the chat box or whatever, wherever you are, hold it up and cheers to Tony and a quick recovery.
Cheers to Tony.
All right, cheers.
Cheers, Tony. All
right, see you guys in the chat. All right, see you guys.
Gary, thanks, man. We'll be looking at you in the chat for sure. Thanks, bud. So yeah, just taking care of some housekeeping things there. Another lousy weekend at the Emirates, and at this point, as I was saying to the fellas in makeup before we came on the air, I don't really have anything to say about the game itself. We weren't, in terms of possession, we weren't terrible at the beginning of the second half. We looked creative. We looked dangerous. I still don't know that I ever really felt like we were going to score, but it's a broken record at this point. So I'm going to give you guys a chance. Just have your say quickly, and we'll move on to some of the particulars, and then we'll get into maybe a little bit more interesting talk and kind of talk about things that aren't such low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean? So Ryan, just thoughts on the game overall. Don't go into specifics too much, but just the match overall. What'd you see? What'd you think?
So I actually thought we played really well. One of our better games this season. First half was interesting. I don't want to say I was pleasantly surprised, but I saw what we were doing. I saw where we were coming from, and I'm like, okay, this is better than the Arsenal I've been watching. And then, the first 10, 15 minutes of the second half, I'm like, oh, like this is a little crazy. Like we're playing really good. And then, my buddy decides like, yeah, cool, hold my beer. You're playing good. Yeah, hold my beer. And then he gets sent off. So, all in all, we Arsenaled it to the core. And shout out to Sam. I've actually, so for anybody that doesn't know, I got some heat on Twitter. I am also a Stuttgart supporter. My grandma grew up in Stuttgart. My grandma helped raise me. I watch soccer at our house all the time, all German soccer. I'm very German. So I've been supporting the team for a while. And it just so happens Stuttgart's playing really well and Arsenal are not. And it's like it's a little black and white. So, proud to support them. We played really well today, fought back hard. down to nothing, and we came back. Something that Arsenal sadly can't. I mean, we just roll over and die. So, but yeah, I mean, the game itself, well, I thought we had it. I mean, it's tough because we haven't scored in so long that you're just like, this is it, right? We're gonna score here. It's Burnley. They're playing bad. We're playing good. And yeah, Xhaka made the decision for us. So here we are.
Crook. Rowan, general thoughts?
General thoughts. I'd agree with Ryan that in the first 60 minutes until the famed incident, we played decently well, and especially beginning of second half, we played some of the best football that I've seen in a while. 3-4 chances, and we could have scored. There were plenty of chances that we had, and we could have scored, and we could have taken the lead. But it showed how immature our squad is, how ill-disciplined our squad is, and actually this guy who cost us the game. Because we were in the ascendancy and it looked like we were going to score. It really seemed to me like we were going to score there. That guy, in my notes, and I have notes for the game, and in the first half, 3 or 4 good plays that we had, he was in the middle of it, and he played well there, and he played well in the beginning of the second half. That was the first foul that was made, and he absolutely lost his head, which cost us the game, which again meant that you can't have these passengers there who can play okay at times, but have that fragility of breaking down and costing you the game. And he's supposed to be one of the senior members, a former captain, still the captain of his country, and costs us the game. And ultimately, these are the decisions on which Arteta's future is going to be decided. So, lots of things to talk about, and whether Arteta is sort of deciding his future by selecting these players.
Messed up. I wasn't laughing at you, Aaron, I promise. I was laughing at Mike.
Yeah, no, laughing at you. Mike, way to absolutely ruin the flow of the show. But that's funny. That's hysterical. And that's why you come to this show. That's why you watch this show, because we give you the funny stuff. Okay? What's that, Stan?
I actually think that's quite sad. It's just me.
I mean, he said it, so it's funny. If you would have said that, if you would have said that Gary disappeared,
I just want to give Mike a big hug now.
Mike, do you want a big hug from Stan? Do you need that fatherly?
Actually, I'm not allowed though. The Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister here, I'm not allowed, so it's not happening.
That's true. It's true. Now, back on track here, Stan. Go ahead. Just.
Yeah, I'm listening to these two, and I'm listening to these two, and I'm hearing, up until Xhaka costing us the game, and we all have our different opinions and see things with different eyes. And I don't think Xhaka cost us the game. He just contributed towards it. We're already costing ourselves the game. Unlike Rohan, I didn't have to write any notes because I can just recycle the ones from last week. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the one from last week, I recycled from the match before. And it's just things like, how many times are we going to kick the ball back to Burnley from some of these weird angles and weird places? How many times are we going to put our goalkeeper under pressure unnecessarily? Only for him to then try and hoof it up the pitch. It doesn't make, how many times have I got to watch Aubameyang? The first time was when he crossed it into the box to Willian, and then Willian tried to move it into Lacazette, and then Lacazette fell over. I was just like, and then the second time that Lacazette crosses it into the box to Kieran Tierney, who's not only is it Kieran Tierney, but he's placed at an angle where he has to go on his weaker foot. I mean, it's just kind of backwards, right?
Very.
Shouldn't it be Aubameyang getting on the end of these?
Yep.
These moves. You know, and it's not just once or twice; it's quite a lot. You know, as I said before, you know, we supply more crosses than the Vatican. Well, there was more of that going on again, you know, this week, and I just thought it was more of the same. Did the Xhaka thing help? No, of course it didn't. You know, that was. You know, I'm supposed we're going to probably look at that in more detail. But the best comment I've heard about the Xhaka one was the other Arse Brothers brother, Max. I was listening to him, and he said, like, to anyone that was like, you know, with the situation where Xhaka was pushing Tierney away at the end of the other game, remember? And he ended up, he was with the other player, and there were those that were going like, "Good on Xhaka for showing his maturity." You know, he could have saved Tierney from getting another red card. Everyone having a go at Xhaka. Look at him showing such maturity and leadership. And then if you dovetail that with Xhaka's notes in the program, talking about discipline is very, very important to him, and you know, it's one of his mainstays. And it's just hollow words. You know, and I've said it before, the redemption of Xhaka, or the supposed redemption of Xhaka, was probably one of the biggest mistakes we've made at Arsenal in recent times. And when Hertha Berlin offered up that 40 million, we should have snapped their hand off and just said thank you.
I actually disagree. I think our biggest mistake was actually signing him. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, we can go there.
Yeah.
Go there as well. You know,
we could have had N'Golo Kante for, was it 2 million? 2 million less? We could have had N'Golo
Kante,
Kante,
which was split between him and Mustafi. I mean, that's a whole different podcast in its own right there. But
we're going to get into that, Stan. I have, that's all. It's in my head.
We're just going back to the game to round off. I wasn't really surprised, and that's quite sad.
Rowan or Ryan, were you surprised? I wasn't. I mean, are you with the result? Are you surprised with the result?
No, at the end of it, I wasn't surprised. And so, it was the same result that we've had 3 games in a row at home. So what's surprising about that? But you know, what was encouraging was how we played for maybe about 15 minutes in the first half, and then those 15 minutes of the second half, the starting of the second half, that it really, see, we have a little bit of bad luck as well. You know, the ball just isn't going into the net. You know, we just end up hitting. You need that stroke of luck, and we just have no luck right now. You know, we could have easily scored from any one of those 4 or 5 chances that we had. We've doubled we've matched the number of chances created and shots on goal in this game compared to like the last 5 or something like that, right? So we did play in a positive way going forward, and we could have got something from it. But then once we conceded, we just didn't look like we were going to do anything. The first half, I felt like we weren't doing as much. And at one point at the end of it, I said that in my notes, it says that we are playing Adriana Grande football side to side. You know, that's how we play now. So that's all we were doing. But second half, definitely something was said during halftime, because they came out with purpose. Aubameyang was leading the charge, and these guys were getting shots in, and the keeper had to sometimes just by chance got in the way. So we could have scored, and we were turning the screws, but then the pressure was sort of, you know, lifted.
So I will say the one thing that surprised me about this game was how obvious. I guess because I kind of disagree with Stan. I do think Xhaka was the reason we lost. I do think we were playing well. Granted, yeah, I guess I see his point. Like I did see it coming. Like I wasn't confident that we were gonna win as good as we were playing, as bad as Burnley was playing. But I do think, you know, I think Xhaka just made it so apparent. You know, like Rohan said, and I actually, sorry Tony, have to agree. I think Xhaka wasn't playing that bad. And he just decided, well, you know what? I'm just going to find a way out. So that's cool. And also to Gunnar Eddie, Xhaka is not coming near Stuttgart. He's the last player that we need. We're all about creativity, movement in the middle of the field, quick passes, making runs. He is the opposite of that. So he won't come near us, I promise. But yeah, I think I was just surprised at how obvious. Not even Xhaka. I think just our team. I'm surprised at how obvious our team made it. That we're gonna flub this again. Like we're gonna do this again, but we're gonna make it so make it so obvious. And also too, I was a little shocked for Xhaka because you'd think he would take a page out of his boy Ozil's book. You play good enough to where you have half the fan base rooting for you and begging for you and pleading for you and being in their fantasies and stuff. And then the other half just hating for you and hating you, wishing, very bad things. So really upset he let the entire fan base down as a whole. So there goes that.
Yeah, I mean, even Mesut Ozil hasn't done that. So
yeah.
I mean, there's still a portion of the fan base that think he would make a difference somehow. And anyway, that's just not happening, and it's a moot point. So Xhaka's red.
Wait, time out. Which red are we talking about? Which red? Which red are we talking for Xhaka? He's had like what? 3?
No,
joke.
Like, the hell are you talking about? No, this one.
It's like, how do you tackle into a player, pull them down to the ground, and then stand up and strangle him?
And this is why.
It was a different guy, right?
You're gonna be like, even if you're on the other team now, you're like, you got to watch out for Xhaka. Why is that? He fucking tackles you, then he tries to strangle you.
He tackles you, and then he wants to fight you over it.
Didn't he strangle someone else?
It was. I don't remember who he fouled, but I thought it was McNeil, and then McNeil's the one that got up and got in his face.
Xhaka, right? He can't make up the pace, right? There's that last 10, 15 yards that he can't make up, and because he's out of position to start with, he just can't make up the ground. So his go-to is to grab hold of the player and bundle them to the ground. He literally bundles people to the ground.
It's because he's lazy.
Which is okay.
He'd probably be good football, right? He'd probably be better off in American football. You do a lot of that bundling to the ground in that, right? He'd probably be all right there. But it's ridiculous. And not only does he commit the foul, it's almost like, sometimes you see some players when they commit a foul and they stand up and they go, what, me? He takes it to the extreme where he literally throttles the geezer. I mean, give it up, mate. I mean, come on.
And see, it's understood, and I think he also understands that he's not an athlete, right? He plays the game, but he's not. Now the game is about athletes, right? You've got these people who are agile, who can really, run, pass, turn a pace, all of that. He doesn't have that, which is okay. That's fine. He was out of position because we were trying to attack, which is okay. He fouled the guy so that they don't go on the counter, which is fine. All of these things were fine. If he just left it at that, we wouldn't be talking about it, right? Like, what's the issue in just leaving it at that? Why did you try to strangle them? Like, what do you think this is? Like,
So I literally just watched the replay, and no, right, it was McNeil. He fouled McNeil, and then McNeil jumped up, said something to Xhaka. But it's funny because you go back and watch, McNeil jumps up, he says something, Xhaka turns around and goes back and gets in his face, and it's like, bro, walk away. Like,
I thought he
screwed up, walk away, and he goes back. And then he, he's exact. Yeah. Anib. Yeah. He was going for a choke slam. I was literally
all I can think is that he said something about his mama or some shit. I don't know. But I mean, there's,
yeah,
you commit that foul and then you want to go in for afters. I mean,
right. He's like the little kid in Little Giants with the helmet on that's like 15 sizes too big. And then you can't see his eyes. He's like, don't you be talking about my mama.
And then just like after the Palace situation, he won't come out and make an apology.
No.
And don't get me wrong. Personally, I couldn't give a fuck whether Jack apologies or not. I'm past all that.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. It's hollow words anyway, right? But it's a gesture. Like Nicolas Pepe made a gesture. Do you know what I mean? But there's none of that because, do you know what I mean? As our friend the Arsenal luchador quite wisely said on Twitter, pitiful apologies are beneath Senior Granite. So
Yeah, he'll apologize in the program.
Did you just say Ariba?
that's what he says, right?
Oh, is that okay? All right. I just making sure I heard you. You're right. So what I was going to say, as soon as Stan dove head first into this, you took the words out of my mouth, because I was going to say the same thing. I was literally going to say, Granit Xhaka fouled a player and then went and tried to choke him. Why? To make it make sense. Make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Real quick, before I forget, Elneny, his incident, should that have been read? I actually think it. I think it should have been. He got his hands in his face, and then he extended his arms. There's the hand.
No, put it down.
No, he got his hands in it, and as you saw, at the afterward, whoever it was, I think it was Tarkowski. But he's saying to him, he's like, no, I hit you here. I hit you here. Tarkowski was like, maybe you meant to hit me here, but you hit me here. And Elneny turned away I don't know. It should have been red. And I'm actually stunned that it wasn't. I think I can't remember the ref's name. Graham something, I think.
Scott? No.
Graham Scott. Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, he went and he looked at the monitor. He gave him red, or he gave him yellow, excuse me. And I think the only reason Elneny didn't get a red is because Xhaka already got it.
But Elneny got away with it. So what's the problem? I'm like, okay, you got away with that one. It's not. He doesn't do that every week, but he got away with.
He's
one.
not, and that's
he got away with one, and I'm like, okay, good, fuck him. But don't get me wrong. Had he got a sent off, I'd be going like, oh, Elneny. But he got. He snuck away with it. So as long as he doesn't try doing that every week. But he got one away with one.
That's.
And you never know, right? This could be something where during the game that particular person, might have been kicking lumps out of his ankles and that. Do you know what I mean? And nothing was being done, and he had enough, and he decided to just have a little bit of a shove. These little things happen, right? Which is, if you look at the Pepe red card, there was a lot going on before he moved his head in. There was a lot going on with those two players, on and off the ball. And a lot of physicality as well, jostling, to get into positions and stuff like that. And sometimes it just goes over the edge a little bit.
Yeah, I understand that. It just a curiosity question to get your opinions on if you thought it was red or not. But Stan, you're absolutely right. He got away with it. It's water under the bridge, kind of the no harm, no foul sort of thing. So.
And let me just answer One Star Londoner. He says, oh, yes, Dan, let's do it after Xhaka went. Stupid. I know. I'm biased, but I'm honest enough to say it. I don't like Xhaka, but I like Elneny. So it's just the way.
And that's the one.
I'm here for that. Here.
With the Elneny thing, when I was like, come on, man. don't give me a reason to I don't want to start disliking you, man. I don't want to start coming down on you. I'm like, that it. It was I really thought when he was going to walk over, when he walked over to the monitor.
Oh yeah.
I thought he was getting sent off. I did
as well.
He was going.
I did as well. And and you're right. He said, I knew it, Stan. Yeah, I'm honest about it. Some players I like, some I don't. And the ones that I like, they get away with a little bit more, obviously.
Hey, if our manager could like players and not like certain players, then so could Stan, and so can I, and so can Dad.
You've got that guy that works in the office that you can't stand, right? And you only have to come back from lunch 1 minute late, and you're breaking his balls. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a major crime. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So anyway, there's just not really much else to say relative to this game. What changes tomorrow? Does he change the lineup? I mean, obviously Xhaka Bellerin, and it's funny because I got I think Bleacher Report actually. I got a Bleacher Report alert. I think that said, I don't even remember Bellerin's yellow. I honest to God, I don't remember the yellow card that he got, but he got one.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now he can't, and he's suspended for one game because he's accumulated too many.
Right.
I got the Bleacher Report alert on Bellerin missing the Southampton game right as Xhaka was getting the red. So I get the alert, and then the ref goes over and looks at the monitor. I'm like, Oh my God! At least based on Twitter, anyway. This is every Arsenal supporter who uses Twitter. This is their wet dream. Granit Xhaka being suspended for 3 games, and Bellerin being suspended for 1 and not being able to play.
I mean, that's kind of my wet dream. No,
I mean, so
It's pretty close to one of mine.
yeah.
You know,
Dang,
there's
that
there's no midgets or unicycles involved, but other than that, it's pretty close.
yeah, I mean, mine usually involves like a bearskin rug and some midgets. So, anyway, don't ask. It's just don't ask. Anyway, way off topic now. Yeah. So, who plays for Xhaka tomorrow? Who plays for? Is it Cedric? Would you rather Cedric at right back for Bellerin or Maitland-Niles at right back for Bellerin? I'm of them. I want them both, but I want Maitland-Niles in the midfield. I would go at least Elneny, Maitland-Niles in the midfield, and I would put Cedric at right back as cover for Bellerin, if you will. So, Ryan, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah. So I'm actually not a Cedric fan. I think he's pretty. I honestly, I think Bellerin.
I'm not a Cedric fan either. Let me just real quick. I'm not a Cedric fan either. My thing is I want Maitland-Niles in the midfield.
Well,
I do. Does anybody?
You gonna answer for me, Tanner, or what?
I am going to answer it for you. So shut up.
All right.
No. Yeah, go ahead, because I was going to ask another question.
So as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. I am not a Cedric guy. Don't like him. I think Bellerin's better than he is. I do think he had a really.
Just because I can. It's just fun. It's just fun. yeah. Unbridled.
As soon as he says Bellerin is not bad, this is what he deserves.
Seeing Xhaka's face gets me excited because I know I don't have to see his mug in an Arsenal jersey for 3 games. That's exciting for me. But yeah, so I'm not a Cedric guy. I think he played well against Dundalk. But yeah, like you said, I think I really want to see AM in that midfield. I think he can do a job for us, and I think he is maybe not the answer. I think he's the. Thank you, my cheateroo's got my back. Thank you, Mike. I think he may not be the long-term solution for us, but I think for right now, AM in that midfield with his athleticism and technical ability, and just is the exact opposite player as Xhaka. I think he could do wonders for us for right now. I think playing him with Elneny, playing him with Partey. I mean, obviously Partey's injured. I get that, but I'm just saying, like, looking kind of long term. But yeah, I guess at that point my hand is forced. Or dun. Chambers at right back. I would rather have Chambers at right back than Cedric. I see, Stan. You had some sour. You had a sip of your sour beer. I'm sorry, but Chambers' worst position for me, and I've always said this, is right back. I think he's not a good right back. I still think he's better than Cedric. I don't think the only thing that Cedric brings to this team that I like, that gets me a little excited, he's got a very hard free kick. He's got
I really like for a minute. I really thought you lost your train of thought.
He's got some pace on his free kick, and seeing him do set pieces is it gets me a little excited because our set pieces are so bad that, like, having him in the mix wouldn't be terrible. But yeah, Chambers are right back. That's what it's come down to. Sorry, Sam, but yeah, that's what I would do. I would do Chambers, and I also thought again Dundalk. I thought Chambers played well at center back. I get it, but yeah.
Consider the opponent. That's
but
consider the opponent.
He can only play as good as the people that are put in front of him. You say it all the time. I say it all the time. We got to give him a chance sooner or later, especially if we want to sell him. I
agree with that.
I think long term we're probably going to sell Chambers, which I don't think is a bad move. But in order to sell him, we should maybe.
Well, in order to get some sort of value for him,
yeah, we exactly
got to run him out there. It's a double-edged sword. Rowan. All right, so Xhaka and Bellerin both down. Which direction are you going here to replace them?
So finally, it's a forced change, but we'll get to see what this team can do or what Arteta can do without these guys, right? Because I think we'll get into Arteta or maybe not, but he for weeks said that something needs to change, and then he played the same team again and again, expecting a different result. Now his hands have been forced, and maybe somebody comes in and shows to Arteta that these guys are better than whoever, but than the guys who were playing. So for me, I play Cedric at right back only because I agree that the athleticism that Xhaka lacks is fulfilled by AMN.
Crazy to get
And
it.
he can play there. And Cedric, we signed him on a long-term deal. I don't know why. You see, I don't think that he's done much wrong since he's come here because he hasn't played a lot.
He's been terrible. The Europa League has been horrible. What do you mean?
I don't think, but we won all 6, right? We won all the games that we played. So,
I mean, we had, what was the stat where Xhaka was in our team for 9 games? We won all 9 games. It's like, I get, like, stats are, but I get your point. Oh, sorry, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, so he is the right back that, I mean, ideally, if he had another midfielder, I'd play AMN at right back because right back, AMN, whenever he's played at fullback, he's played really well. Be it right fullback or left fullback, he's played well. So, I would play him there, but we don't have any other midfield option. So we have to play AMN in midfield, which is fine. I'm fine with it. So we'll play Cedric there. I don't think Chambers has either the pace nor does he have the offensive outlet that we want from a fullback. That is why Chambers will not work at right back for me. And we've got to go with these guys. But I am happy to see something different. The same guys that we were cussing last week, and those 2 guys out for the game. And what else could you ask for? And don't get this wrong. I know that Arsenal will, for some reason, this is not Arsenal Football Club. This is Adidas Football Club, right? This is what we do. We lose matches and then we do some retro gear, right? It seems like we are a fashion brand, a sports brand who also play football, not the other way around, right? That's how it seems to me. And in between that, we have that arrogance. We would still go tomorrow into that game thinking that it's at the Emirates and it's Southampton. Come on, we can beat them, just because we've turned up. This is the attitude that we've had for years, and they would have had that tomorrow as well. Maybe some other guys coming into the team might spark some more change, and I want to see that change. In my notes here for your viewing pleasure, I don't know if you can see, it says here,
drop.
Alba didn't get that away drop.
Didn't get that shot away. Drop.
Oh, get that shot away. Okay.
Drop. I have that in bold and underline. He needs to go out of the team. A lot of people need to come out of the team. They need to sort of, get out of the firing line. I want to see a different team, and it's an in-form Southampton. You don't want to get hammered tomorrow again and then go into Chelsea, right? The Chelsea's next, right? After Everton, who just beat Chelsea in the previous game.
Who knows? We might get pounded by them too.
Exactly.
Yeah, Stan, different team, and like Rowan, good point. See, his hand is forced now. So put your manager cap on. Where are you going?
So you've got Hector Bellerin, who is the designated right back. He can't play, whether it's through suspension or being injured. The next person that has to play, then surely it has to be Cedric, right? Because if you go ahead and play Ainsley Maitland-Niles, then it just makes the transfer of Cedric a little bit benign to me. Cedric was brought in as a player that was supposed to be the backup for the right back position, who could also, handily enough, play at left back position. So that's how it was sold to us, right? Handy can play in both full back positions. So don't get me wrong, I don't know too much about Cedric, but I've never been impressed with the way that the transfer came about. You're bringing in a player that's injured. We had to pay his wages and a little bit more. So people say he was a free transfer, but it actually cost us a little over 5 million to bring him in. When he never played a ball, hardly kicked a ball for us, we could have waited those months and then brought him in on the free. But that's another story. But it's like this, right? If the right back is injured, then surely you have to play Cedric. That's what we bought. You know, it's now up to him to step in, and it's up to him now to play in a way where Hector Bellerin is now fighting to get his place back. Rather than what? Play Ainsley Maitland-Niles, who's clearly a midfielder. You're going to play him out of position. What does that say to the guy that's come in, who's supposed to be looking for his chance to play at right back? You're going to play a midfielder in my spot now. Why did you give me a 4-year contract? Why are you paying me all of this money? So it just doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I would rather see Cedric play, and purely because I don't know too much about him. I'd like to see more of him so that I can pass judgment. I'd like to see whether he is someone that can fight for Hector's place or whether he's just cover. And I would prefer to see Ainsley Maitland-Niles deployed in the middle of the park, because what little I've seen of him there, again, it's caught my eye, and I'd like to see more of that.
Just think about it, optics-wise. How bad will this look? That we've just, anyways, there's so much pressure on the board, on the manager, on the recruitment staff, Edu, etc. How will it look in terms of optics that now Hector Bellerin, out of form, has been forced to be outside the team, and we don't play someone who's been signed, like Stan said, for that spot? Everybody, the first question we should ask then, if he doesn't play tomorrow, is that why the hell did we sign him? Why did we spend money on him?
Oh, he played the other day, or some shit like that. And I try to, he played just recently. You know what I mean?
You know what is sad, and which is the reason why we are in the dumps now? Because people have forgotten and players have forgotten, and this is a legit excuse now that just because they played in midweek, you can't play in the weekend. We used to play in the Champions League 3-4 seasons ago, right? Yeah. We had to play our strongest squad in midweek as well. Yeah. These were the same guys who were playing week in, week out, midweek, weekend. Now we have the luxury of changing the team. About 7 of the players don't play that game. And still we have that excuse of these guys played a lot of games. That's hogwash.
And I just want to come off of that. You said 6 or 7 players. It's like, you know, at some point we're going to start talking about the manager in all of this, right? And for me, one of the biggest things that my mouth dropped on the floor when he said the other week, he said something like, "I've got 6 or 7 players that can't play the way that I want to play." I basically heard Mikel Arteta say, "I've got 6 or 7 players that are a bit shit." Do you know what I mean? And then like 4 matches later, he's sitting there going, I wonder why most of my players look like they don't give a fuck anymore. Well, I mean, you know,
it's the same team.
Exactly. What do you expect? You basically told everyone that you think that most of the team, apart from 3 of people that you pick, the rest of them are shit, and probably one of those is the goalkeeper, right? So, I mean, what kind of a performance do you expect? And if you dovetail that with players that know they're leaving in summer, they know they're leaving in the summer, you know, contracts are coming to the end, you're not going to get the kind of performances that we should expect. Because if you look at the personnel that we have, we should be in a better position in this league. There's no question about it. There's no excuse for it. So that we have.
Ray from Arsenal Fan Circle, actually, and Ray, I'm sorry, man. I'm just not going to scroll all the way up. I did see it. But he actually brought up a good question. And are we legitimately the 4th or 5th worst team in this league? Now, that being said, there's a look, you are what you are. I hate with with the platitudes and the cliches, but you are what you are. 12 matches into this thing, and we're sitting in 15th still, I believe, 15th position. Are we legitimately the fifth worst team in this league, Ryan? Or I mean, the other thing? No, we're not the fifth worst team in the league. And I mean, I know we're playing like dog shit right now. I get it, but are we real? Is this because you more than anyone else said at the beginning of the year, and I wholeheartedly disagreed with you, and I'm with you now. I've been saying this for weeks. We're not good. Are we the 15th worst? Are we the fifth worst team in the league?
Does it matter? The standings say we are, so we are. I mean, we're in a rut. We're not scoring. I don't care if we have the best team on paper. We're in 15th. What is it? I mean, I all these, and I seriously, no disrespect to you, Tanner. And then that's the thing that other podcasts bring up, and everyone brings up is like, "Oh, we really this bad?"
Again, it's low-hanging fruit.
Down tools. It's the coach. Or I should say manager. It's the manager. It's the players. We're better than this. I don't care how good on paper our team is. Right. It's fine.
Yeah,
we're 15th. And this is the one time I'm going to use stats and say, stats don't lie. And you can't. What's the word I'm looking for? You can't fake the stat. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't say, oh, well, Xhaka was the team nine games and we were 9-0. Well, it's like, well, all right, cool. But Arsenal are in 15th. I don't even know what are we 4-0-6. I don't even know what our record is. It's
4-0-8. No, 4-1-7.
4-1-7.
We've tied. Oh yeah, we tied. Yeah. So I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't matter. I think it's just I don't know. I think yeah. Thank you. The table don't lie. I just think that we need to see. I think it's funny because we're playing so bad, and it is what it is. Fine, awesome, great. And you would think, at least for me, Arteta knows we're playing so bad because everyone knows we're playing bad. It's not like, oh, you could be subjective and be like, oh, we're actually not that bad. We're doing this and this. And well, no, we're 15th. We're supposedly a top six, a big six club. You would think now more than ever we should be trying people out, whether to try them out to see if they're good enough for us or just to put them in the shop window. Like somebody I just mentioned that everyone shot down, which I was very surprised so many people shot Chambers down. Everyone was slagging Cedric. Terrible signing. Don't know why we did it. He's terrible. He's awful. And now we have someone coming off an ACL injury who played well. Don't get it. Fine. And I know right back's not in position. But if you really do think Chambers isn't good enough for this team, which to an extent I see that. I don't hate it. I don't hate that opinion, but we need to get value for him. We need to not just be like, oh, well, you're not good enough, so we're just going to not play you until you leave. And then we're going to play Cedric, who is
Ryan.
What?
Can I say? I like Chambers, right?
Yeah.
But I see the lineup on Wednesday, and Chambers is in the right back position ahead of Cedric. I'm going to go quite mental.
Why?
I'll tell you why. For what I just said, we just laid out all this money for this guy.
But at the time, Chambers was
and also as well, haven't we done this before? Whereas
we knew Cedric was the best. I agree with what you're saying.
Chambers at right back got us in the past. We're supposed to be rebuilding. For me, that would be a sign of regressing.
Us signing Cedric, an injured player who couldn't even get into the Southampton squad when they weren't good. That's regression right there.
Then why did we give him 4 years? I'm agreeing with you on that.
No, that's I think where we're kind of agreeing but disagreeing because I think Cedric's contract is already stupid. I'm not gonna. You're saying playing Chambers is gonna prove that Cedric's contract wasn't. No. It already is. He's not a good player. He doesn't fit in this squad. I don't think he's good enough. But I'm looking at it not from a performance standpoint because let's face it, we're not performing. With the squad we have, with our best 11. So why not play Chambers, who I thought played well against the Duck? And I'd have to disagree with you, Rand. I think he's very quick on the ball. He's very quick running around the field. even after an ACL injury, he was doing really well against Dundalk. And on top of that, he has more goals and assists than Cedric. And Cedric's played more games in the Premier League.
Maybe putting him at centre back, but putting him at right back ahead of someone like Cedric that we've made that investment for. And I'm saying, you're saying he's dog shit. I'm saying that I'm not impressed with the way that we signed him. I agree. But I would like to see a little bit more of him, so I can justify whether this is. You know, I'm getting it. I can justify it in my mind and go, okay. But if we're just going to hide him, if we're going to give this guy all this wedge, and then hide him for 4 years and play people like Chambers at right back when he's clearly better at centre back, or stick Ainsley Maitland-Niles in when he's clearly better in midfield, then that answers that. Then you're asking a bigger question now. What was this guy here for now? So I'm getting at. So I don't want to see him being hidden away. And it's the same with some of the players in our younger, the young guns. I don't want to see him being hidden away. If ESR is going to play for Arsenal, let's find out.
I guess the point I'm getting at is,
let's see him play against an alleged weaker team, like a West Bromwich Albion or a Fulham or someone like that. And the same goes for Balogun. We've seen what Eddie can do. I get it. Eddie's a goal poacher. You know, he's going to score you goals in a certain amount of yards just outside the goal line. What is it, Tanner?
5.
Exactly. That's what he does. I get it. Great. Now I want to see what Balogun can do before he goes to Liverpool and signs for them.
Yeah. So I guess I blew this argument up to be bigger than it was. The only reason why I'm really pushing Chambers hard is because at the end of the day,
I like Chambers.
I don't think Chambers is good enough to be an Arsenal player, but I do think he has a very, very good chance to be a very good player at another Premier League squad or another top 5 European team. And I want the most bang for my buck. And yeah, if that means playing him at a position that he's maybe not good at, fine, because I want him to play. I think, I guess also too, like in a way, like I'm biased because I don't get Cedric. I don't see what he brings to the team other than his set pieces, which is I guess what we're lacking.
I don't know. You know more than me.
I've been kind of watching him in Europa games.
So I can then turn around and say, oh yeah, this guy could fight Hector for his place. So I can then turn around and say, what the hell did we? No. This is terrible.
No,
I want to know.
Good. I think it comes down to we're coming at from different points. Yeah, I think I'm coming at it from different angles. I'm looking at it from a business standpoint. I want to shop Chambers. I want a team to come in with some big money because don't forget when he went to Fulham, he was their player of the season.
Exactly.
So. Not saying that really means much because they got relegated, but a team will come in and pay money.
Yeah.
A team that gets newly promoted will be like, well, if he was, and to be fair, he was a player of the season. Let
me ask you a question, right? How Chambers and Holding, you can only keep one.
Ooh.
So I think I want to get into this one right now. The thing is that it's not like I hate Chambers. Chambers is fine. He's done all right. I don't like Chambers at right back. I like Chambers maybe in centre back. Maybe he could do something in centre back. Maybe he can do something in defensive midfield, like he did at Fulham. So why haven't we given him a shot at in central midfield as a defensive midfielder? Between Holding and Chambers, I think I'll keep Chambers because Chambers is more versatile.
Yeah.
Because of that versatility, because of him being a team, like an all-rounder sort of a player, I keep him. Holding, we've tried with him. I like Holding, but Holding is sort of surviving on that 2017 final. That's what he's surviving till today on.
I don't agree with that at all. I think he's having a good season, and he's getting crapped on because Bellerin is
every game.
No. Bellerin is leaving him out to dry. Holding has the most clearances on our team. I don't know if you know that. He's putting in a shift. He's playing well for us. He's getting put out to dry because Bellerin doesn't know how to defend. And I'm not saying Holding's better than Gabriel. I'm not saying Holding's our best player. I'm not saying that. But he's getting so much slack because Bellerin's like, oh, cool, I'm going to go up the pitch and inside the 18 because Lacazette doesn't know how to get in there, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to dribble into the middle. I'm going to get caught out for the Tottenham goal and make Holding look bad. He's making it look bad every game. And I'm not saying Holding is great.
Talking about raising
Way better
value,
than what people are making him out to be.
right? And talking about raising value, we've all agreed that right back is not Chambers' best spot. So if he's going to go in there and play like dog shit, how is that going to raise his value in any way? That's going to drop his
one
value.
game under Emery where he switched to left back. He played at right back and then he switched to left back, and he was playing. He was like Roberto Carlos. You know what I'm saying? There's something about Chambers that, don't get me wrong, I would actually say to you, Ryan, that I would rather that we didn't have signed Cedric. Yeah. And Chambers would be our backup. He could fill in at centre back. He could fill in at right back.
He got his ACL at that point, right? He was hurt.
I would have gone that way. But for some reason now, we've brought in Cedric for 4 years. 4 years on all that dough. So, I'm getting at.
So now
we have to play to justify it, so we can see whether this was a wise. So we understand what the club is doing, right? Is this?
But the reason why we bought Cedric was because of injuries. Chambers done his ACL. I think Holding's ACL was bad.
Holding's ACL was 2018.
Okay, Ainsley
Bellerin's was 2018, and then Chambers did his in
like a month before we bought Cedric. So that's why I was like, I get Cedric, because that's why I was campaigning for AMN to play right back. But then I'm like, why are they bringing Cedric in? I don't get it. And then because I know,
and then we played Socrates at right back.
Yeah, the thing I don't get is you guys both brought up, or maybe it was just you, and I thought Stan said it, but I could be completely wrong. So apologies if I did. You guys said, I'd rather keep Chambers. He's a jack of all trades. Well, you guys are just making fun of. Now you're not making fun of me, but you're both saying I don't want to play right back. Well, it's like either he's a jack of all trades, he can play all the positions, or he's not.
He's jack of two trades, not right back.
I don't agree.
He's jack of center back.
Okay.
All right. Just because he's jack of all trades doesn't mean that they can striker, right?
So I'm bringing in somebody here that
original question.
Jack of two trades. Come on.
So I'm bringing in Jessica here because Jessica seems to be agreeing with Ryan in the chat box on Callum Chambers, and
I need help.
I want everybody to give Jessica a warm welcome because she's actually let's get the business stuff out of the way with here first, and then I'm going to let you jump in here on Chambers. So Jessica will be starting her own show. It will be on my channel, and I'm going to turn it over to Jessica. Go ahead and tell the people what's going to be going on with that. And then then go ahead and try to defend Ryan as best you can.
Okay, so in terms of the show, basically it's just a female-led discussion about Arsenal. So it's just going to be me and some other female guests just having general conversations weekly about what's going on, current events, and every single week there's something going on. So we're never going to run out of things to talk about. But that's basically just the general, the show. It's just a free-flowing discussion, and that's pretty much it. And Tanner gave me the platform. I'm going to be doing it with him, so it should be good. Yeah.
Two things real quick. Number one, you're not allowed to drink on the air.
I'm not?
Do as I say, not as I do. Number two, no fucking cursing.
Come on. You guys have been cussing the whole time.
So go ahead and do your best to try and dig Ryan out of this Callum Chambers.
So my thing with Chambers at this point is that I don't think he's good enough for Arsenal long term, but none of these players are good enough really for Arsenal long term, right? So at this point, I'm just looking for somebody that has a little bit of passion, and that's pretty much what we've gotten from Holding at this point, right? Because I think it's just he's been at the club for a long time, and he respects the club, and he kind of feels like maybe this club may be bigger than him, so he plays hard every single game, and the same thing I feel like would happen with Chambers. At this point, I'm just looking for somebody to play hard. That's where we are. That's the barrier. That's how low it is at this point. Like, we're just looking for somebody to play hard 110%. And every single time that Chambers plays, he plays really well. And he plays hard. He was actually the person that Arteta chose when he first came in, before he got injured. So I don't think there's anything wrong with Chambers. Long term, no, he's not good enough. But also, like what Ryan said, like, we have to play these players in order for people to see them so that they can be sold. nobody's going to buy them if they've never seen them, So for me, Chambers, we could sell him to Fulham or any other, I hate to say lower because, we're pretty much in the relegation zone, right? But lower level Premier League team, for 10 to 15 million. But if nobody sees him, nobody's going to buy him, So I'd rather see him there.
And Rohan, I think you kind of brought this up too, because it's a bit of a double-edged sword here. And Stan, I think you may have been going in this direction too. You put him out there and you say, okay, we got to put him out there because we need to showcase him, right? So you put the new puppy in the window and the puppy mauls another puppy. You're like, whoa, you know what I mean? So you put him out there, God, and for something like that's awful. That's an absolutely awful. I can't believe I just said that.
Yeah, as a dog guy, I'm shocked.
Yeah, right. I can't believe I said that.
There's like fur everywhere.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But it is a bit of a double-edged sword. You put him out there, all of a sudden he craps the bed, and you're like, yeah, well, boy, that backfired, didn't it?
Anyone want to buy him?
I also think
I swear he's not this bad. If you take him and you keep him away from other dogs, like you won't do this.
I also think too, playing center back, I don't want to say you rely on the other center back more, but if he doesn't have a good chemistry with Gabriel or Holding or whoever, I think that's going to easily be shown on the field. Whereas if he doesn't really have a good communication with one of the other center backs and he's playing right back, I don't think it's that big of a thing, because especially the way Arteta plays tactically, he's going to be kind of more pushed up the field anyway. So he's not going to be have to be relied upon so much, whereas if he's in a center back with like a Gabriel, if he can't, sorry to say, but if he can't understand Gabriel's accent and doesn't know what he's talking about and can't communicate well with him, just an example, then he's going to look even worse. So you want to give these players the right tools to succeed, and sometimes that could be a teammate. That could be a teammate of a difference. And I agree. Like I said, I completely agree. I think Chambers and I said this on last week's podcast. Chambers, his worst position is right back. I get it, but I want to sell him, and I want money, and I don't want to risk him playing center back next to someone who he can't form a bond with or a partnership with, and he gets done even worse.
Before this show started, show of hands, including everybody in the chat box watching, who thought that the longest segment of the show to this point would be about Callum frickin' Chambers?
Regarding
Stan, go ahead.
You remember going well back before pre-season, what I used to say about Elneny before we brought him back on loan, and I was saying we should bring him back on loan, and I was saying because he may not be, if let's say he's 70% the ability of what our best midfielder is right now, he's going to give you that 70%. You remember that phrase quite well, right, Tanner?
Yeah, that was we were talking about Elneny.
I would put Callum Chambers in that same group.
Yep.
Yeah.
The thing about Callum Chambers, if he's only say 80% of our best defender, he will drop you, ring it out onto the pitch, and he will try to give you all of that. And now, that's an ingredient that we're really missing in the squad. We're missing people that are going out there and trying to give their all.
But you know who else I think that of though too, and everybody hates him.
Who?
Rob Holding.
Nobody hates Rob Holding though. I don't think anybody hates Rob Holding.
I agree. He's limited. He's limited.
A lot of slack.
He's giving best.
Yeah. Rob Holding, Callum Chambers, Mohamed Elneny. These are guys who, at the end of the day, we all sit here and we all say, they're not good enough. They're not good enough. They're not good.
They're
But you know what?
players at best.
Yeah.
But right now, and this, I don't really know. I kind of wanted to talk about this. Maybe we could segue into it. I'll let you guys kind of take what I'm about to say and run with it. But this is what I had been saying before we came on the air. Ryan, you'll understand this the best, is that I want players that sort of are that role player that might only be 70% of your best player, but you're going to get every single drop of that 70%, and they're going to take that towel and they're going to ring it to get that very, very last drop out of it. Yeah. Rohan, go ahead.
So a couple of things, and I'll go back to the original question of the previous segment that you had. Are we the 15th worst team in the league that we are placed 15th right now, right? In terms of the team being 15th, yes, we are the 15th worst team, and that team means the 11 plus the substitute bench plus the manager plus the whole club structure, right? Everything together, we are 15th. We are where we are. In terms of the squad, are you asking me in terms of individual players, are we 15th? We shouldn't be 15th, because we've got players who are better than a lot of other teams. So we should be higher up. But this is a whole ingredient. You can give a very good squad to a shitty manager, and they can, and I'm not saying that Arteta is that shitty manager, but they can drop down, or you can give a motivated squad to a good manager, and he can get wonders out of them. So in terms of individual pedigree, maybe 2 years ago, City were way ahead of Liverpool, but Liverpool really took them to right to the end. So in terms of individual qualities, maybe we are better than 15th, but right now we are 15th and we are where we are. But we are 15th because of everything, and that's what gets me to Arteta. He's not without blame, and we should talk about him as well, because we haven't spoken about Arteta and what he's done and how he's played. Because, like Stan, you said, he's alienating the players on one side, but then playing the same players. For some people, there's treatment that you get ostracized from the team, and then for other players, they get into the team the next game. Playing the same structure, handbrakes on. There's so many issues that are coming up. So, and if players aren't able to motivate themselves, a part of his job is also to motivate them, right? Is he not failing in his job if he can't motivate these players to go out and play for him? That's an issue.
Before we move on to away from the players, and obviously it looks like we're going to be moving on to Arteta, I have something that I'd like to read out, if I may, Tanner.
Is it what I'm going to read out?
Players. So I wanted to get this in why we were still talking about the players. And it was a tweet from someone that I follow. Some of you might know her. She's a lady called Joan Smith, at Joan Winter, 1856. And she's a Gooner that lives in that part of London, very near to the club. And I know that she's a season ticket holder, and I know that she goes to all of the home games. So she sent out this tweet at Arsenal, at Aubameyang7, at M.A. Arteta. And it's in a few segments, but I'm going to read it out. And for me, it kind of encapsulates how I feel about our current crop of players. It says, I rarely rant at those who wear the shirt of the club I've loved unconditionally since March 1962. Team of 2021, AFC is not a supercar showroom or catwalk, but a football club of proud history earned by those like you who wear the shirt. You are there to play football, the game that's made you what you are and given you and your families the lives you lead. You are there to give everything on the pitch. You are there to repay the manager's faith in selecting you and to show him some respect. And at the end of this list are us, your supporters, your 12th man, there with you through thick and thin, through good and bad times. Why? Because we are Arsenal through and through and defend this club's honour as it deserves, as you should also do. Be the men and players that you know you are. Be the team you know you can and must be. Remember, as we do, who you are and what you represent. Arsenal, the greatest team the world has ever seen. So that's kind of the feeling. And as you can see there, she's been going to Arsenal. I was born in 1968. Joan's been going there since 62.
Wow.
Ryan, don't forget to carry the 2.
That's about 50 more than you can count, Ryan. So don't.
Well, a lot more than that, yeah.
and I have to say, just looking at the current crop of players, and that's what she's addressing there. She says it all for me.
Yeah.
And I really wish that those players could read that and just try and adhere to what she's saying and get the sentiment that's behind it as well.
So yeah, I agree that it's on the players to ultimately it's on the players to come out and perform, and they're the guys who implement the ideas on the pitch. But I have 5 things written down. These were my thoughts right after the game, right? 5 things that in my opinion are Arteta's responsibilities. Consistency in treatment, which he's been inconsistent in. Same 11, chopping and changing, which is his job. Creativity and pattern of play, which has been absolutely one-dimensional.
It's a failure.
Squad harmony, which he is responsible for, because there's been brawls in training grounds, etc., etc. He's not in talking terms. Ozil is out, and people are supporting Ozil, etc., etc. So squad harmony and discipline on the field. 5 things that are his responsibility. He's not doing any of the 5.
I'm going to disagree with you on the squad. Not disagree with you, but I don't think the squad harmony is much of his thing as you think. The Invincibles were fighting on the training pitch every day.
I want that.
So
I think it was a different type of fighting on the. It was different.
I'm not going to.
I don't even want to compare these players to the Invincibles at all in any way.
I just said the other day, right? Apparently, Torreira was being bullied and picked on and having the piss taken out of him relentlessly by guess who?
Aubameyang. Oh my gosh!
That's one of the reasons that he wanted to go away.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
But can I say something real quick about that? It's like, I think people underestimate the level of like clicks and stuff like that in that dressing room. Like, that's the reason why it doesn't work. Like, I think I've said this to people so many times. Like, Aubameyang and Ozil are running this club. Like, they are the most popular people, and David Luiz. They're the most popular people in that dressing room. They are, because when they don't like something, the rest of them follow. They're all followers. They're not alpha like mentality type of people. They're followers. That's what they do. When somebody doesn't like something, they follow them. It's just like once the 25-man squad came out, they were done. Like, it's the cliques need to be broken up. And when people were, oh, well, Torreira, he never settled in London. I'm like, how could you settle in London? The coach that you came in under was playing you out of position, and nobody embraced you. You could tell that he didn't have any friends on the team. Like, that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
They're very cliquey. And I'm telling you, once they decide they don't want a manager there, they are on a mission to get that man out. So
with that in mind, that very last thing you just said to all 4 of you, it's easier to fire one guy than it is 25. But we've now gone through, I'm not going to count Freddie in this because Freddie was always the caretaker until Arteta was appointed. I'm not, I know we've gone through 4, but I'm not really going to count Freddie, so I'm going to say 3. I know it's easier to fire one guy than it is 25. But at this point, do you just say, you know what? Fuck it. We roll with Arteta, not the players. You gotta back one. If you gotta back one, you back Arteta or do you back the players?
Listen, the problem with that is that we already have peeped that Arteta may not be the guy. Based on what Rohan was just saying. Like, I've seen all of those things, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, as much as I want to back Arteta, there's a lot of things that I've seen that just, they don't sit right. Like, his man management is just so poor. I don't see any patterns of play. I have no idea what his attacking philosophy is. He picks the same players over and over again. And quite frankly, I'm afraid that when he gets to the January transfer window, I don't want him picking the players. I don't. As soon as he picked Willian, it was already in the back of my mind, he's not it. He's not it. If he can't see that that's just like the wrong signing in every way, shape, and form, that I don't know if I trust him. So yes, we want to like back the manager because we know the players are the issue. We know that they're the main issue, but I'm not sure if we want to continue on with Arteta as well. We have to get the players out, and I think we also need to kind of restructure things in a way where we can find a manager that actually fits the project that we're trying to do. I think Arteta is the wrong person, and I think we need to get the players out. like it's all bad. Like it's all bad.
So I have a question, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but do we all think that the FA Cup win was a fluke? And do we all think that him being the assistant coach at Man City and him helping Pep lead the Man City to winning titles, we think he just didn't do as much as we thought? So the video we saw of him managing the Man City players, was that just for show? Again, I'm not saying I don't think it was a fluke.
I don't think it was a fluke. I think at that point he still had the players on board.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
I think there's been a serious deterioration in his relationship and the players between then and now.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and there's never been a manager. Show me one manager. Hold on. Show me one manager that has survived the wrath of David Luiz. The manager of David Luiz, mate, you just take that man straight out to the guillotine and take his head off.
Yeah. To be honest, though, I don't really care I don't really care because if Arteta is their plan, which is what they came out and said, this is our guy. Edu has said, this is our guy. We'll ride or die with him. Whether you like it or not, that's what they're going to do. So if that's the case, then you got to axe all these players. And I completely agree. And I've said it on Arse Bros, and Manny was probably the first person. Shout out to Manny. Beautiful man. I just had to get that in there because he was jonesing me earlier. And Jessica perfectly put it, the clicks. He was the first one to be like, there's clicks. And I'm like, yeah, I guess. I didn't really take too much out of it. But to me, and this is kind of what I was going to say, but Jessica kind of stole my thunder, I really do think, and I talked about this with Ray too, on an Arsenal fan circle, but it's kind of a little more evolved than that. I think that Ozil runs a big part of this dressing room. And I think once he didn't get picked, the senior players were like, well, you know what? Let's see what Arteta's going to do. And they bought in because he won us the FA Cup. Let's buy in. Let's do what he's gonna say. And then they started losing. And then Ozil was left out of the squad. And then they were like, yeah, this guy's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So
like, yeah, we need Ozil back. Because if you notice, if you go through the interviews with the younger players and even some of the senior players, they all say Ozil's the best person I've trained with. Ozil this. They all talk Ozil up. Oh, and then some former players like, oh, Ozil was great in the thing. Even Wenger said Ozil wasn't hard to manage. It's
something else that's going to be really upset at the moment from what I've been hearing and reading as well is the treatment of Socrates. Socrates is another one of those players. The way that we just described Callum Chambers and Elneny, he's another one that I would put in there. Limited maybe. But
he's never done anything wrong. He's
not a lazy shitbag. You know, he's going to try. You know what I'm getting at? He's going to try. But apparently the thing is that he's not only has he been omitted from the Premier League and the Europa League, for some reason I'm hearing that he's actually been banished. The word is banished from actually participating in training, right? And he's hugely popular behind the scenes. A lot of people they call him Papa. It's like Daddy. Yeah. They love Papa. They love Daddy, right?
Daddy was banished.
But you have to remember, right, that you never worked in a place before where you've had a really bit of a shitty team leader or manager or whatever, and you see maybe the way that they're treating certain people, and you're talking over a coffee, and you say, he was a bit out of order on such and such. He was only 2 minutes back from 2 minutes back from lunch, and he jumped all over him. People talk, and they're seeing this happen to people that they hugely seem to respect. It's cool.
Is this a football team? Is this a football club, or is this like somebody's personal?
It's their jobs, Rohan. I hear what you're saying, but it is their jobs. It's their equivalent of going into the office every morning.
It's not like tomorrow I can go to my office and just have a conversation with a couple of my colleagues and mount a coup against my boss. Okay, it doesn't work that way in any workplace.
All right, it's the same thing as saying Mesut Ozil. He loves this club. He loves Arsenal. Number one, he's from Germany. He's not from North London. He's played for other clubs and had longer careers and done better. He does not love the football club. Mikel Arteta is not a legend of Arsenal. If anything, he's a legend of Everton. You know, don't just give people these labels and all of this. It's a job, right?
It is.
And here's the thing, right? If Aubameyang is part of a clique and is causing problems, and Mikel Arteta is this non-negotiable disciplinary person, was it a case then that Aubameyang was all clandestine before he signed his contract about being a right git? but about being a right bastard. And as soon as he signs his contract, he's like, "Ha ha! I'm the villain here." At some point, you know,
He's the guy from
Scooby Doo. Ha! It was all along.
Oh,
You know, but
I'd have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids.
why did we give him this new contract if he's such a bad influence? Has it all changed since he's been? I'm not saying I know. Has it all changed since the contract?
I mean, people could say.
Why has the barrel started rotting all of a sudden?
It's not that.
Because they realize without Ozil, they're not good. Not saying with Ozil we're good. I don't agree with that. I don't think we are good with him. But I think the players think that because they look up to him.
Which again talks about the short-sightedness and, you know, not having any sense of what is to come by our club. If Ozil was such an influential player, they didn't realize it overnight. They would have known this from before. So either they had to sell him or keep him in the squad because the team was at least happy. He's not getting minutes, but he's sitting there with his umbrella. But now he's not sitting there with his umbrella.
I think the people running the club are so naive, though. I think they're naive.
I think Arteta didn't think Ozil could be this much of an influence, not in the squad.
Exactly.
He's not going to be involved. And I think he's slowly realizing, damn, Ozil's really getting these players. He can't play Ozil now.
They're with him 5 times a week. They're with him every day of the week. How could you think that not being with him, he's at every single practice? They're with him every day. They're friends with him.
Two of our youngest players in Guendouzi and William Saliba joking with each other on Twitter about not being able to get into the team. They are not worried about the manager. You would not do that under George Graham because you'd be worried about the what would happen afterwards. And the funniest thing about this is if you want to know if Mikel Arteta is being respected at the club, they had clearly air meetings, and in the clearly air meeting, he stood in front of everyone and said, "By the way, I'm not happy that our stuff that's happening behind the scenes is being leaked to the media. There's going to be an investigation, and when I find out who's been leaking to the media, there'll be consequences." And guess what? That was leaked to the media.
He said he was going to destroy the person that was leaking. Destroy.
Everyone's going, "Who's the leak?" Meanwhile, there's a journalist going, "I'm getting all this information in from Arsenal, but it really pisses me off that I have to keep translating it from German into English." I mean, it's obvious.
It's obvious, yeah. And then his agent comes out and says, "Oh, it's such a shame. He wants to play. The fans love him. They want him to come back." I mean, this is exactly what he wanted. He knew that if he got in his teammates' heads enough, and if Arteta lost enough games, he would lose those players, and he would be right there see, you need me. This is all PR. It's all spin. And unfortunately, I really do think that, Mesut Ozil feels like he will outlast Arteta now. He outlasted Unai Emery. He's going to try to outlast Arteta.
I think Mesut Ozil feels like he's going to outlast Arsenal.
Yeah.
I honestly think that Mesut Ozil feels like he's going to outlast the Arsenal football club.
Even cockroaches can outlast a nuclear bomb.
And Twinkies.
You know what? You know who Mesut Ozil's going to be? Mesut Ozil's going to be Wally.
So look,
nuclear holocaust across the planet. And then Mesut Ozil, here he comes out of some bunker.
It is a fit. Go on, Rohan.
On a serious note, now we can't do a U-turn on Ozil. He's not going to. We can't register him now in December and make a U-turn because that's going to be pie on our face, right? That's done. That ship has sailed, and now we have to live with this. Now we need to know whether Arteta is the right guy to lead us forward or not. I had put a points target. I had a conversation with Ray. I asked him what his thoughts are, and we had a points target in place. In the next 12, Arteta needed to get 9 points. In the next 15, in fact, he had to get 9 points. We're done with 3 points now, which we've dropped. Now he's got 4 more. In those 4, so that's Southampton, Everton, Chelsea, and West Brom. These are 4 games.
And then followed by an Iwobi hat trick the week after. I mean,
I don't
So
see points. I don't see points there.
if he doesn't get 9 points, or if we don't see a change in pattern in play, and it doesn't look like we are changing, then we can't just. I respect the fact that Insurance Basket said that this is an experimental season, but we can't let season after season slip away like that. He
Yeah.
has to make these decisions. There has to be major chop and changing. The more we can get out, the deadwood that we can get out in January, the better for us. We should try doing that. And if he is not the right guy, then get somebody else in. If he's lost the dressing room, we will not be able to change 25 players. Of course, you can think how much of a difference will it make when Ozil is completely out of the team, at least by the end of the summer, or Socrates is out, or maybe David Luiz is out. All of these players are out, but then you're still going to have Willian. He's not going anywhere. Aubameyang, he's not going anywhere. He's still going to have, a couple of these players. Can he manage these players, or can he not? Does he have the quality to turn it around? A great manager is not about just the manager riding the highs, but getting over the slumps and getting over the lows. But I see no evidence that Arteta is able to do that. And slowly but surely, Arteta is slipping, at least my trust is slipping away in Arteta. And, I'm sort of losing patience with Arteta right now.
I think the question is like you guys all say, oh, he's not good for this. Who are we bringing in here that's going to put us in the top 4? I'm going to tell you who. Ready? Let me get my list out. Oh, wait. Nobody. Nobody's going to do us a job. We need new players. And you're right.
I disagree. I disagree.
I don't really care. So
No. I have to answer your question.
I'm not done. Let me talk. I'm not done.
Okay.
You said we can't get rid of 25 players. I agree. We cannot get rid of 25 players. With Ozil, it's a start. And if you notice, we're playing pretty good in the Europa League game. In the Europa League games, we're not losing. We were the second. Second goals for only.
But then where are the balls of Arteta that he has to get those players in? Whose fault is it that we are not playing the same pattern? Is it the players' fault, or is it Arteta's fault that we see no pattern?
I go back to what Jessica said. You guys are underestimating these clicks. You guys are underestimating.
Hang on.
Let me. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jessica. Go ahead.
The only thing I want to say about this is that now that I'm looking, I know that they're not going to fire Arteta. I know that. So I'm thinking to myself, we're going to get to the summer and we're going to have all these senior players that they're going to be gone. And they're acting like they want to spend money. And, we're going to be in a full rebuild at that point, right? Because we're going to be able to get rid of some of this dead wood. Hopefully we'll be able to move on like Kolasinac, Lacazette, maybe even Xhaka. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, after I've seen everything that I've seen from Arteta thus far, when we get to a point where we have breathing room and we no longer have Ozil and no longer have these players, like, do I want Arteta to have that chance to have that? Because it's going to be a decent project once we get to the summer. We may have come in 15th or 16th place, but like I said, we're not going to have those same clicks and those same senior players. And to me, if KSE is going to spend any money, I'm not sure if I want it in Arteta's hands. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, once we get to the summer, we may want to look at somebody else. Arteta to me has shown him, like, when somebody shows you who they are, you have to believe them. Like, this is who Arteta is. He's stubborn. He has a big ego. He's inflexible. He likes senior players. He doesn't seem like he's interested in blooding any young players. So when we get to the point where we have some breathing room, I'm thinking, like, when we get to the summer, let's get a new coach. Like, does anybody else think, does anybody think that Arteta, what you've seen is he the guy? Like, do you really think? Like, I don't.
Let me ask Jessica, what you think they're going to ride along with him to the summer? And then at the summer, they're going to be like, right, see you later. Right, Allegri, we've got 200 million in the war chest. Do you want to come and spend it? Because we ain't giving it to that guy.
If he's wrote us all the, it's probably unlikely.
You don't think they're going to give him some money in January, though? That's the thing, right? Because that's the next window.
But Edu just said, like, he just came out and said, don't expect us to flash the cash. And when I hear that, I hear, we're gonna try and then fail. And say we tried.
Those are things that clubs say when managers are under pressure. But maybe 3 games down the line, if we lose let's say we draw to Southampton tomorrow, which looks unlikely at the moment, right? We lose to Everton away and we lose to Chelsea. I will not be surprised if Arteta gets sacked before the January transfer window, because I did some digging, and my boy Chad is here, who's a Chelsea fan, and I remember, the 2015-16 season, 9 games, 16 games, 9 defeats for Jose Mourinho. He'd got a vote of confidence from Abramovich, like maybe 5 games ago. He had won the league 6 months ago, and he got the sack. Last season, Pochettino got the sack after getting them to the Champions League final, where Spurs in no way deserve to be, even this season or any season. So Spurs never deserved to be in the Champions League final. They made it there, and he got sacked after that. We need to get some. If Arteta is not the guy, and I'm not saying right now that I've made it a point that my agenda is Arteta out. It's not. I'm gonna make up my mind at the end of these 5 matches. One is gone, next 4 matches. That's when I make up my mind. But I need to know if he's the guy. If he's not the guy, get somebody else in. That guy assesses the squad for 6 months. He understands what the squad is like. He understands what the club is like. He understands what the board is like. And then
we ain't got the money to get some big name, and we're not.
You guys make it seem like we're gonna get Allegri. Even Rafa probably won't even come here. You guys, you act like a pick of the litter. Oh, we can have him at the candy store shopping.
We're heading into Alan. We're heading into Alan Partridge territory.
Big Sam.
Big Sam.
Come on.
So
if you guys really trust the game over Mick Arteta, you guys need to have your heads examined.
I just don't think Arteta's the guy. I'm just going to put it out there now. I'm sticking my flag in the sand there for that. I love to be wrong, but I don't see it.
Here was Arteta's biggest mistake. Marinate on this for a minute. He didn't trust himself.
Think.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean?
I sure can. So, who does he keep playing? He keeps playing these senior players that we're all like, oh, he's shit. Oh, he's shit. Oh, he's shit.
Yeah.
Arteta was great at City with helping the younger players come along, right? What did he do when he got here? Now he's the man. And now he says, well, now I need to lean on these guys, right? I need to lean on the senior players. What he should have done, in hindsight's always 2020, which is why I love this, by the way. No, whoops, that's not it. Sorry, Stan. The comments scroll too quickly.
Oh my God, he's a fan.
I haven't said a word in 20 minutes, and I know nothing of football.
But he's a UTEP guy. So
can I just say to Gina Eddie, I don't remember making the Alan Partridge reference, and I love that show. So remind me, what did I say? Because I love that show. It must have been in my subconscious, but sorry about that.
I want this guy to tell me what it is that I've said that makes me know nothing.
I want you to Arteta not trusting himself.
He does. So what he should have done, in my opinion, was he needed to start integrating some of the younger players into the squad. Okay. He's better with younger players that he can mold, and as bad as this is going to sound, because I really don't know of a better way to put it, but almost kind of be a dictator to. You're going to do this, and the younger players will listen to it. The older players, David Luiz, Aubameyang, Xhaka, are going to look at him and be like, dude, who are you? I'm Granit Xhaka. Do you know what I'll do to you? I'll step on your foot, then I'll choke you, then I'll ball bat you. And so what Arteta did was he didn't trust his own coaching abilities, because he started integrating some of the younger, more talented players into this side earlier, we wouldn't be having this problem right now. Because the other thing that we talk about when we talk about imbalance is the imbalance of age. We have guys who are in their early 30s, and then we have and then there's a 10-year gap. There might be 2 players who are the exception to that thought. You know what I mean? You need one or two guys that are the veterans, that the wily veterans that come in and can kind of pull everybody along when the going gets rough. Guys, come on. I've been down this road before. We'll get out of this.
Somebody like Hector Bellerin's job, though, no? Especially
I don't know that. No, I don't think Hector's old enough for that. I don't think Hector's seen enough football in his life for that.
Oh, but especially in that last North London derby, he knows what North London derbies are all about.
But he doesn't care. But he doesn't care.
He can throw the ball in.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
The only derby that Hector Bellerin cares about is Louis Vuitton versus Prada. That's the only derby that he cares about.
And to your point, the guy that probably was, and he's only been here for 2 or 3 years, probably Socrates.
Yeah, again.
There's a dude that in a North London derby made a sliding tackle in the box, got the ball, sent it right over the goal line for a corner. But he got up and he's fist pumping.
Yeah.
What did Socrates do? What did he do?
He doesn't fit Arteta.
Because he can't play out of the back, right?
Oh, you mean what
He's actually been banished. He's not even training now. He's like,
he's in the training pictures. Here's the other thing too. So when it comes to all of these reports that we keep hearing about the first of all, okay, so Rowan brought up a point, squad harmony. If you get into a fight in the training ground, good.
Yeah.
Good. I want somebody to put in a tackle on the training pitch. Now,
depends on the fight. There's fights and there's fights. There's fights we have a little niggle and it's black, and it's a little bit like
at the end of training, we walk off.
It's proper fights where it carries over and it carries on, and do you know?
I don't want it to I don't want it to carry over. I want it to be like Danny Ceballos and Eddie. Was it Eddie? It was before the Fulham match, I think.
That looks
right after the game.
Yeah, right after the game, and everybody blew that up like, oh, that's not real. Oh, that's not. So wait, so you don't want it to be real then? You don't want to think that they had a dust up in pre-match warm up and they can't shake hands and make up because that's just not allowed, because then you have nothing to talk about. Is that what it is? Because we have dust ups, we have our little disagreements, and you know what? At the end of the day, if we were on a playing surface of some kind, and one of us did something, and this is just me. You know what? At the end of it, it's like, hey, you know what? Heat of the battle, baby. We walk off the pitch or off the surface, and it's like, hey, you know what? Heat of the battle. Let's get showered. Let's get changed. Let's go grab a beer. The funny thing is that they do that with the other team. They don't do it with each other. They don't do it with each other. You know what I mean? But. Yeah, I could go off on a rant and a tangent on this, and I've done it 2 weeks in a row, and I'm not going to do it again. So somebody
can say, right, just to people know where I am, because I'm very sarcastic sometimes on Twitter and all of that. I'm still backing Arteta, only because he's the Arsenal manager, and I want him to succeed. I've said it before. Right. My biggest fear is that we go through a revolving door of managers like United, and we're constantly rebuilding, ripping it up. But I can still be behind the manager, but have an opinion that he's out of his depth.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? And 100%. I was one of those that was like, oh, yeah, he's going to be our manager. I was like, really? Okay. There's other people that I would rather have as the manager. There's other people that I'm glad that we haven't chosen, but they've appointed this guy, so I'm going to give him the faith like I did with Emery when he came in, because I didn't know too much about Emery either, right?
Yeah. As long as he's Arsenal manager, I hope that he wins. Games, and backing him means that when the game starts, I'm like, please get it right. Exactly. But I'm not going to ignore things that I'm blatantly seeing that I don't like. Every single day, I want him to turn it around. Every single day, until he's not Arsenal manager, then it is what it is. But I can't ignore what I've seen.
When you do things like play William as a number 9 or Joe Willock, or you're constantly picking a certain player, and at the end of the day, let's have it right. People tried to give it a free pass and tried to say that Willian was somehow an Edu signing, but Edu, Willian's agent, they've all come out and said no, it was Mikel Arteta. He fought to get Willian in.
Exactly.
over
Suspect.
a series of negotiations to get Willian. And
He had presentations.
yeah,
PowerPoint.
So kind of back to my point.
I'm very, when I hear things like that, I'm very doubtful. But at the end of the day, you have to remember, and when I say we, I mean Arsenal, us all collectively, we've signed off on a guy that's never done this job before. It's as simple as that. You got to remember, as I said in that show maybe 3 weeks ago, Arsene Wenger came to us after it's like his 4th or 5th job, right? Right now, Mikel Arteta is where Arsene Wenger started at Salzburg. It doesn't mean that Mikel Arteta might not one day win a league somewhere, you know, get a team into the Champions League. But this really is his first rodeo. And he's experimenting with a real big project. And it's a gamble. And don't get me wrong, I love a ballsy gamble. And there's a part of me that hopes this really pays off, because bringing in Arsene Wenger was a ballsy gamble. No one had heard of him. Yeah. But if it doesn't pay off, you've got to accept the pelters and the hammerings and the criticism that you're going to get. And right now, it's looking like it's not paying off.
Well, so just real quick, let me recognize Aneep here for his super chat. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the donation. He says we need a proper director of football as a start. Now that is not. I am going to take the. Oh my God! And you just had to go get the dog involved, didn't you? She doesn't even know I just said that. You had to get the dog involved, didn't you? Oh, hi, puppy dog. I am not taking that to mean that Edu needs replaced. I'm taking that to mean that we need somebody above him.
Yes.
Overseeing the whole thing.
Yeah. Because if we decided to fire Mikel tomorrow, let's say that we woke up tomorrow morning and Mikel's gone. Do you know whose job it is to recommend? Edu's job would be to recommend a replacement to the board.
Isn't that scary to you?
I don't think that Edu
That's why I don't want Arteta to leave. Because
there needs to be checks and balances. There's nobody there checking to see if they're doing the right things. If Arteta and Edu are sitting in a room with Vinay making decisions, and none of them have ever done this before. They need
Edu, right? It's going to be like Xhaka, it'd be the agent guy would be appointed the manager, right?
Vinay, Edu, and Arteta around a table making big decisions for Arsenal. That's my biggest nightmare. They really need somebody experienced. I'm serious. Like, a director of football is needed. And Vinay said today that they're not even looking at a director of football. They just want to replace Hasfami and make sure that Edu has more power. And I'm like, all I think Edu did was he went to that Tim guy, whispered in his ear, said, check on Raul, he's scandalous, and basically pushed him out the door so that he could rise up the ladder. Like,
Game of Thrones, right? Game of Thrones at Arsenal, right?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. Lawrence Emmanuel's onto something, because I could get my dogs involved.
Oh no! Come on!
Shut up! You love them. Every time you're over here, you let them crawl all over you, and Evie licks you to death. So shut up! You love it.
Yeah, because you won't do it.
That's only because the last time you came over, you brought Megan with you, and you know how she frowns upon that.
Sorry.
Hey, Jessica.
Yeah.
Welcome to the belly of the beast.
Oh my God! All right.
That's all I had on that.
Yeah, and I think too, a point I'd like to make is just Arteta is the least of our problems. Everyone's like, Arteta out, Arteta this, Arteta can't do this. Arteta. He is not the problem that we need to worry about right now. I know everyone says, "Oh, it is." It's not. I know everybody's not even top 3 of problems. He's not there.
I know everybody's
hold on a minute. That's interesting. So, what in your view is the top 3 problems then?
No order, but it would be Ozil. We need a director of football. 2. I guess if you want, I guess third would be Xhaka, but that's like we're splitting hairs at that point. But I just think that it's like I just feel like. I don't want to go back to my theory from last week because I know how poorly I explained it. I know how poorly it came across to the chat.
Your turn for the crazy thought. It's Stan's turn for the crazy thought.
But do we really think that Arteta got stupid overnight? Because I do believe that him winning I do
No.
believe him winning. Listen. I do believe him winning the FA Cup wasn't a fluke. I do believe he was an intricate part in Man City. And Pep is always talking about managers talking him up. I think there's a reason.
He's a manager now.
No, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
And again,
Exactly.
that's why I can't like that he was appointed manager. He got promoted from coach to manager. I think that was very.
It does not matter at Man City.
But
At
should
Man
he be
City-
cutting his teeth at a club like Arsenal? Frank Lampard didn't. Steven Gerrard hasn't gone straight into Liverpool.
I mean, our team is so.
He's not even done any of that.
Yeah.
Because Arsenal are cheap.
Yeah,
That's
he's
why.
got more experience as a manager, right?
They
All
go-
right. First of all, who was the other option?
Pochettino.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing that drives me nuts. Hang on, no, my turn. Because this is what
I'm just
This
kidding.
is, I'll mute all of you. This is what absolutely drives me fucking nuts. No. He's not good enough for us. No, we should have gone and gotten this guy. Who the fuck knows if that dude would have said yes to this club?
Exactly.
Like we're in a candy
Nobody.
store.
No, wait. So hang on. So wait. So we need to sell Mustafi. We need to sell Mesut Ozil. We need to sell this player. We need to sell that player. And we haven't. And the answer is no. The question is why haven't? It's our fault. Arsenal didn't want to sell him.
Fans are stupid.
Nobody wanted to fucking buy him. Hopefully
they want to leave.
So
No.
as far as the manager goes, we went and we got Mikel Arteta. We went and we got Mikel Arteta because hang on, Rowan. We went and we got Mikel Arteta. Why? Because, in my opinion, somebody at this club thought that he would be the best long-term solution. Couple that with the idea that I almost said Carlo Max Allegri probably isn't coming here. Rafa Benitez is stuck in China. This is what I'm saying. How do you know that these guys want to come here? And then they say, well, I want you to guarantee me a $300 million transfer kitty.
I honestly believe
And Crocky looks at him and goes,
Because we have an entitled fan base, everyone thinks because we're.
But what have they done to make sure that Arteta succeeds, though? I mean, they basically set him up to fail. So it's kind of like, yeah, you want him for long term, but he's not going to make it till January. I mean, he is right above the relegation zone.
I think
he literally can't score a goal.
Is it this club's God-given right to not be relegated?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's simpler than that.
I don't want it to happen.
Listen, the reason they pointed Mikel Arteta, in my eyes, and I said it, I thought it at the time, was they just had to pay off Unai Emery because they're getting rid of him. So there's money to be paid off, and that was right at a time when we were skinflints, man. We were trying to count every single penny. The reason I believe that we appointed Mikel Arteta was because he was the cheapest option.
Yeah, exactly.
You think we could have gotten someone better?
I don't buy that. Because if that were the case,
look at what he's being paid, and have a look at what Jose Mourinho is being paid. There is a gulf, mate. A gulf.
It doesn't matter.
Mikel Arteta doesn't have nearly the resume. And oh, by the way, and I'm going to fully admit this, I'm going to admit this on the air.
Man, Arsenal do it all the time. It's the cheaper option.
I'm going to admit this on the air. It will be out there for all to see. But I was on board with bringing Mourinho in because he would have turned shit around in 2 years.
No. So
and look at what he's doing with that shit squad.
Yeah, but they're not going to. They are not going to win the league. And as soon as they don't win the league, then look at, and this is what I'm saying today. Wait for all of these players to turn on Jose Mourinho, because all of these players are going to be like, either we win or we play good football. It doesn't fit us that we, Kane is making off the line clearances and playing shit football instead of expressing themselves when they don't win the big things. That is what is going to count. So Jose Mourinho there is there just to get them some sort of trophy, right?
Exactly.
People sometimes forget the magnitude of the job that we had at hand when Arsene Wenger left. And we've given it to a rookie, yeah? I supported that decision. And like Stan said, I will support him once the whistle blows. I will want us to score 20 goals in that game, right? It's not even possible, but I want us to score those many goals, right? But before that, I can say that he's out of his depth, and then he shouldn't be there. And I'm getting to that point. And the more you guys say that he's the right guy for the job, the more I get convinced that he's not, because he's not done anything to show that.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, that's what he sounded like. I like that. The more you guys say he's the right man for the job, the more I like that. No,
he's not done anything to show that. He's not done anything. We have gone for the how many times have we made the wrong decision? We had the chance to sell Xhaka. We didn't sell him. We've given Mustafi a 4-year contract.
Stop. We had the chance to sell Granit Xhaka, and we didn't. So you're going to go on speculation, and you being the attorney should know better than that, to go on speculation over what a bunch of tabloid journos in Europe say. Hertha Berlin offered Arsenal 40 million for Granit Xhaka, and they turned it down.
His agent said that, though. His agent confirmed that.
Their agents also say that my dog told them that they're going to be given the number 10 jersey if they sign.
Come on.
That was a pretty solid story. That was
Xhaka said his foot was out the door.
That was
solid story, but we turned down 40 million pounds for it.
We shouldn't have turned down 5. We should not have turned down 5. If they gave us a Snickers, we should have taken it.
When Arsenal do well, they're the greatest club in the world. But when they don't do well, it's still our fault. It's nobody else in the world of football has anything to do with Arsenal Football Club. So every goal that we concede, it was shit on our end. Every goal we score was brilliant on our end. Every move we make was a brilliant bit of business. Every move we didn't make was our fault. It has nothing to do with teams not wanting to buy our players. Take it with as Stan would say, and Ken corrected me, take it with a pinch of salt. Every single thing that comes out of a European journalist's mouth, I take with a massive pinch of salt, because they're tabloids. There's no journalistic integrity. I've said this before, and here's the thing that nobody can argue with me on. I'm very good friends with 2 journalists who cover an American sports team, and even they have told me, and they're both massive football fans, there's no journalistic integrity over there. If they hear an ant whisper it, they're going to take it and run with it. All I'm saying is take the stories you hear like this and take it with a pinch of salt. Because I'm sorry. I just don't buy into everything they say.
I don't buy into everything they say either, because we had been.
But everybody does.
And nobody thought that we were going to get him. But there's also what you can also check is the number of sources that were saying it and how solid it seemed. Right? It seems to me that it is fairly solid and also believable, Arsenal being Arsenal, that we tried to offer Mustafi an extension of his contract, and he's the one who's denied it. That is the state of the club, right? They want to go for the cheapest option always. They want to go for Arteta, not realizing the mammoth job that we have. They don't want to bring in a guy who can steady the ship, be it an Ancelotti. Not that I wanted Ancelotti.
Thinking like, we'll get this young guy in as a protege. We'll just bung him 5 million a year. We don't have to bung him 25 million. We don't have to bung him 25 million like we do Mourinho. When it all pans out, all in the league, we're going to look like geniuses. But they never thought to themselves, if it doesn't pan out, they're going to look like jackasses. And
they think they're so smart, but they're so naive.
I was watching the Man City game last season, and I was telling Glenn, right, that what has Arteta done to merit this job, right? What has he done to merit this job except for, like they say, put the cones out for Pep? There's a difference between being a coach who does not have the ultimate decision. He does not choose the playing 11. He does not choose the playing style. Pep Guardiola does. now he is the guy and he's under pressure and he doesn't trust, like you said, Tanner, he doesn't trust his own talents that he can get the best out of, the young squad, which he sees every Thursday. Everybody sees it, but he doesn't back it. That shows his lack of character there,
Arteta played a good game, though. I think he talked his way into this job. Like when he first got the job and he did that first interview, where we were all sold on it. It was like, oh, this guy, he knows what he's doing. And I think he really went in there with his PowerPoint and sold them something. And they were like, well, he is cheap. We don't have to pay him a lot of money. He said he could do something with Xhaka and all these uncoachables. Yeah, let's give him the job. And then now that we see real results, we're like, wait. But this is not what he said. He literally said in that very first interview that he wants to have the ball all the time. He wants to attack the other team as much as possible, blah, 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 blah. I remember that because I was like, ooh, this sounds good. I'm not getting that. And I don't care how bad these players are. I refuse to believe that they can only score 10 goals in like 11 games. Arteta sold us a bill of goods. And I really do think that like maybe over time he could implement that over time, but we don't have time. We don't have time. This is not the type of club that you need to come into and like learn your trade. Like it sounded good at the time, but I think we're all coming to like the job is too big for him. It doesn't mean he's not going to be a good coach. The job is too big.
Let me
one last thing here.
Stan, hold your thought real quick. I'm sorry. Let me get your mind. Callum. What's that?
I'll forget it.
Then you won't forget it.
That's why I butt in so much because I keep forgetting.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
I'm going to say, right, when we were buying Willian, right, Eddie turned around and said that the key reason was that he would come into the team, he would affect the team immediately. That was one of the reasons. A couple of days ago, Eddie turned around and said, when he was asked about Willian and his poor form, he said, what? You thought it was going to happen immediately?
See? He's so suspect. He's on fraud watch. He is on fraud watch.
He told us that the reason we're buying him because it was an immediate fix. He's coming in. It's going to be seamless. There's none of this. Now he's telling us that the guys need to settle. Like he's coming.
He needs to learn how to play with Aubameyang and Lacazette. He's been playing with them for 10 games.
You have to remember, right? This club spin lip service. You know that thing that you sent earlier, Tanner, in our group? You said, read all this through. From Vinay. It's lip service, it's PR, it's bullshit, it's fluffy. It means nothing.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Let me get this in real quick. Ill mind of Callum. Emery 3 points out of his last 4 games. Mikel 1 point out of his last 5. I mean, look, he wanted our thoughts on this. I don't know, because you're right. The results speak for themselves in the way what Emery was doing at the end of his tenure versus this is a worse run of form. So I don't know. All I can say is I think kind of to what Jess is saying or what Jess said was that Mikel Arteta sold the board and ownership a bill of goods that he's really not living up to right now. However, maybe the bill of goods was kind of back again. Ryan, this is this is what I'm giving this to you in place of what I've done for you in the past. I keep agreeing with this. We're just not that good. So Mikel Arteta comes in and he looks at the squad and he says, okay, can't overhaul 25 players all at once. So it's going to be a project. And you know what? We suck again. We may stink for a year. We'll stay up. I am fully confident. I know everybody's freaking out. We're going to stay up. But we're going to stay up. We're not getting relegated.
We should not be 15th.
We shouldn't be.
Okay, well, we are, so.
Again, see, out of one side of your mouth, you say, no, it's not our divine right to be in the top 6. But now you're saying, but we should be, but no, this isn't acceptable.
Yeah.
Because I find it because I find it
We are underachieving.
Where do
I
you
find it
draw
very
the line?
depressing. I find it very depressing to hear that it's not our divine right to be in the top 6. Earlier it is not our divine right to win the title. Then it became it's not our divine right to be in the top 4. Now we have to
standards are
get in the
dropping.
top 6.
Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line?
I draw the line at where Wenger left, which was we have to be competing for top 4 at least. If we aren't doing that, we are not doing good enough.
So it's top 4. So the divine right is top 4, and if we're 5th,
we're not good.
That's not good enough.
It's
Hang
on.
on. All right. So, question for the panel, and give me short answers. Where do you draw the line? At what point, at what position in the league do you say this isn't good enough? What is that position?
If we are not competitive for the top 4
This year?
So 5th.
not this year.
In general. So 5th. The position in the league is 5th. If you're 5th, that's not good enough.
Being competitive for top 4, which means that you could narrowly miss out.
But Rowan, we're competitive for top 4 right now based on points.
Man.
Top four. I said based on
Tanner, no, we're not. We're not. Come on, you know
Hey,
it.
guys, you need to use your ears. Use your ears, guys. He said based on points. Use your ears.
Okay, I hear you. Eighth through 10th to me. 8th through 10th to me. I think we are mid-table. I think we are solid mid-table. I'm not delusional. We're nowhere near top 4. We should. That's where we want to be. But let's just be real. I see at least 7 to 8 teams that are better than us. Teams, not individuals. But right above relegation. No, and not even just that. 10 goals. That's where I really am. I'm like, we can't even score a goal. If we were losing 3-2, that would be different to me. We can't even score a goal. That to me is it's unfathomable. It's not right. I know our underlying metrics last season also said that we weren't really supposed to be scoring a lot of goals. And this is really something that Arteta has not, I don't think he has addressed it fully. And it's just biting him in the butt. I think he rode the margins for a very long time, hoping that, they would keep going in our favor. But this is exactly what happens when it's now we know what it's like when Aubameyang doesn't score. I think you, Tanner, you posted something like that. Somebody said this was the answer to the question, what would happen if Aubameyang stopped scoring? This is it.
Yeah. Somebody tweeted out. This is what it looks like. If
imagine if we had a shit goalkeeper as well. We'd be at the bottom of the table now, right?
Yeah. Again, my point is, again, it's this divine right thing keeps coming up. We have a divine right to be here. Well, we don't, because if we did, we'd be there.
Can I say something about divine rights, please? And I know that we have a lot of Arsenal supporters, maybe some of our listeners who are quite young. When I mean young, I mean maybe the only manager, their first manager might have been Arsene Wenger, right? I've had a few managers before that, but I kind of feel the same as them. I mean, you have to put this into perspective, right? We've seen our team go unbeatable. We had an opportunity where that snapshot, we watched our football team go a season unbeaten. And for me, to actually reach that pinnacle, I was thinking to myself, well, we're going to the moon next. This is a milestone right here. And now you're going to go on to maybe something else. And it just seemed that when we reached that, it just went downhill. We couldn't surpass it in any way. We couldn't add a European victory, a European Cup to the cabinet in any way. League titles have started to come near and far between. And this thing about being entitled as Arsenal fans, I get it in a way. maybe not so much for someone like me because I've been supporting Arsenal before that time. But if you've been in that era and you've seen, I mean, you know, Jessica talked about being sold a bill of goods. You know, the amount of stuff that we've been told since the Invincibles, and then leaving the Emirates, and why we're leaving Highbury, and why we're leaving Highbury, and where we're going to be heading. For me, there seems like, you know, if you're looking at rebuilding, I honestly feel like we've been rebuilding. There's a part of me that feels like we've been rebuilding since we moved to the Emirates. Don't get me wrong, there's been some successes in the Emirates. There's been FA Cups. There's been some really good nights. But the way that they pitched us, that where we were heading to, I remember it like it was yesterday. We will surprise you with the things that we will do. You know, Bayern Munich and these teams, we're going to be up there. That's what Ivan said to us. And we all revved up for it because it was heart-wrenching to leave Highbury. But we embraced it, right? We knew that we needed more revenue. We knew that we needed more bums and seats. And there were plenty more bums that wanted to sit on seats at that time. And here we are, 15th in the league.
I was actually
15th in the league. And our noisy neighbours who have just done a similar thing to us by investing in a huge stadium, one which is probably, you know, the cost is probably more than ours because of inflation and the economy and whatever. And they're at the top of the league. What's going on? There's a few facets to run a football club, right? You've got the playing side of it, you've got the operational side of it, and you've got the ownership side of it. And we seem to be suffering in every single area. Can you look at one of those areas and say, well, those two areas are a bit shit, but we're doing really well there? Or that one area is shit, but the other two are doing really well. Yeah, we might be shit on the pitch, but we're doing some good deals operationally and this, that, and the other. It's all shit. It's all shit.
Just real quick. And this is kind of completely off the subject. This has more to do with our own operations than the club itself. Guys, I apologize if I miss your super chat. I understand the comments on my side of things are scrolling like crazy. I've got 118 viewers in here, and so if I miss your super chat, I do apologize. It is not intentional, and all I can do is apologize. I did miss it, but thank you. If you put up a super chat and I missed it, I apologize, but thank you very much for the donation. We really appreciate it. Anyway, anybody feel like jumping in there and piggybacking off what Stan said? Because the three branches of the government, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, we can all see that, right? But I think because we keep kind of like cutting corners, so we never really get to like the root of the actual issue. And I can't say it's like the people that are running the club that I think are inept are the ones that hired Arteta. So I'm suspect about his hiring. I think ultimately because we're not going to get rid of the owners, right? So we can just kind of get rid of that. So right now we're looking at the executives, the coach, and the players. And to me, until we get somebody in there that's experienced enough to see what the true issues are and doesn't have ulterior motives, like we can't have another Raul in here. We can't have people that are going to take advantage of the club. Until we get that, we're not going to be able to hire the right manager, and we're not going to be able to identify the right players. You know, even Thomas Partey and Gabriel, they're great signings, but it came with a really costly signing in Willian as well. You know, so, I mean, we worked really hard to get Mkhitaryan off the books just to give him Willian's wages, you know. So I think ultimately, like, if we never get to a point where we kind of start from scratch, you know, if KSC can't figure out a way to be more present and get in here and hire a football person that has experience that's going to hire the coach, and then that person is going to build, you know, take care of the project, we're going to be crap. But sorry.
They did that. But they did that.
I said the right people. I said the right people, though.
All right.
Like,
well,
we never get the right people.
But that's the thing. Hindsight's always 20/20. They brought in Rouse and Leahy, and everybody said Rouse and Leahy did all this.
I'm going to come in there because why didn't we hire another director of football? Even though Raul wasn't the right person, why didn't we hire an experienced, good director of football instead of escalating Arteta and Adu into roles that they're not ready for. That's what I'm.
That's stream. According to the club, that's streamlining the process.
It ain't.
In a year that nobody could have predicted.
Cheap bastard.
Right?
Hire a director of football. Stop messing about. Like, this is crazy.
Cheap bastard.
I'm just saying, this is what it all comes back to. It always comes back to the money, right? It always comes back to money with this football. And I'm not saying I agree with it. Like, don't take my argument or my debate as I agree with what the club are doing. I don't. We're not going to fix this problem. And all we can do is do what we're doing right now, but also, put our, I hate to say it, but this is kind of being a supporter. We just kind of have to blindly, support what it is they're doing. Well, support as in when they take the field, we still root for them, right? When the players step foot out on the pitch, be it Granit Xhaka, be it Mesut Ozil, be it Gabriel, be it Kieran Tierney, be it the fan favorite or the guy that's divided the fan base, I would like to think that at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is the W. Let me get Mike Harneman in here. Arteta needed to do what Rooney is doing at Derby, what Frank did at Derby, what Ole did at Cardiff, and what Steven Gerrard is doing at Rangers, starting somewhere before moving on to better things, greener pastures. You know what? At this point, I can't argue that point. And I think we're all in agreement there. I think we all agree that, that Arteta is a bit in over his head. Maybe we put our faith in a guy that just isn't ready for this, but isn't ready for the expectation that comes with managing this football club. And let's not forget too, and I want people to understand this: the Cronkies are, for better or for worse, American owners. They have 3 relatively successful North American sports franchises.
Are you going to say it? Say it, guys.
I mean,
the Nuggets.
I was like, thank you for saying this. I was like, wait, what does he want me to say here? I'm not really sure what he wants me to say. Cronky Sports and Entertainment own the LA Rams. They own of the NFL, the National American Football League. They own the Colorado Avalanche of the National Hockey League. And they own the Denver Nuggets of the National Basketball Association.
Yeah.
I love that.
I was like, what does he want me to say?
Like a breakfast cereal.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like cat. All I'm thinking of is Captain Crunch now.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken. Yeah. So you know what? At the end of the day, maybe what their problem is they haven't figured out that this doesn't work the way that North American sports work.
And you can't be absentee. You have to get somebody on the ground.
The absentee. Okay, explain the absentee thing, because I keep hearing this too.
No,
if you want Stan to be there, do you think Stan being there is in person is going to make that game?
What I mean about absentee is I don't think that they have to be at every single game. But what I'm saying is that they're not involved enough. And it's like, when you don't know about something, you have to get somebody like involved that knows what they're doing. They don't know anything about football, like, at all. Right, so what I mean about being absentee is hiring somebody just because you heard that they did something at Barcelona. Like, did you do your research? Raul, he didn't do well at Barcelona. You heard Barcelona and you said, wow, they're the biggest, best, they're great.
We're going to promote Raul. Why? Because Ivan said so.
Right. It's stupid. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, absentee is not just in like physical, it's mental.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%.
They're not thinking about it.
Do you think
Stan Kroenke needs to be there?
Do you think that it would help? Not that this would happen, because I don't think that the bridges have been burnt too badly now. But do you think that it would help if the club brought in a consultancy position Wenger to now guide the club through all of this? Nothing to do with the first team or the coaching or the tactics of it, but to manage the club and get it out of this rut now. Do you think it will help?
Let me
If he wasn't better, yeah.
Let me take this first because I actually thought about this earlier in the week or last week. And I actually thought this last week during our show. That exact thought, Rohan. Would Arsene Wenger in a consultancy role help this club? And as I thought about it, well, why was he forced out? The game has passed him by. So he might be able to help a bit with the business side of things, but in terms of the on-field product, I don't really think he would.
His job is not on-field tactics or determining all of that. It's the structure of the club.
I don't know about that. I think that there's a lot of things about. I think we remember Arsene in a certain way, but kind of the way I think about Arsene is he's somebody that he was an authoritarian and he liked to have autonomy. He liked to have like all of the power, and he kind of martyred himself by putting himself in a position where he was the only one that could do his job. And I'm the only one who can do this. You know, I don't see him as the type of person that could come in a consultancy role, and he's too emotionally I don't see it. I think he's too bitter. He's too burnt. The game is past him. He's
the game is past him.
In reality, no.
Well, the game is past him. Now we see with the same, more or less the same squad or a lot of miscreants of that previous regime, what he was able to get season out of season. You know, the biggest challenge that people don't understand that he overcame after 22 years was that never did the players really stop playing for him. Like that stuff didn't happen when he was around. You know, maybe in the end you could say that because they finished sixth or something like that. But it was never this bad.
In his prime with this club, it was a completely different game. It was a completely different world. You didn't have social media. You didn't have the.
You talk about David O'Leary.
Say again, Stan?
You talk about David O'Leary.
No, Arsene Wenger.
Okay.
Sorry.
They probably should have hired David O'Leary or let him be a part of the board. Yeah.
Yeah, but did you not see what he did at Leeds? I mean, when he was at Leeds doing a similar thing, it was like watching somebody on magic mushrooms. Seriously.
How so?
He spent money like it was confetti, like it was. He got to say that he almost bankrupted that place. I mean, the money that they spent on Rio Ferdinand at the time.
Oh, so no,
it was a really, really big gamble, man.
Oh, so no,
a lot of money.
So Ryan has been very quiet up there in the middle.
Yeah, he's not saying anything.
Yeah, I kind of feel.
What are you doing up there?
I feel like he's getting ready to pounce.
You got a rant coming? Go ahead.
So, I'm going to try to get him involved here by going American sports again. Well, I mean, I think more than Stan and Rowan and Jess. I don't really know you, so I don't know how much North American sports you watch. But in terms of structure, executive structure in North American sports, you have a general manager who's by and large in charge of player personnel decisions. But that person is also in charge of coaching. Well, I'll say the head coach anyway. Below that, you have a director of scouting. And this person is in charge of exactly what I just said, scouting. Below that is your coaching staff. So this is where I kind of don't understand as an American necessarily the hierarchy of European football clubs and the way that things work. Edu, when Raul was here, Raul was director of football. Edu was technical director. And so to me, when I hear technical director, I think Edu is the guy during the match that's pushing the buttons for all of the cool videos that play up on the Jumbotrons in the stadium. To me, that's what the technical director is. But then there's the coaching staff. And so having the coach basically do the role of of the general manager and the head coach, I don't understand. I want the general manager and the coach to be on the same page. I want all three in terms of a North American structure to be on the same page. We don't seem to have that really in Europe. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I like the American style of doing business better. I think there's a GM who basically the buck stops there.
Yeah, I mean, but that's
GM. But then below that, you've got the director of scouting who reports to both. The coach
that's
says
what Adu should be.
Okay, so you need somebody above him.
Exactly.
I think that person right now to the club is the attorney Tim Lewis that basically helped KSE get in to buy the club. I think that's what they're hoping he is, but but to me, Tim Lewis almost seems to stay. And I think you know a lot about Tim Lewis. Maybe I'm wrong, but Tim Lewis almost seems to be too business driven and not on the pitch driven. Whereas
like an auditor.
Yeah.
It seems like he's going around looking and trying to see if somebody's taking money and he's looking at the paperwork.
But that being said, imagine where we'd be if Raul were still here.
I don't even want to imagine.
Given what at least I think we all think about Raul and the money that he pocketed from the Pepe deal, considering he was valued at around 45 million, and we'd
have a war.
Nearly double that.
We'd have a war. We would have paid his brother that extra 10 million.
Right. Yeah. So like I said, I think my frustration has reached a boiling point with this at this point.
I think we're all just kind of waiting to see if we explode or not. Like, I mean, because at this point we know Arteta's not going anywhere. We know more losses are on the horizon, so, and we know Arteta's going to pick the same teams over and over and over again. So there's not really much to, is he going to do this? Is he going to do that? We kind of already know what's going to happen. Adu even said, like, give Willian time, which when you say that to me, that means he's going to continue to play. So I don't see much changing. I think they're just hoping that this starting lineup that they continue to choose somehow clicks and the luck goes our way and we get a goal here and we get a goal there and we make it to January and see what happens. I mean, we're all kind of just doing that. Even they're doing that. They're just like, let's just get to January and see what happens. We're all kind of on this scary ride together. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it sucks. And things got a little heated. I got a little heated tonight. But and I'm pretty much I'm out of things to talk about. I really I could listen to you guys all night and jump in where I kind of feel like I want to. We're at 2 hours and 22 minutes. We got 105 live viewers right now.
Well, look, let's round it off. Let's round it off this way, right? We got a game tomorrow, and it ain't one of them. It ain't one of them dead rubber Europa League games that we've all enjoyed watching. We've got some serious business in the Premier League tomorrow against Southampton.
Team that's flying.
And man, I wonder what you get. I wonder what what you'd get for putting a fiver on a Theo Walcott goal.
Imagine that. Imagine Theo Walcott coming in to the Emirates tomorrow and nabbing a brace.
It's a serious game tomorrow. It's a serious game tomorrow, It's a serious one.
It is. It is. But every game kind of feels like a continuation of the last. Nothing feels different. And I don't expect anything different. I expect Cedric to play in right back. I expect him to put Elneny and Ceballos in the middle. I don't expect him to do anything out of the – I'd be shocked.
Pepe or Willian? Pepe or Willian?
No, it's not Pepe or Willian. Willian is going to play.
Oh, no, man.
Willian is going to play.
Why not Pepe?
I'll disagree. I'll disagree with that. I mean, the only reason why I'll disagree with it is because we've got – somebody checked me on this, but I think like 6 matches now over the next 10 days. No, 12 days.
Yeah.
No, 6 over 18. It was 6/18. We're going one every 3 days, basically from now till roughly the end of the year, just over into 2021. The only reason I'll disagree with you, Jess, is just for sake of rotation.
But who is he going to rotate in those spots? Because Nelson is not fit.
I think he'll put. Well, Pepe is eligible to play tomorrow. His suspension's done, so I think Pepe will start tomorrow. I think Willian will start at Everton on Saturday or Sunday, and that's just because that's just for the sake of rotation. That's all it is.
I know you're hoping. It's okay.
I mean, but at the end of the day, but here's the thing: if we get Willian tomorrow, we're going to get Pepe at Everton. Like
Willian is saving his energy. Like I've never seen it. He sprints one time a game. He's gonna have the energy to play.
It's a crazy stat that Willian has played for 799 minutes of football and he's had one shot on goal.
One.
And you wonder why he's not scoring goals.
Do you remember what I said to you guys about the clause in the contract that Willian has to play X amount of games?
Yeah.
And you have to remember, right? You have to remember, this isn't about, I've got this clause because I want to play X amount of games. It's about money.
Every appearance.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
exactly.
don't get it twisted that he's got a clause because he wants to play X amount of games. The clause is he has to play X amount of games so that he can get some more dough. Yeah. And I remember when someone first said it to me, my mate Dan the Boozer, right? When he said it to me, I was like, really? You have clauses like that? And I kind of dismissed it. And as the weeks went on and I'm watching him getting picked week in, week out, I'm like, this is definitely giving that some credence.
Well, they get bonuses for breathing air at this point. Like, if they even get on in the squad, they get more money. Like, it's really that. Like, and I think that's another reason why Ozil's not in the squad is because we save money with him not being registered in the squad. I mean, that's how this club is built. Like, these players, I think that they were more upset about not winning the Europa League.
I don't think we're not picking him just to save money.
Not just to.
If he was able to seriously get us up into the, then the money would be worth it, right?
Right.
It's more than that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the statistics do say, like, when he played with us, generally everything was the same. It may have looked different, because eye tests and stuff like that, because he's out there and he makes things look better. But the underlying metrics said that we weren't really creating that many chances with him. So I think ultimately when the club looked at it, they're like, well, he's not making that big of a difference. So we can leave him out and save X amount of money. Tim Lewis, he's crunching the numbers or whatever. But what they didn't take into account is the clicks and all that kind of stuff of him not being registered. And that's what's manifesting, now. But for me, for the Southampton game, it's like, it's the weirdest feeling because I think because the game is coming so soon after the last game, I'm kind of like a little numb almost. Like, it's just kind of like, I don't really care what the lineup is because I kind of feel I know what the lineup is going to be. And I'm not sure that Arteta has had enough time on the training pitch to make anything like a difference or anything. So what I'm really hoping for is a Southampton red card or a Southampton own goal. Like, that's where I'm at. I think we're going to need some help and some luck.
I'll just ask you as well, right? Because I see Tanner, he's probably got some dog stuff to do when he goes dark like that. But tell us a little bit about, I mean, you're in LA, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So just tell us a little bit about how, somebody from Los Angeles, how did you get into supporting Arsenal? Why Arsenal? How did that all come about?
Yeah, so I grew up playing soccer, when I was like 6 when I started playing.
That's a dirty word on there.
I know, it's like, but that's what I know it as, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I hate to say it, but yeah. So I started playing when I was like 6 and, that was like the only thing I loved to do. Like, I wasn't really like great in school or anything. I was like soccer.
What position did you play?
So growing, like, at first I was a forward, and then as I like got older and we started, I started playing club and stuff like that, I started playing in the midfield. So I played midfield for a long time, and then when I got to college, I started to play right back. So that was pretty. I kind of dropped back, as time went on, But and when in the United States, like, they only play if they do show Premier League games or games that are outside of the MLS. They usually show the best teams, you know, because that's what people are usually want to see. So
But
the first,
you've been watching a long time ago then.
yeah, exactly. I started watching in like 2002, you know, because I love to actually watch. And the first team I saw was Manchester United, and I saw like Andy Cole and all that kind of stuff, and Dwight York, and I was interested in them at first. They were my team at first, and then they started showing Arsenal, and like I kid you not, I had never seen, you know, I'm like I live in a primarily like white neighborhood, so I was always the only like black kid playing soccer, like, and I was by myself, so seeing like a team full of like people, I mean they were men but they looked like me, was like super impactful for me. Like I was like, wow, and they were good, you know. And the first thing my mom said, like, it's so funny, I always tell people this, is like, she was like, who is this guy Thierry Henry, who is this guy, he's so good. And then, you know, they started saying he was Henry and all that kind of stuff, like literally who is Henry, you know. So we started watching from there. I'd watch every weekend, and Robert Pires is my favorite player, like from that era for sure. Like he's my spirit animal. I love him so much.
Why?
And
what is it about Bobby that
the thing I like
hang
about
on,
him,
wait, Jess, let me answer that for you, if I may.
yeah.
Come on, Stan. It's the same reason that every woman loves Bobby Pires.
Oh, it's not his looks. It's not his looks.
They just like to look at him, man. That's all it is.
The thing I liked about Robert Pires was that he was always there at the right time. And like he had skills and stuff. And like the weird thing about him is that he was kind of odd looking, a little gangly looking. He was slew-footed or whatever. He had great skills, but when it came down to it, he was there for the tap-in. He that's a lot of his goals were just like little tap-ins, you know, following it in and all that kind of stuff. And I just thought that, wow, like he's just there.
You see him do those tap-ins and you think to yourself, hold on a minute, how did you get there?
And he was the only person there. He would be the only person standing there. It was like he was the only one that knew.
And there's that running, right? That kind of
exactly. He was running with his kind of like this. Exactly. And I loved him, but I loved the entire team. Like Gilberto, I had the number 19, you know, when I was growing up and stuff. I love Gilberto. I love Vieira. I love the whole team. And just the Manchester United rivalry was something that I really loved. I was obsessed with it. And it was just, I just kind of stayed with it like my entire life, you know, and that's just kind of where I am. I mean, I love this team.
As well. I know you've been talking quite broadly about Arsenal and stuff, but what is, in your opinion, right now with the funk that we're kind of in, what is the big problem? Is it the players? Is it the manager? Is it the ownership? Is it a little from Column A or a little from Column B, in your opinion?
I really think that it's just it's a lot of bad decisions over a long period of time, and I think I think what I can pinpoint it like where it really started to go bad. I mean, we've been declining for a long time, but you can kind of see that Arsene was really kind of holding that together. Like the level of players that we've had over the years have just not been up to the standard. But I told Tanner this, like in 2015, when we should have won the league, that team was so strong because of the foundation that we had from the kids that had come from our academy and youth development, and having like Ox, you know, Ramsey, Jack, you know, players like that in that squad with Alexis, Ozil, and, you know, Santee. That's why that team was so strong. It wasn't about Ozil and them. It was about the foundation, the depth of that squad, and having enough people in there that understood what Arsenal was about. That team was really strong. And I thought from that moment, we just kind of chipped away at that foundation. One by one, they got rid of those players and never really replaced them. And once Ramsey went, it all crumbled. It all crumbled. Like once Ramsey left, like it's not just Ramsey was a good player, but let's be real, he was mostly injury prone. But what he did is he showed up when it mattered, and when he put on the shirt, he played 110%. That only comes with players that have been at the team. Like this, they have to grow up in it. We don't have that. The foundation is broken. So ultimately, my biggest thing is having players and not replacing them. Like having Koscielny, not replacing him. You replace Koscielny with David Luiz. Like, that is not replacing. That's craziness, you know? So for me, it's not having the foundation of like a good mixture of players that should be playing for Arsenal, plus players that have been within the youth and all that kind of stuff and brought up through it, and creating that foundation. It's like, it has to be that really good mix. And all of the great Arsenal teams, in my opinion, have had that mix. No good Arsenal team didn't have youth products. And that's what we have now. Like, there's no youth products. Like, we have leftovers. We have a bunch of players that are kind of like outsiders. They don't even feel like Arsenal players to me. You know, they feel borrowed. Aubameyang feels borrowed to me. He doesn't feel like Arsenal player. I hate to say that, but he doesn't. You know, so I think ultimately if they can build a foundation with youth development and bring some players through with good recruitment, but that's easier said than done because we don't even have the structure above to get that together. Because I don't even know what Purr's doing over there in the academy, because they haven't even fired Steve Bold. And I mean, he should be gone. What are they doing in the academy? Like, it's all of it.
We're only 2 hours and 35 minutes into this show. But boy, that is like, I wanted to bring up the academy. I'm gonna let you guys all know Drew. I know you guys all know Drew. It's at FM Lair on Twitter. I'm gonna let him jump in here for a little bit too. At this point, it's, you know what, we're having fun. So
we're having Drew. Anyway, this is proper full on the Brady Bunch.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, Drew, I know you can't do video because you've got the cucumbers on your eyes and the whole face thing going on right now. I get it, man. You don't want people to see you at your most vulnerable. You know, you have an image.
The hair curlers, the cucumbers.
Yeah. Stan, the curlers. Listen, he has curlers in his beard.
That's right. You got to do it right. And I'm sad that Ryan's over here taking naps the whole time, which is.
I mean, I just want everybody in the chat box to know right now that shit's about to get real, because at this point, we're now going to get into a mode where, you know what, for Ryan, Rowan, and Stan, something that we've always talked about is like, whenever we're done, whenever we go off the air, like we still have good conversation, we still talk. So at this point, that's what it is. We're now done. We're off the air. You guys are going to get behind the scenes stuff. Yep. We're in the green room now, and you guys are going to hear all of the backstage stuff.
And also as well, big welcome, Drew. Thanks for coming in.
Drew, thanks, man.
I was listening to you earlier on, actually, Drew, to some of the stuff that you was talking about, and I always enjoy listening to you when I catch you on various podcasts. So welcome.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Drew, real quick, just, shout out where everybody can find you.
You can just find me on Twitter, FM Lair. That's it. And then I do a bit of writing, for Get German Football and Europe Arsenal as well. So that's about it.
Cool. Yeah, man. Go. I know you've got thoughts, so go ahead and jump in here and.
I've been sitting here for about.
Where do you start, right?
I don't know where to start. You guys gave me like 30 topics I really wanted to try to come in on. So, no, I was kind of just going to try to riff on certain things, and it's funny. You guys are just talking about now about kind of where do we go, what the problem is currently, and I was sitting here, and that's kind of where when I messaged you, and I was just saying, you have to get me on. I can't handle this anymore. I gotta say something. I can't stay quiet forever. For me, and I'll always bring it back to German football, and you'll think about. Ironically, a club that we were touted to try to emulate in Bayern, and you think about Dortmund and the Schalkes of the world, and even smaller clubs, as well, Kaiserslautern and the like. The one thing they'll fall back on when they hit hard times is the culture of the club, the structure, what they're about, history, whatever have you. And the thing that we're doing right now is we're not doing that. We don't have that to fall back on. And I said this on the last podcast that I was on. Right now, we're very much a club in flux in all manners, right? So we don't have that thing that we can fall back on to point to to really use as the foundation of how, like, where do we go from here, right? Under Edu, under Arteta, even if they're very inexperienced, they could at least still tap into what the club is really about. And while they used to play for the club and they can maybe tap into their personal experiences, it's got to be bigger than that, right? So when you guys mentioned before, you were talking about levels of where we should be, you know, if it's top 4, top 6, what to you is the bare minimum acceptable standard, right? If you ask any Bayern fan what's acceptable, it's they win the league or they sack the manager. For Dortmund, if you don't finish in Champions League, you sack the manager. If Dortmund was sitting in 15th right now, I mean, they already sacked Lucien Favre, right? And they're still not even having that.
You're welcome.
No, you can't speak. You go back to napping.
Oh, Lord.
Go back to where you were at.
That's amazing.
But
Sorry, Ryan, did we disturb you?
yeah, right.
His streak cricket. But that's kind of the thing that I think about is those are the levels that you need to think about. But that's also ingrained in the club. That's why it exists there. For Bayern, it's you win, you dominate. You have to be the best club in the country. For Dortmund, you have to be in Champions League. For other clubs, I'm kind of like, this is why you don't want to see me on cam now for sure, because now you guys are like playing.
I'm only showing my beard because everybody else is, so I'm going to get left out.
You can't see my beard curls. Get out of here. But that's kind of what for me.
Meanwhile, Drew's over there with his glass of Riesling.
I do drink Riesling. It's true. How'd you know? So
come on, man! Like really, we've drank it. No, I'm kidding. Anyway,
but so for me, that's the one thing that really stands out to me right now. And for me, I think that's why the biggest mistake we made, and I think that's put us into the position where we're at, is we didn't get experienced heads to lead a younger manager, to lead him through the difficult period, because you see the types of personalities that Arteta has to manage right now, the Aubameyangs, Lacazettes, Granit Xhakas, David Luiz. It's his first full season in management. He's never dealt with big personalities as the manager. When you deal with it as a coach and when you deal with it as a manager, it's two very different things, two very different aspects of man and manager. And when you're a coach, the man and management isn't your primary job. It'll fall on the manager or the assistant manager. Coaches are there to do certain specific things in training. They're not there to keep morale and spirits up, right? They're tasked very specifically. And that for me is the biggest problem. So I think we have like 6 or 7 tiered issues that all compound in one big problem. And this is where I do have to look at KSE. And I'm not very quick to always blame ownership like a lot of the fan base are, but this is one thing that I absolutely have to blame them for. It's they didn't structure the structure correctly.
Yeah, Drew, I think you and I have had extensive talks about KSE and just the fact that I'll be honest, I think it's easy to point the blame for a lot of supporters at it's the American ownership. And you and I've had extensive talks on that, but we're in agreement there too. The structure wasn't structured properly.
Yeah, it's a big deal, and you can always throw back to American sports. Like I'm a big New York Rangers fan, obviously, and for years, immediately right after they won the Stanley, both of you go back to napping. We just had this conversation.
Did you just say when they won the Stanley Cup? 25 years?
Yeah,
ago?
I was very young when they won the Stanley Cup, but immediately after that, they were in the doldrums for 15 years because of poor management structure, because of poor decisions in player recruitment.
So you liked Pain.
Poor drafting. Rangers fan, Arsenal supporter, Dortmund supporter. It's difficult sometimes.
Man. At least I got the Patriots and Penguins to pull me through.
Oh, God. Anyway, I'm not going to.
Come on, man. Come on. You know where I'm at.
I don't have the strength right now. we just got rid of Trump. Give me time to recover. But so for me, I think the things that a lot of the fans have to understand is that we're where we're at because of a lot of poor decisions. And you can quickly blame Arteta, obviously, but I do think Arteta is over his head in a lot of ways, and it's not necessarily his fault, but there has to be a finite level of patience, right? You can say he did well to win the FA Cup, he did well to get us to that point last season, but there's this famous Daniel Farke quote that was talking about why clubs can do so well when they're newly promoted is because to survive your first year in the top flight, you make yourself tight at the back. You want to stop the flow of goals. You want to nick results, make it difficult. But then where do you go from there? How do you build your team out to expand, to add goals to your team, right? That's essentially what Mikel Arteta did with us as well. And now you're seeing that struggle. He's not sure how to find the goals, which is hilarious because if you look at the team that we have on paper, goals should be the least of our concerns. It really should be. And I think this is where you now come into criticism of him. It's when you have the players you have in this team, it might not be top 3, top 4, but it's top 6, top 7, top 8, at the absolute worst, right? Yeah. Gabriel has as many goals as Aubameyang this season. Just throwing that out there as an example. That's bad. That's bad listening.
Gabriel has more goals from open play than Aubameyang does.
Right, and Willian is the club's leader in assists right now in the league with 3, but 2 of those came on match day 1. Right. So there's all these issues when you can think about it. We're not creating chances. We're not scoring goals. That falls on the manager. It doesn't fall on. That's not Edu's directive. That's not Vinay's problem. That's not the player's fault. If the manager is not setting the team up to be successful to the best of their parts, that falls on the manager. And that's what gets managers sacked. And I don't want Arteta to get sacked. I'm not a quote-unquote Arteta out kind of guy. I want to give him time. But when you look at the fixtures we have coming up, if we go to Brighton on the 29th, off the back of more losses to Saints, Everton, and Chelsea, you can't say that his head's on a chopping block, and it should be on the chopping block because it's a results business, and because a club like Arsenal is too big to be this low and deem that acceptable. And that then falls on ownership. They have to understand that about the club. If you're the 3rd biggest club historically in England, while history doesn't grant you the right to be there, it still gives you it still gives you a springboard to say we are a big club. We should be where a big club belongs.
But you should be acting like that club.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Can I piggyback off of something too that he said?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so just really quick, that's something that I noticed too is that a team that's going through something a little bit similar to what we're going through, but not at such a great scale, is Man City. They're a great team and they're really an offensive team, but this season Pep has had to really kind of like dig deep and reinvent the team because they've been giving up a lot of goals and they've kind of been found out. So with him, bringing in a defender like Ruben Diaz and ultimately playing with 2 CDMs, it's hurt their ability to really score a lot of goals the way they had been doing in the past. And you can see that their players they're finding it hard to like do those overloads and really get those cutbacks and that kind of stuff that they were doing last season. And the difference between, Arteta and Pep is really just the experience. And so when I'm seeing Arteta struggling to find the balance between defense and offense, I feel for him because it's difficult when you don't have the right players. You can tell that City is probably missing a couple players to be able to play that way. And so are we, but we also have a lower caliber of players and a less good manager. So I do have like sympathy for him. And then also De Bruyne said something interesting when he said that when Man City are out of ideas, they usually will just start hitting the ball into the box, trying to make something happen. They're usually a really good passing team, but when they get found out and the team sits in a low block, they did it with us when we played them in the semifinal. They just started whipping balls in, and that looks so similar to what we're doing. So I don't think it's an uncommon problem for a team that's based on possession to have a hard time figuring out how to break teams down. But the issue is that we have a lower caliber player than Man City does, and we also have a less good manager than City does. So it's going to be a struggle. Like if Arteta doesn't get players in January, I really think he's going to struggle because the issues that we have are not going to be able to be unlocked by the youngsters that we have or the senior players that we have. We really need a different profile of player. And if they don't get it for him, I think he's going to be toast.
There are 2 decisions you can make, and then I'm going to be quiet because I know others want to speak, and I could probably speak for like an hour and a half on my own, and Tanner knows that. But when you're a manager, you have 2 decision tracks you can make. You can either force your ethos on the players and hope it sticks, or you have to say, I need to play in a way that's going to get the best out of the players that I have available to me. Arteta is not doing that. If you look at the players we have, Oba has never been a player that suits a possession-based, slow, methodical build-up style of football on any level in his entire career. Yeah,
Right.
that's the system we're persisting with. Lacazette, when he was at Lyon played a much more aggressive, direct style of football that really allowed him space. Pepe at Lille, same thing. These are players that never suited this brand of football. So while it's not Arteta's fault that these players aren't necessarily the ones that he wants, he has to play in a way that's going to maximize their effectiveness until he gets the players that he needs. And the difference with Pep is that Pep was at Man City, he was at Barca, he was at Bayern. Clubs that have the money to just chuck every summer and to give him the players rotationally every summer until he gets the players that he needs. We don't have that luxury.
They could buy the solution to the problem.
Correct. It's the New York
Yeah,
Yankees.
for
New York
sure.
Yankees buy the best players until it finally starts working for you, right? We're not that club, you know.
I mean, we have like a counterattacking side, really, in terms of the people that we have in the front. You know, Martinelli, Pepe, Aubameyang. These players are good. You know, in terms of being they're not really the ball progressors. They're not the types that you can pass the ball from, you know, the defense and transition into offense. They're definitely the last pass, you know, the person that you're going to pass to go in on goal. We don't have the ball progressor. But I'm not even sure that Arteta's trying to play that way. I think he wants to play a more possession base, but he needs to dead that. Possession is not a commodity in this league anymore. You have to progress the ball fast, and everybody's playing on transition. So if he's waiting to get a bunch of technical players so that he can pass the ball around in little triangles, I'm afraid for that. Like, literally, he just needs to get a couple of Thomas Parties in the middle, give them the ball, and let them kick it up to Aubameyang and let him run. Like,
and that's also why City are struggling, but why Liverpool are still in the mix, why Spurs are
exactly.
Those sides aren't built to constantly possess the ball. They're not built like Pep's Barca was. They're built to the more traditional Premier League sides, to the Arsenals of old. Even Manchester United back in the rivalry days, they were far more direct than, you know, maybe Pep City was in its pomp. So that's the Premier League's now circled back to that again, and you have to keep up with it. This is what happens.
Yeah, no more possession, none of that. We don't need to be sitting around doing triangles. We need to figure out a way to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible.
Yep. Stan, you look like you kind of wanted to jump in there.
I can't remember what I was going to say now.
I mean, if you forget, I'll go ahead.
I know what it was. It was I think it was Drew that kind of mentioned Martinelli, and I made a prediction about Martinelli a couple of weeks ago, and I stick by it. I just have this feeling that we as Arsenal fans, when we have a player that's out injured, and they're coming back, we always, because we're so shit at the moment, we always think that they're going to be our saviour. Sometimes it's players that we thought they were shit when they were playing before they got injured, but because they've been out of sight for so long, we're like, oh, he's going to come back and help us. But with Martinelli, I just have a feeling that with Martinelli, looking up from what I've seen with Mikel Arteta, I don't think he's going to get injected back into the Premier League squad straight away, not even on the bench.
Exactly.
He's the sort of player that I feel that he'll be used sparingly at first, cup games, whether it's Europa League or other cup games. But I'm so confident about Matt Martinelli. He's a sort of guy that in those little games that Mikel Arteta will play him in, he's going to do so well that he's going to force the issue. Martinelli is the sort of player that over time, it's going to be difficult to leave him out, because I think that he's got that much about him. I might be wrong. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Maybe it's because I love the lad so much, you know. But I really think that he's got something about him that he's one of those players that leave him out, fine. But every time you play him, he's just going to be knocking on that door and asking a question of why he's not being elevated into the bigger picture.
I think it's important to remember too with Martinelli that, I mean, he's coming off a significant injury, and I see a lot of this is more directed at the things that I see on Twitter than anybody here. Don't expect him to come in and be the savior. It's just not going to happen. He's good. Like Stan, you're spot on. He's going to come in. He's going to be used sparingly, and I think he'll look good. And I think you're absolutely right. In time, he's going to force the issue. He's going to give Arteta something he's going to give Arteta a difficult decision to make, I should say. But to think
that
Martinelli
is not an Arteta player, though. What do you guys think
Well,
about that?
I mean,
Neither would
there's-
Tim.
if he's not an Arteta player,
Yeah, I mean, Saliba, for all we know, could not be an Arteta player. Maybe that's.
I think that's what it is. Honest to God, I think Saliba. We talked about this before.
That's my biggest fear, is that Martinelli will come back, and because I didn't see him really playing him. I think I told Drew this, like, there was a time where everybody thinks he was just like locked down, then injury. There was a period of time between there where he wasn't even really making the squad. He wasn't getting any playing time. And if I view Arteta as the type of coach that it's like, if you're not my kind of player, bye. And my biggest fear is that Martinelli may not be his type of player.
Come in for a bit, a cover for Aubameyang. Was it Aubameyang injured or suspended?
Just when he got the red card.
And as soon as
Aubameyang
he dropped him and forgot about him.
Yeah, and then it was just Eddie. It was just Eddie and Nketiah. He was the main person, and Arteta, I guess, views Martinelli as a center forward, and Martinelli views himself as a wide player.
Yeah.
So, that could be an issue because, that was always an issue with Arsene as well. When he viewed you as something, that's what you were. So I'm not sure. It's something that gives me a little bit of anxiety because I only feel like we have Martinelli for a couple of years anyway. I do think he will outgrow us and end up going to Barcelona or Real Madrid anyway. But I would like to see him play for Arsenal. I don't want to see him be the type of player that just gets shoved into a corner and goes for free. So that's just something. I mean, it's all speculation. I mean, he can come in and Arteta may love him and all that kind of stuff, but it's definitely something I'm looking at because I would be really sad if he's not an Arteta player.
What if it's a mix? And I want to pose this to all you guys real fast, everybody, and then I'm just going to ask the question. And you guys mentioned it before, but I don't think you guys gave it enough credence. What happened is if he was dropped for Oba, if the player power is as such at the club where Arteta is essentially catering to the player power that he has to deal with. We've seen it before when Lacazette doesn't play, he literally sulks on the bench for 1 or 2 matches and he's right back into the team, even if the person that replaced him may not have been pulling up trees and playing brilliantly, but it was a decent enough performance, right? I genuinely think that he's trying to not lose the dressing room by forcing certain players in the team every week. And you kind of mentioned it about Willian with what's in his contract. I think it's happening with Oba. Oba's in no kind of form to be starting right now. And you could at least, or you could at the very least be giving more minutes to someone like Nketiah or Balogun. Even if they're not starting, give them 30 or 40 minutes here and there. Withdraw Oba. Sometimes you can't just play players into form, but I think it's not about playing them into form. I think it's catering because if he doesn't play them, they're all going to get just annoyed, and then you do have that player power in the dressing room, I think it's a real thing.
Drew, it's a double-edged sword, is it not? If you don't if you don't cater to the big players, you lose them. But by catering to the big players, you make yourself look weak in the minds of the younger players. And as I said before, I think you were here when I said this. I think that Arteta's biggest strength is his ability to coach up younger players, his ability to coach up those youth players coming up from the academy, the 20 to 23-year-olds. And so it's a bit of a catch-22. It's a double-edged sword, in my opinion.
Coach, but not managed. So again, those are two different things. Exactly. And this is why I think, say what you want about him, but you would kill for Arsene Wenger right now because he knew better than anybody how to manage big egos. When you manage people like Thierry Henry and Nicolas Bentner, who is probably the biggest prick of them all, and it wasn't because Bentner wasn't a good player when he was younger, but he was an absolute nightmare to manage. And he himself admitted it when he wrote his book, when he did his interview with Arse Bros. He was a nightmare to handle on a personal level. Henry was hard to deal with on a personal level, but you never found out about it. You never saw it.
Exactly.
Right.
Back to the question of names you never thought you'd spend a lot of time on this podcast. Nicolas Bentner. That's what we do.
You only have to look at that last game, right? In that last Europa League game, which is a dead rubber. It's a dead rubber. We're qualified. We're top.
And he's playing.
What I would have done there, for example, as a management call, is, as I mentioned earlier about Hector Bellerin, and I've been trying to support him this season, but I was so disappointed that not only did he have such a bad game in the last game, it was the North London derby, which he has the experience in. He's the guy that should be leading up to that game, talking to some of our newer arrivals from across the shore, and it's, geeing them up, telling them how important it is. What I would have done after that performance, I would have played Hector Bellerin in the dead rubber Europa League game. And then I would have dropped him for the Burnley game and played a Cedric in there.
Yeah, but that's
or someone else. That's what I would have done. But it just seems that you can have bad games and bad games, but you're still going to be put in for the bread and butter of the Premier League.
That's the whole point, right? Like, he doesn't back himself as a manager, and he backs himself as a coach. But now when the buck stops with him and he has to make that big decision, he's not got those balls to make those decisions and to be like, no, I'm going to play the youth. These guys are not. And there is a way to manage the team, right? He could tell them that, play this rubber, score a few goals, get your confidence back up. Let me give these guys a chance again. Or maybe he doesn't even need to explain. He's the manager of the club. He's not just the coach now. He's the manager. There's a vote of confidence. He stays. He should outlast everyone else. But he doesn't back himself to be doing the job. And that's the whole issue here, right? For 22 years, Wenger managed the club. He managed all sorts of players with cash crunch, with egos all over, but never was there such squad disharmony. Whenever was there such leakage, such disrespect, inherent disrespect for the manager that's come out right now. I'm not saying that it's correct, but this is the world that we live in. Like Drew said, Dortmund is fifth, or is fifth, right? And they sacked their manager right now. The difference between Emery and Arteta is that Emery had, in between his slump, because his slump started at the end of his first season, he had a transfer window and he just couldn't get over it. This is Arteta's first slump, but I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to get over it. So today, I'm hesitantly Arteta in, but we've got two massive games coming up on tomorrow and on the weekend. Maybe if we lose both of them, or we lose one of them and draw one of them, and we're miserable again, maybe by next week he won't be able to achieve that target of 9 points that I've set in 15 and 9 and 12 now, and maybe it'll be Arteta out for me. We need to look for a solution now, and he's going to. This is his first slump, but this will not be his last. But he's not given any evidence to prove that he can come out of the slump. That's the worrying part of this.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
So I'm gonna wake up from my nap real quick.
Wait, whoa! Who's that?
Yeah, because I thought Drew makes great points. I won't lie. It's a shame he supports the wrong German team, which is funny. Which I will say is funny. I podcasted with Drew one other time. I believe it was on.
And you were wearing a Stuttgart jersey too.
I was wearing the same exact jersey. That's what I was going to bring up. I was like, I think that the Stuttgart logo it's like a bad signal for Drew. I'm running to the goal. We scored 5-1, and it's just like
it was a bat signal for Drew.
Yeah, it's like a bat signal.
Yeah. Real quick on that note, remember your thought. I was at the grocery store grabbing my 6-pack of beer for tonight, and the car parked next to me where the key to unlock their trunk would be was a bat signal. It was fucking awesome. Anyway.
Okay. Anyway,
shut up. Shut up.
No, so I loved what you said when he talked about how these players are going to quit on him, or like when he brought Lacazette up and saying how he pisses and moans and he just kind of forces to play Lacazette, and with a lot of these players, and I completely agree, and it kind of just goes to I think Arteta's mindset, and what I say every week on this podcast and other podcasts, Arteta was not brought in to fix and start the project. Arteta is the project. And I think he knows that. Well, no, I know he knows that. So he says to himself, these guys have down tools. They don't want to play for me. That's fine. I'll let them bury themselves. And it goes back to what I said last week that I did so poorly explaining, and I understand that. But, he's just going to play these guys. He's going to let these guys bury themselves. These guys are going to slowly find their way out of the club. And I mean, yeah, I get it. It's Europa League. I get it. It's Dundalk. I get it. It's mold. But the night and day performances are there. I don't care about the competition. I don't care who we're playing. It's a completely different squad. It's completely different. It's completely different formation. It's completely different tactics. The way we play is night and day, regardless of who we're playing against. We attack the game completely different. And I just think he just wants these players to just bury themselves, and they're doing a really good job of doing it, and good for them. And do I think that Arteta could be doing a better job of this? Yeah, probably. He's making himself look a little bad, and he's not doing as good of a job as I would like him to do in getting rid of said players. But we'll just have to see. And I think that it's time. It just takes time. And like me and Tanner always talk about, the players have to agree to the new club. The new clubs have to agree with each other. Like it's a complicated process. And I do believe through time we're going to be getting rid of this dead wood, and I'm excited. I don't necessarily like someone like an ESR. I think he needs a loan. I think we need to see if he could handle a bunch of consistent games. I do not want to throw him into the Premier League, into the Wolves, and play him like everyone's harping on. He needs to be our new number 10. We need to see what he's about. We need to see if he can get his big boy pants on and can really handle not even a tough league, just a run of games. Because he's constantly injured.
But the loan has to be within the Premier League at this point, because he went to Huddersfield last year. All
of them.
Yeah.
They're always they should be. They you see how Chelsea is like, the people that are playing now, the Mounts and all them, they've been on loans. They should already have had 1 to 2 loans already. They're no good to us until they went out and applied their trade, and then we can actually look at them like right now as 19 and 20-year-olds. I think they should be on loan, and it's not fair to them be sitting around playing the Europa League group stage games. Like, the mismanagement of the youth, to me, is a huge
issue. I wanted to.
That's another podcast which I call dibs on, because it's just like
I agree. That's why I agree with Jess. Steve Bold needs to go.
Like, what is he doing over there?
Wait. See, I wanted to get in on this 2 hours ago, for crying out loud.
I can talk about the youth.
I really
all
did,
day
because
long.
I think the youth talk, the academy, legit. This has been incredibly mismanaged. I'm gonna go back as far as at least 10 years.
I was gonna say, I think it's our biggest mismanagement, but that also
my God. I mean, Drew, I like, tell me if I'm wrong here.
Okay, you're wrong.
Thank you. I love people that do what they're told. When the part of the academy is develop these guys so that they either get their start in the first team, in the senior team, or they get sold. Their job as academy players is twofold. It's either develop to the point where you're going to be brought into the senior team and you're going to make a difference, or you're going to be good enough to be sold for a when I say healthy profit, at the top end of whatever Europe values you at. And I think it's just been incredibly. We're at the point of watching Fuller and Balogun, who I think, if he ends up leaving this club, will be a bigger loss than Serge Gnabry.
All right. Now, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, I'll save that for a different podcast.
No,
I think Ryan and I are different. same wavelength.
I think you look at Fuller and Balogun right now, and I'm sorry, but this is what I see. I see a player that's going. I mean, Liverpool want him.
Oh my God!
Liverpool want him. They're the defending league champions. I mean, is anybody going to argue that they're the best team in the league right now, despite being tied on points with who I'm talking about? They're the class of they're just about the class of Europe right now, and they want him. They want him.
I read a funny tweet which said that the best way, the only way for Balogun to make it to the Arsenal team is move to Chelsea and get signed 15 years.
Yeah. Hang on, guys, hang on real quick. Let me bring Stan in. Stan, go ahead.
It's been 3 hours, man. I'm starving, so I'm seeing later. My missus has got a plate of pork chops and fries, and I've got to go eat them. So I've loved it tonight. I'm going to go eat my dinner. Thanks to everyone in the chat box. A big shout out to Drew and also to Jessica for joining us tonight. But I've got to go and eat, man. It's been 3 hours.
Hey, you're going to waste away to nothing if you
do after the game tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
You lot are gluttons for punishment.
We are. We are. Stan, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy dinner,
man.
brother. We'll talk soon, man.
So, go
ahead, Drew.
Just real fast.
We're gonna call Tanner crazy. That's what.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
So to me, when it comes to youth.
Wait, Drew, hold on.
Yeah.
Drew, Jess, costume change?
She's cold. Clearly, she's cold.
It's a sweatshirt, Tanner.
I was cold.
I don't know.
And I went to go get me a glass of wine because y'all are drinking. What about me?
I had like a youngster. I had chocolate milk, so whatever.
Who's drinking? Wait.
What was? Okay.
Wait, Drew, did you just say chocolate milk?
I had homemade chocolate milk. Don't front, you know.
Homemade. Oh,
yes.
I was hoping you would have said you.
And he didn't send us any. He's stingy.
That is right. That's all.
What you? You is? You don't know what you is?
I'll always talk some food, but Jess already knows.
Yo,
we
need to have like just a separate podcast about the youth and the mismanagement because that's one of our biggest issues.
Yeah.
Like, and it's such a separate topic.
Are you the
you know?
I think it's the biggest issue, and I'll tell you why. So two things. So the whole idea of a youth academy is twofold. It either supplies the first team with talent, or it gives you funding from sales. And this is what you see in so many other clubs on the continent. Even Liverpool are starting to do it as well, and they've brought a more continental mold to the team since Klopp came on board. And there's a reason for that, and that's also why he wants Balogun, by the way. But so for me, the issue is when you look at someone like, I don't know, say Balogun, for example, or Nketiah, you know, if they're not going to be playing in the first team by the time they're 19 years old or 20 years old, either you sell them or you loan them to see if they're a late bloomer. Maybe they're not going to hit their stride until they're 21 or 22. Sometimes that happens. And if it doesn't work, then you sell them. You know, you have so many prime examples of clubs that do youth production the right way historically, not just 1 year, you hear 1 year there for decades plus. You look at someone like Ajax, who constantly supply the best and brightest of Europe with talent. That's how it's done. They have massive players on their youth books. 90% of them will never play for Ajax. They're always sold for a profit, always. And they always come right through the academy. Sometimes they buy other players from other prominent academies, but they're producing their own players. And usually Ajax players will make their first team debut at 17 or 18 years old. At that point, you know if a player is ready. And that's why Jadon Sancho went to Dortmund and he immediately started getting minutes because he was actually ready to play. City just wasn't giving him that pathway to minutes, so he left to go get it. Gio Reyna at Dortmund's another example. He's 17 years old. He's already starting for Dortmund nearly every week now. He's become a key player as a teenager, and he's hit that level, and it's why they didn't loan him out, because he was prepared. We're not making these tough decisions with youth players. Another example is Wolves just sold Diogo Jota because Nuno Espirito Santo knew that he wanted to start using Pedro Neto now. So he had to sell a key player to use a bright young prospect that was never going to play if Diogo Jota was still there. So these are decisions we never make. And for me, it's been this way for, like I said, a decade, you know, and I never fought, and Tanner brought up Serge Gnabry. I'll never fault Gnabry for leaving, and I've told a lot of people this. No matter what happened with Arsenal, if you look at what people were saying about Gnabry in Germany when he was at Stuttgart before he came to Arsenal, was that he was going to have a big career. It was known in the country that he was going to be a big deal, which is why German clubs were so willing to bring him on board when it didn't go well for him here, because even when it wasn't going well for him here, he was still playing quite well for the under-19s, under-21s, in the Olympics with the under-23s. He was still shining. So then that was sort of almost set in stone. So for me, like Jess already said, this is like another 2-hour podcast, Tanner. So you're going to have to like tap that in. But
one thing that is happening though that I noticed is that they did go ahead and send like Matt Smith and Trey Coyle and those guys on a loan, and they're like, what, 18, 19 years old. So, I'm interested to see what's going to happen with that, because usually that's why I think Per had to go and kind of scrounge around for some players that were like free and let go from their clubs, was to fill those holes into the under 23s team. So I'm really interested to see like what happens with those players in the future, because that's what we should be doing. They went to like League One and League Two teams, which is good because they'll get playing time. But I'm interested to see, like, I don't want to see them back here. Like after this loan, they need to go to the championship. And then after that loan, they need to go to a better team. Like by the time they're 20, 21 years old, we will know whether they are going to make it or not. So if that's what they're going to do, because they've already messed up with Reece and them, they're done, but the ones coming up now, if that's what they're going to do, then that's good, because I'm looking at Per too, because they put him in this role. He's in charge of the entire like youth development or whatever. So he's just like Adu. I'm watching him too. So if Matt Smith and Trey Coyle and Zach Medley and them come back to Arsenal and they're not on another loan, you're messing up. Just leave them out on loan until they're like 20, 21 years old, and let's see, because the youth development here, we used to have such a good academy, and I still think we have decent talent coming through, but we have to say that the talent is it's definitely not as good. I do think Chelsea is getting the best talent, and they're able to the structure is so good that they just throw them all out on loan, pick off the ones that they really want. And the amount of players that they have out on loan now in the Premier League and in the Championship and just around Europe in general, it's really amazing. Like Arsenal, copy and paste. Like when you see somebody do something good, copy and paste. Copy and paste.
Chelsea for a while had a good youth setup. In fact, in the Premier League 2 division and the FA Youth Cup, they always end up winning. They win like 6 out of 8 or something like that, right? So a friend of mine who's a Chelsea fan and I were talking, and you could make a very, very decent squad of ex-Chelsea players who play within the Premier League. And so their issue was that they always wanted to buy like City, and they wanted to have the best players, which is why youth was never getting a chance. But for a club like Arsenal, who's not always going to be, we're not out with the begging bowl as Stan says, but we're not going to spend 100 million on one player and just try to build a team by throwing money. There needs to be a balance. But right now, another fault of Arteta, right, is that if our kids are playing so well in the Europa League and they're not going to get a chance now when our main team is not doing not doing well, they're going to lose confidence in Arteta himself, because they'll know that there's no chance. If they don't get a chance now when we're 15th, do you think that they're going to get a chance when we're possibly in a top 4 race?
Unless we get some injuries, those boys are not playing anymore. We're out of the group stages of the Europa League now. We're going to play Benfica. From here on out, in almost every single competition that we're in, I think we're going to see the usual suspects. They're done. They had 6 games to play this season. They're done now. So they have to be here for squad depth.
That's a point I've been trying to make that point for the better part of a month, that the guys who played in the Europa League and the group stage, everybody's like, oh, well, they'll go on and they'll play in the knockout. No, they're not going to play in the knockout rounds. No, Arteta is right as of right now. I fully believe that Arteta is going to play the usual suspects as the games get more important. So,
apart from the Christmas period where you said there'll be rotation over the next 5 or 6 matches.
Well,
when you break through that plane.
Right now he'll rotate out of necessity.
Correct.
But when we hit February and it's back to two matches a week, Thursdays and Sundays, it's going to be the usual suspects at that point. With the occasional exception of a player or two here and there, where he's okay. This guy I think needs a break, and he's
going to be worse when we get knocked out by Benfica. It's just every weekend. Then he's absolutely going to be playing the strongest 11 possible every
and I don't know if there's a hint of sarcasm there or not, but there better not be, because Benfica are a good side and they could very easily knock us out.
Couldn't have drawn a harder. We got
it might not be close.
I don't see it. I mean, I hate to be this person, but I don't see it. And I always remember the first game where I thought Arteta is suspect to me, he is on fraud watch, was the Olympiacos game at home when we lost, because I felt like his substitutions were wrong. He didn't sub quick enough. He had Socrates, Mustafi, David Luiz, and Xhaka playing in the back. It was just and he couldn't get them over the line. They look like this all the time under Arteta. And I wish I could be in a press conference to be like, why does your team look so stiff? Why do they look so scared? They look literally so afraid to make mistakes. In that game against Olympiacos, we had already gotten the away goal, and they were playing like a team that was like, okay, if we could get to 0-0, maybe in the 80th minute, we'll go for it. They didn't think that they could beat us. They didn't start actually playing us until they realized this team ain't shit. Okay, they're not anything. They're scared too. I remember the fans screamed at Granit Xhaka at almost the halfway line to shoot, and he shot the ball. And I was just like, what is Arteta doing down there?
Oh my God.
What is he saying to that?
I could go off on a tangent for 20 minutes with that. And Drew, you're a hockey fan, so you'll back my play on this. It's like when you're on the power play and the fans just, shoot!
Yeah, because they're cycling at the blue line for a minute 45.
Right,
and then all of a sudden,
and then all of a sudden, somebody from your own right thought they hear shoot, and like, oh sure, yeah. Who are you?
I have real anxiety about I'm traumatized from that game, because I never would have thought after beating them away that we would have been out in the round of 32.
Yeah,
and we were supposed to be favorites to win that. And I remember because it took until we went into extra time for him to bring Martinelli on. Martinelli comes right on. Ozil crosses the ball, it flicks off of Martinelli's head, and then Aubameyang does an overhead kick. We celebrate like it's the end of the game. We have about a minute left, and David Luiz and Leno do some tomfoolery in the back. Leno didn't kick it into the stands, and then
Jess, we're off the air at this point. You don't have to Did you really just say tomfoolery?
Oh, that's my favorite word. I always say tomfoolery.
All right, Drew, I might need to rethink this.
Come on.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
I don't know about tomfoolery.
Shenanigans.
You don't say hobgobbery either. I say hobgobbery all the time.
Haberdashery.
I might have to adopt that one too.
Hobgobbery is decent. You got to say a little monocle, top hat.
I say all of that to say that going into the Europa League, I don't have very much faith. I know that we're good at knockout, but this is different. To me, this is different. European competition is difficult, and the team looks like they have a lot of anxiety. They don't really seem like they can, express themselves. So to be able to beat Benfica, I think it's going to be difficult. Arteta, he failed me last time.
By the time we play Benfica, which is next year, who knows if Arteta is here? Who knows if Arteta is here in 2 weeks' time? Really, if he loses the next two, he's going to be under tremendous pressure, and we're playing Chelsea after that. So and Man City in between in the quarterfinals. So he's got tough.
We have to remember that too. So Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I got you guys. I'm good.
No. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, we're at 3.5 hours. All right, Rowan and Ryan, I know you guys got to get out of here. So, Drew, I know you're on my time. Jess, you're 3 hours behind me. Do you guys want to? We're at 100 live viewers right now. If you guys want to hang, we'll hang. We'll keep talking. Like I said, it's pretty much behind the scenes stuff right now. Rowan and Ryan, go ahead, say your goodbyes and dip out if you need to. So
yeah,
it's been
It was fun. I love
it's been an interesting show.
You're
sure.
more quiet than I'm used to, Ryan.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, as much as I love Drew, and I think he's one of the smartest podcasters out there. You made me happier than normal just because I know you're a Dortmund fan, and I got to proudly be happy for a team that I support. Yeah, 5-1. Dude, we should take some players from Stuttgart. Anyways. Yeah, so it's been great.
One of them is on loan from us right now, so we should take him back.
Mavropanos? No.
He's not good. Dude, he's not good.
I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised that he didn't get hurt.
He's been quite good. Matarazzo has said he's actually.
We'll make money off him. He's not gonna play for Arsenal.
He won't, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Are we upset about that?
He's the reason why Union Berlin scored their first goal. He fucking stupid slide tackle in the middle of the field. Anyways, I can't. I gotta get out of here. Shout out to my sister Jess. It's her birthday. It's past midnight. So
me.
Happy birthday, Jess.
Not me.
Not you. My sister. My sister Jess. I love you.
Wait, whoa. Like,
it could have been me.
Like your blood sister?
My sister. Yes, my blood sister.
Why would you not say that up front?
Happy birthday.
Because it wasn't her birthday when
because it's just
yeah.
now.
Good point. So we've gone long enough, Jess, that we can now wish you a happy birthday live. Happy birthday, Jess.
And just shout out to all my Arse Bros. Shout out to Manny, who I hope can make me the most delicious jerk chicken in our kitchen with Max. Please check out the Arse Bros. It's so much fun. I'm so excited for what we have. A few new shows in the works. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting, and I'm excited to podcast. I miss those guys. I haven't podcasted with them in too long. Check out Manny and Max, or Max and Toby and the Arse Bros OG. They don't moan and rant as much. A little more intelligence there with a few shit stories from Max, but whatever. Yeah, definitely check out Arse Bros and check out Manny's Arse Extreme and Scunny's show on Fridays. He previews all the shows. I'm probably going to be on Friday. Barring work, I should be on Scunny. You just ruined it. I'm gonna be on Scunny. Yeah, so check it out on Fridays. I think we're gonna be going live at like 2:30 my time, so like 8:30 UK time. No, 3:30 my time, 8:30 UK time. See you guys.
You got
later.
it backwards. Oh no, you're right. Add 5 hours. Add 5 hours. I'm all right. Yeah, you're good. All right, man. Hey, thanks, man. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, guys.
Later. Rowan, you got a dip as well. I can't imagine your schedule, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
You're the one dude that like you always hang the latest, and meanwhile I'm over here like I can't believe this dude like doesn't just dip after 15 minutes.
No. So I enjoyed this one. You know, we've got so many other people in our family now. You know, coming together and giving their view, and absolutely loved all of the perspectives from Jess and from Drew. You know, so it was amazing, and you know, I'm looking forward to the game as much as you know. This is the thing, right? Like are we anything apart from like being drug addicts? Like Arsenal is a drug, right? Like we know that it's bad for us, but we tune in every week. Yeah, like that's how it is, right? I'm checking the clock and I'm like, in 12 hours we watch it again. And what do we watch?
We do it again.
Like, Ward Prowse like putting the ball in from like 30 yards, right? Like that's what's going to happen. So, but I'm excited about that. Like we said, when we go onto the field, I want Arsenal to win all the time. But now I have no confidence. So in the next 2 games, you know, I may have made my decision. So next Tuesday when we meet here, you know, I may be firmly Arteta out and Arteta isn't the right guy. But I surely hope that he turns it around, because I don't want that revolving door. You know, I want this to be a stable club. I want it to be a fairy tale where we do have a young manager who's able to mold his philosophy into it, but he's not given me anything to believe that, and he's not doing himself any favors by being stubborn. But that's basically how it is. And being stubborn, as we've seen, be it Arteta or be it Wenger, can be your biggest downfall, right?
Yeah.
So that's what it is. But yeah, we'll catch up again. We'll catch up during the week on Twitter, and we'll catch up again on Tuesday. So take care, guys.
Thanks, Rohan. We'll talk soon, man.
Bye.
All right, guys. So still 90 people watching live. Drew, how are you still awake right now? You're on my time, man. So
this is normal, unfortunately. So,
yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, I usually do a lot of work at night if I can't sleep. So
yeah,
I'm actually dodging work right now.
Fair.
You're welcome, Tanner. No, just kidding.
to boost the numbers a little bit. I had to bring you two on to boost the numbers a little bit. No, it's been fun. I really appreciate you guys coming on.
Yeah.
Obviously, for those who are still watching, whether you be watching live or if you're watching on the replay, big things coming on my channel, which is the Bearded Gooner. I know a lot of people are watching this on the same old Arsenal channel. I'm going to shout out my own channel. So if you just search Bearded Gooner on YouTube, you'll find my channel. And like I said, hopefully big things coming. Jess is going to be hosting her own show, which is called She Knows Arsenal. So once again, Jess, go ahead and plug your show. The format, just talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, so basically the show is a female-led discussion about Arsenal, and it's a free-flowing conversation. I'm going to have different guests. I'll have some guys on there, but for the most part, I'm going to be getting female guests to come on and talk about Arsenal and like just everything that goes on with the club. Like, it's not always going to be like a review about the game. Like, we will do general discussions about squad building and the youth and, just about everyday life in Arsenal, because we all know that there's something going on every single day. So that's basically what it's going to be. But my biggest thing is that I want to get more women out kind of like talking about football and talking about Arsenal, because it's difficult out there. I mean, I'm a pretty upfront and bold person, but I know some women kind of shy away from the conversation because maybe they feel like it's such a male dominated space. So to give some women a platform to just kind of talk about the team they love is kind of what I'm trying to do. So that's what it's going to be. So it should be fun.
There's so many people I have to put you in touch with for that.
It's
a ton. So I'll just message you both after that, and I'll tell you the names. But
yeah, for sure, I'm down. Oh, and we're also going to try to have like women from other teams, like when we do like when we play Chelsea, when we play Spurs, when we play those type of the kind of traditional big six, I'll try to have women fans from those other teams come on, and hopefully we'll be able to do a big six show. That's what I'm kind of aiming for, to have 6 women from every single big six team, and like we're just going to have a big conversation about where we are. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be embarrassing for me, and I'm going to be the banter FC, but I'm here to take it.
Hey, own it.
I'm going to own it.
Just own it. And it's awesome. I am on a personal note, and you and I we met just a hair over a week ago.
Yeah.
And that's as long as you and I have been chatting. It was an idea that I had for my channel some months ago. I wanted to get an all female or a mostly female perspective, because first of all, the women's game is huge. But you're right. It is. Everybody thinks that it's such a male dominated area. I don't want to say sport. It's just a male dominated area. And I want people to know that it's not, and just, it's just, I want everybody to understand that the game is bigger than just the male game,
Yeah, for sure.
And that's, so, and that it's not just the men that can talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in WhatsApp groups full of, men. And I mean,
most
I get in there and I say my piece.
and most of the rational and intelligent comments or tweets that I see when I'm on Twitter, and that's the most interactive that I am in terms of this. The men go off the deep end, and Drew, back me up on this if I or dispute me if I'm wrong. The men are just overreactive. The women are like, hey, settle down. Like here's like this is kind of what's really going on, and you're a little too overreactive to things, and so I am. Go ahead.
I'd probably agree with you about that. That's all I was going to say. I feel like, I mean, and you know this about me, I have a very small, finite amount of patience for nonsense. It's very minute. And I've never been annoyed by something I've read from like a female Arsenal supporter, unless they kind of fall in line with like, the AFTV crowd, if you will, for lack of a better term.
And and you know what's funny about that is that I don't know that I've ever seen a woman honest to God, like fall in line with that crowd. I mean, there's Pippa Monique who she's part of AFTV, but like I've watched Pippa and
even she comes off as like quite sensible.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Very sensible.
Both of the girls on there seem like they have their heads.
This is going to drive me nuts because off the top of my head, for the life of me, I can't remember what she goes by on Twitter. She's a Chelsea fan. I can't. This is going to drive me nuts. But I follow her on Twitter. Who is it?
Anita? No, Anita.
No, Anita doesn't sound right.
Okay.
It's going to drive me nuts. But I follow a female Chelsea supporter on Twitter, and she has a show, and I've watched her show here and there. And
Sophie Rose.
Nah, that's definitely not it. It's like it would be like Anita, like a one word kind of thing. This is dark. Fuck.
Really quick though, while you think of that, I'm seeing people in the comments saying we're not a part of the Big Six, and I just kind of want to get in on that really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, until Leicester wins more than one title in like the last whatever years, we're still a part of the traditional Big Six. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, we've only been outside of the top six for one season, because this season is not over. The season prior to that, we came in the top five. So we are a part of the traditional Big Six. Just because we fell out there's teams that jump in and out of the top six. That doesn't mean that they're in it now. We're in a bad spell, but we are a part of the traditional Big Six, right? We still are the traditional Big Six. We may not be in the top six right now, but we are. So let's just dead that whole conversation about we're not a Big Six club. We are. We've historically been in it, and this is the second year that it looks like we're not going to be in the top six. So, but it's not history. I'm seeing people say like, stop with the history crap. We're not a top club. We're not the best club. We're not a title winning club, but we've only been outside of the top six for one season. So I'm having a hard time trying to understand why we're not a top six club anymore.
Well, I think it's a mentality to it. And I'm not necessarily defending it, but
we've come in the top six all but one season. That's what I'm not understanding. It's been one season.
Well, the top six is also, it's a bit subjective or objective, I should say, not subjective. Simply because when you look at the quote unquote traditional top six, they're not always there. There are, fluctuations and differentials with the top six. So I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I agree with you 110%, to be quite honest with you. I can't stand we're not a top six club anymore. First of all, settle down. We're a top six club until someone comes and takes that away from us. Give it, it's been a year. So, I think, Drew, you and I have talked enough about this. I pretty much think I know where you stand on things, especially as a hockey fan. And God damn, of all teams, Fucking Rangers. Jesus Christ.
Look, man, I'm from New York.
You know, there are two teams that would be worse.
Devils fan? Get out of here.
That's one of them. That's the other, and you know who the other one is.
The funny thing is, this is a
funny
franchise.
thing is,
to be honest,
I'm a Penguins fan. You're a Rangers fan, and we probably hate the two same franchises the most.
I can't stand the Islanders, and I can't stand the Flyers. Both of them need to be
okay.
liquidated.
So we disagree on one. We disagree on one.
Can't stand it. But what am I supposed to be agreeing with you on?
The one that we agree on?
No. About you said you and I have spoken a lot about it.
About being an American sports fan. So we can look at okay, we're in a bad place right now. We're 15th. And if this were an American sports franchise, we'd be like, okay, we suck, but all right, so suck till the end of the year and we'll get a top draft pick.
Right.
So I actually said to the guys before we came on the air, and I was trying to draw a comparison, and the comparison will be lost on a lot of people. Again, I get it. Not a lot of Americans watch this show, even though it's supposed to be an American-based show. But like I said to the guys off the air, and you'll hate me for this, I know you will, but I wish we were more. Why can't we be like the Penguins or the Patriots? And the reason that I say that is when you look at those two franchises, and I'm a little biased, I won't deny that. But when you look at those two franchises, you look at them and you say, okay, they've had really good players. Patriots have had, in my opinion, the best football player of all time in Tom Brady. The Penguins have had two of the top 15 players of all time in Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. But why can't Arsenal be more like those clubs in terms of find those that one, those two, those maybe a third world-class players and build around them?
Mm-hmm.
And I get that they're different sports. There's no draft. But when somebody says to me, oh, the Patriots, they what about first-round picks? Well, they've traded all those picks. The Penguins, the same thing. They've always traded their first-round picks. So they're not even drafting at the top of the draft to be able to kind of replenish with young talent what they lose. Arsenal we're shitting the bed in every aspect. We really are. If I miss you guys for a minute, my AirPods are dying. So,
no, I heard you. We're in the bed.
Like that's the thing with the academy. Like that, the academy is where that's the draft. As in terms of American sports, the academy, that's the draft. That's where you really kind of have to get it right, because if you don't, you're going to be stuck for a while. So, you look at the Patriots, a team in a salary cap league where you can't just spend willy-nilly.
Yeah.
20 years of pretty much going into the season being the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
9 straight years. That team came within one game, either played in the Super Bowl or came within one game of playing in it. The Penguins, there were the first round exits, and they were pretty bad. But all in all, you'd look at that club and you'd say, going into the beginning of the year, yeah, they're a favorite to win the whole thing. And in a league riddled with parity, the NHL, the Penguins did something that hadn't been done in 20 years, which is win the cup back to back. So when I look at Arsenal, I think to myself, why aren't you integrating the youth, which is the draft? You have to integrate the youth more.
Well, I think the issue is simple. The Patriots and the Penguins, because those are your examples. And as much as I loathe both, they're very good examples because of how well they're run. And that's why I always kind of refer to the Bayern example. Bayern is the best run club in the world, and that's not my German bias. They're better run than Real Madrid, they're better run than Barcelona, they're better run than Juve. They've got their structure nailed down. They know what they're about. They know what the base level requirements are. They know how to target certain personnel, certain players. They always have things fleshed out well in advance, and a lot of their chief heads are real dicks, like, to be completely blunt about it, but that's on a personal level. From a sporting level, they know what they're doing. They always make the right decisions, 98% of the time. That, to me, is why the Patriots and the Penguins are so well run. And again, like I said before, that's for me why Arsenal can't achieve that right now. We're not being well run, and it's not just KSC's fault, although it is also KSC's fault because they're hiring these people that are making poor decisions. So everything is cyclical with the club right now. The decisions aren't being made, and you can't really blame, obviously, ownership for how money is being spent, because Stan's not the one doing the transfer deals, right? But Stan is the one, and Josh is the one putting people in positions of power to make those deals, and there's not enough scrutiny about if these deals have come off well or not. So that, again, it all circles back. So
until they get the structure right,
correct.
To me, there's nothing you can really do. I mean, the youth there has to be a plan for the youth. You can tell that for the most part, we're flying by the seat of our pants. Like, they can tell me they have a plan all they want, but ultimately, like, what I'm seeing play out in front of me is a lack of planning. It's like the Balogun situation in itself just shows me that they had no intention of really figuring out a way for this kid to get into our first team until they thought he was going to leave. And to me, it's like you have Eddie Nketiah, and then you have Balogun, and then you have Lacazette. There's too many people blocking his path, and he's not dumb. This is a kid that clearly believes in himself. He thinks he's good enough to start playing first team football. He's looking at Eddie Nketiah. He's looking at Lacazette, and he's thinking, okay, well, yeah, you're telling me that they're ahead of me, but are they really ahead of me? You know what I mean? So for Arteta to be so naive and the club to think that it's, to give him 40 minutes altogether in the Europa League, and to think that he's going to sign his life away to Arsenal, a team that's a big club in decline, to me was just poor planning. You knew this kid was in your academy. Why did it take so long for you guys to recognize that his deal was coming, to an end? And I think ultimately that's one of the reasons why Hasfami got fired, was because he's the contract person. He's the one that's supposed to be trying to get these people back onto new contracts. But this is somebody who's been at the club long enough, and I think it was Raul who said nobody's going to go into the last 2 years of their contract without getting re-signed or whatever. And we're still letting people go out for free, so lack of planning, no true vision. Like, they're just flying by the seat of their pants. Like, I really don't think that there's a plan. And even if there is one there, it's not working. They have to figure out a way to stop, pump the brakes, get a grip on the club, and try to move forward. But maybe things are just moving too quickly for them to really implement a plan that could really work. But I still see people falling through the cracks. Like, people are still falling through the cracks.
That's a fair point. And the other issue I kind of want to say is the thing that American sports has is there's a finite level. Like, once you're in the NHL or the NBA or the NFL, that's it. There's no other alternative. So once you're in the Premier League, there's always another alternative. You can go to Spain, you can go to Germany, you can go to France, you can go wherever you need to.
Yeah, that's true. That's a real good point.
It's easier to keep your best talent if you're the Penguins, because even if the Penguins have a down year, say they finish 6th in the East, they only make the first round of the playoffs. They don't make the Stanley Cup that year. They don't make the Eastern Conference Finals, whatever it might be. Crosby and Malkin are going to know that next year their chances of still making the playoffs and still making the Cup Finals are still greater than them not making the playoffs at all. Right. It's easier to remain in a team when you know that there's no better option in terms of where am I going to go. It doesn't work that way in football. You know what I mean? So holding on to your best players, even at the top level, is still very hard to hold on to your best players unless you're the top level, unless you are Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern, Juventus, that are at the top level, where it's not going to get any better. Where if you're starting for those clubs year in, year out for a decade, you have it. This is the pinnacle of your career, right? So where else are you going to go? Unless you're at that level. Arsenal's not at that level anymore. We used to be. We're not that level anymore. And in fact, even when we were at that level, we still lost players to Barcelona. So that tells you where our level actually really is in the overall game of things. Yeah. We're not the elite. We're a shade under it. So it's going to be hard to sit there and say, you find the 2, 3, 4, 5 players you want to build out as your core and keep them here for Tom Brady levels of years, or Evgeny Malkin, Alexander Ovechkin, Derek Jeter, like those kind of American names, American sport names that people might recognize. It's not that easy with football, so. And that's why you have that rotating door, and that's why the academy has to be the rotating door, because as we've brought up before, Stan knows he's never going to be a Roman Abramovich. We're never going to get 300 million pounds to spend this summer. It's not happening. I don't care what our debt ceiling looks like. It's not happening. He's not going to do it. I can tell you as an American, he's not going to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why the academy has to be so well structured. This club has to be run more of a continental model, unlike a Premier League model. And that's why Liverpool has been successful, because they've taken American ownership, but the American owners have put people in positions who know what they're doing, and they've relied on them and said, well, they've done their due diligence on doing the research, like Jess said. They didn't just go by hearsay. Oh, Raul's available. Raul worked for Barca. He worked for Nike. That's great. Let's put him in. But anyone who could have done 5 minutes of research would tell you that Raul's specialty was finance, not football. That's how he got his. That's how he made his name at Nike, because he was on the financial end at Nike.
Yeah.
It wasn't about football ownership. It wasn't about structuring clubs. It wasn't about worrying about how to build a team, these kind of things. So that's where Liverpool got it right. And FSG is very similar to KSC, and you guys will know that. But where FSG has succeeded is they've made the right decisions in personnel about how to run Liverpool in their stead. KSC has failed in terms of who they're putting in positions and power in their positions instead. And that's been the issue the entire time. So until they get that right, we're going to be where we are. And then the unfortunate reality is, it could get worse before it gets better. And that's why I use the Schalke analogy. Is Schalke has been poorly run forever, and they're a massive club in Germany.
Yeah.
But they've had very similar poor decisions in positions of power that we're seeing now in a club that's on a bigger scale globally. So we're getting more attention about it. But the eerily similarities are there, and that's kind of my concern. So
Yeah.
I agree that the youth setup has to be the focal point now, and I think you pad the youth setup with those 2, 3, or 4 key players, but you have to utilize younger players. But there's no point in utilizing younger players if their pathways aren't fully set and are not actually being developed. Because let's be clear, in my opinion, if you chuck the kids in now, we're not going to be any better in the league right now, because I think our fan base is massively overrating how good our young players actually are.
Oh, there's no doubt
too.
about that.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not that I don't think it's not that I don't think some of them aren't good. I do think that Bukayo Saka has a brilliant future. I think Martinelli, when he's fully fit, has a brilliant future. But people like Reece Nelson, listen, I've seen Reece Nelson at Hoffenheim, and he's not as good as his fan base thinks. Eddie Nketiah, I don't think he's as good as his fan. I think Balogun will have a brighter future than Eddie Nketiah, just as an example.
Of course, yeah. Yep. But also, even if they're not going to make it into Arsenal, Arsenal is a huge club, and honestly, we should have high standards. A lot of our younger players that have actually broken into the first team were really, really good. So my thing is not so much about we need to create paths for everybody to get into the first team. My thing is we need to map out paths for them to be useful to us in some way.
Yeah. And I said it before, and Drew, you echoed my sentiment. In the academy, you have one of two. Your job is twofold. Well, it's one of two jobs. It's either you benefit the club on the pitch, or you benefit the club in the books.
Correct.
Financially.
What is Willick's path? That's what I really want to know. What is Willick's path? I get irritated watching him come in for little cameo roles, playing right back, playing double pivot, playing in a 10 role, playing false 9, because I just feel like we're just kind of using him, but we're not getting any value out of him because he's not even playing in a position or playing enough minutes where I feel like if we were we want to go ahead and sell this person, nobody's going to buy Willick. What is Willick's path? I don't care if he's not going to make it into the first team. I don't think he is, but I would like to see us make money off of some of these kids. And what I'm seeing a lot of is running their deals down. That's all I see.
And that's where, and so I'm gonna use Liverpool as an example. But you look at a kid like Curtis Jones. Curtis Jones has been thrown into the mix because of injury, but there's a kid right there who Liverpool have high hopes for, And maybe he's getting his shot earlier than Klopp would have liked, but he's getting played. He's being, I shouldn't say getting played. That sounds bad. He's being played in important situations. And this club just seems like, nope, we just want to go. Our youth, we're going to develop them. The youth exist because they have to. And when we're going to sell them when we need to, and we don't really care. We're just going to go. We're a club that, to me, that seems like their mentality is we'll go buy the players that we need as long as those players don't cost a lot of money. And it's like, so the cheap element comes into play, but we want to solve the problems with money. Well, if you're not going to spend money, you can't solve the problem with money. So I hope what I'm saying makes sense, but like I really hate to use Liverpool as the example, but
yeah, but the fact is that you use good examples as examples.
But Klopp has done it right. You look at their youth program and the way that he's used them, the way that they've bought players, the way they've sold players, which is probably the most important thing, is the way they've sold players.
Yeah,
and
they've made a mountain of money out of people like Jordan Ibe and Dominic Solanke who got
and those are players, Drew. Those are players that nobody will even talk about.
No.
Everybody will talk about Coutinho and who else did they sell for?
Suarez.
Suarez. Yeah. Those two sales right there netted them £200 million. £200
million, just about. And
just about,
again,
yeah.
This is the thing. You're talking about a man who came from two footballing institutions. He started. People that don't know, Klopp was at Mainz before he went to Dortmund, and Mainz has a fabulous youth setup. Their youth setup is excellent. So he knows how to develop young players. He's been doing it for a decade plus. So he knows what to look for. So that's why we should be concerned if Liverpool actually wants Balogun, because he'll see something in Balogun that he'll want to develop. So that to me tells you, that Balogun has something about him. But the reason why Liverpool are so good about bringing in through the Curtis Joneses of the world, why he put faith in Trent, why they saw something in Robertson, even though people forget Robertson got relegated with Hull, and now he's the starting.
Yeah.
Liverpool.
Yep.
I get excited. I get excited when we're linked with anybody that's linked with Liverpool. I get excited. I'm like, we're on the right track.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing.
Yep. and boy, I'll tell you, the funny thing is, at least for me anyway, like Ryan hates Manchester United.
Me too.
For me,
my core.
Liver, it's the scum, and then it's Liverpool for me.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
How?
Yep.
Really?
I don't know.
It has to be Manchester United.
When
they crumble, I laugh.
Chelsea below them as well. You got Chelsea below them.
Yeah, and to me, it's Manchester United, Spurs.
You know what's funny? I always see this thing on Twitter or Instagram. It says it's something like, and it's weird to me because I feel like it's backwards, but it's something along the lines of, and I'm just paraphrasing here, but it says, I hate the scum because I'm from North London. I hate Chelsea because I'm human. I feel like it should be the other way around.
I don't know.
I don't know. Liverpool.
Like I say,
here's the thing.
You're talking about youth in the academy, and by the way, my pork chops was succulent.
Either they were so good, I have to go back online and talk about it, or they were so bad. So I'm hoping they were so good. So good.
But listening to what you're saying about the academy, and I was listening to you while I was off having my dinner and when I went out for a quick walk. When is the last time we bought for a defender of any kind, whether it's a centre-back or a full-back, through the academy? We seem to have an abundance of attacking players and midfielders, but defenders.
I mean,
don't get me wrong. I've heard of names, Ballard and Zach Medley, but I'm not one that watches the under-23s. I'm not going to say that I do, but I remember when we bought that young lad. What was his name? Cohen Bramble or something.
Oh yeah, Cohen Bramble.
You know, he got
Bramble.
Mr. Magoo. He had to wear like bifocals to see, and it was like, you know, what is happening with bringing through defenders from our academy?
I would say that the last time we brought a defender through who really hit a high level, was actually Cole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, because we didn't even really. I mean, Gail Clichy was developed elsewhere, and we only kind of put the final accent point on Clichy. But
You're not going to really put Kieran Gibbs in there, are you? Kieran Gibbs.
No, I'm not putting Kieran Gibbs.
Oh, Kieran Gibbs. Come on.
I said a certain level.
We've got someone like Per Mertesacker and Steve Bold who are in and around the young side of our up and comers, and we just don't seem to be putting through any defenders whatsoever. There's no defenders hanging around training with the first team. I don't hear about it. That needs to be addressed.
Do you know what it is though? But for what it's worth, a lot of clubs, it's very rare that clubs can produce players in every position. A lot of clubs still will buy because they can't produce in a certain position. Some clubs will be able to produce maybe 80%, but there's that 20%. Like a lot of clubs can't produce goalkeepers to the life of them, so they just buy them. Do you know? And that's like, if you look at Bayern, the last time Bayern brought through an actual keeper, like, you know, Ben Monora came from Schalke, you know, as an example that people forget. And he's been, you know, one of the greatest keepers in that club's history, and they didn't produce him. You know, if memory serves, Oliver Kahn didn't come from Bayern either. So that's the thing. It's very much like, I'm just double checking just to make sure I don't speak out of turn. Hang on. And my internet now has gone.
So is a player like a Zach Medley or the other guy, was it Ballard, who looks, you know, as tall as Peter Crouch? Are they that bad then? I mean, I'm asking. I don't know if any of you guys, you know, Drew or Jessica, watch under 23 games. I don't.
Honestly, when I've seen Zach Medley play, he doesn't strike me as somebody that looks like he can make it. Like when I look at it, everybody looks for different things in defenders. And to me, if you're not aggressive, like that's why I really like Gabriel, because he's really aggressive, and he, you know, Zach Medley seems a little, even though he's tall, he doesn't necessarily get his, you know,
he's too slow. Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
So defenders, number one, and I've said this before, Stan, I think you'll back me on this. Defenders, center backs especially, are players who will come into their own more in their mid to late 20s. They are always going to be late bloomers. Only because it's being a defender is a more structured position. As an attacker, you're creative. You as an attacker, you want to float. You want to just get into space. You know that. So you just kind of create chaos, you know, to a degree. But as a defender, there's structure there, and where there's structure, it's harder to develop more quickly. So I think defenders, especially center backs, really come into their own in their mid to late 20s. The prime of their careers is right around the age 30. That being said, to Jess's point, you want to be aggressive as a defender, but that being said, you need to be able to recover, because sometimes being aggressive, you're going to overcommit, and you need to be athletic enough to recover when you overcommit. And that is that. But
it's hard to be that way, because in order for you to be aggressive, sometimes you need kind of like that physical ability to be that. But sometimes,
absolutely, yeah,
it's difficult, you know. And when I look at going back to Zach Medley, like he just seems like the type that
Medley has everything you want in terms of stature.
Yeah,
the mentality and the vision isn't there yet. Now, that being said, he's a young kid. So I'm hoping that it develops later in his career. I'm hoping Medley is one of those players that develops like 29, 30. You look at him, you're like, fuck, man, this kid really developed. Like I remember.
So let me ask you guys this question then, right? As we're talking about centre backs, then, what are your opinions on this whole William Saliba situation? We've paid £30 million.
Who wants to go first?
You know, who hasn't really played a lot of games, you know, as a first team player in France. and then because of X amount of games that he could have played, whatever, we hook him from their cup final. We don't allow him to play in that for whatever reasons, money, X amount of appearances, whatever. And then obviously, he's had a parent die. But then we're talking about loaning him out again. We missed that. He's not registered. What are your thoughts on a guy that essentially may not wear an Arsenal shirt in a proper, serious game for 2 seasons?
I personally I love Saliba. Like when I found out that we were going to get him, I started watching the games and stuff like that because I was really interested. And I genuinely never really seen us linked with or purchase a defender like this before. So it's a little disappointing, but I do have to say that seeing what happened with Pepe and how his transition to the Premier League has been difficult as an older player. I mean, he's not necessarily young. I do think that there's a little bit of maybe I think that there's some legs in the fact that he may not be ready to play. I don't think that they're going out of their way not to play him, but I do think that it may be a little bit of a mix, he's not ready because he really hasn't played that much. He got injured. He didn't really have that transition year or whatever. But I think he may just not have he may not be the style of defender because William Saliba is the type of defender, he's not really a physical defender. He's good in the air and all that kind of stuff, but I really see him as a dribble out from the back type of defender. He wants to take it and kind of dribble up the field.
So let me ask you, as someone that sounds like you've seen more of him than I have, how would you say that he would work next to, say, a Gabriel in a back four as a
to me, it would work, but I'm thinking we don't know Arteta well enough to know what he truly wants for this team. And that's my thing. It's I think he would work because I don't think Gabriel is a ball playing center back. I think he's the more aggressive person. I think he can pass decently, but he doesn't have that big left-footed switch and those line-breaking passes that I think Pablo Mari really has. I think that's a part of his game. But so I would think that Gabriel and Saliba would work really well together. But at the same time, I'm not sure if Saliba is maybe the type of defender that Arteta is looking for, and that's important. He's building his squad. So if he doesn't want the type of defender that likes to dribble out of the back, and because that's what Saliba, he's kind of he does risky passes. He dribbles out of the back. And I mean, that could leave us susceptible. If that's your superpower is being able to dribble out of the back and you get caught up field and they take the ball off of you, I don't really see Arteta's defenders dribbling out of the back. Do you? Not really. Not into the midfield like that, so.
And Chucky Lemo says a good thing about Wesley Fofana. He's playing in the league for Leicester.
But he's playing exactly.
Okay.
He's playing for Leicester.
But I was also about to comment on this. So and this is what I keep trying to tell people this, and I cannot be as simple as Wesley Fofana has he's the type of defender that suits the Premier League. It could easily just simply be that William Saliba is still a bright young player, but he just simply might not fit the Premier League.
So basically, we should have called Wesley Fofana.
It could, but my point is, it could simply just be that simple.
Fofana to me reminds me of Gabriel.
A little bit, yeah. I think
they're similar, and Gabriel or Saliba played next to Saliba. Was more he was the more kind of shiny one, the one that stood out because he did the risky stuff, the dribbling out of the back. He was the Raphael Varane type, but Gabriel is doing really well in our team, I think, because of his physicality. The Premier League, one thing that I think Werner said when he first came into the league is that the Premier League defenders are so aggressive. You have to be physically, and I don't see that in Saliba. I see him as more of he might do really well in Spain, where the physicality is not really, and they want somebody who can dribble out of the back and get apart, I don't think that may not be the best for us because I could see William Saliba dribbling up the field with the ball, getting picked off and then kicking it down the field and scoring.
So you think Mikel Arteta's structure for his defence, he sees someone like a Rob Holding as a better fit?
I wouldn't be surprised if he likes like somebody like a John Stones. I don't. Somebody who's just going to stay back there and maybe play. I think he's more looking for somebody with a good passing range, because that doesn't really take you out of your position as a defender. Like, we don't really need a defender to progress the ball like that, do we? Like, really dribbling out of the back. So maybe somebody with a better passing range, somebody that's used to the league. Like, when I see something about John Stones, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Like, I don't love him as a defender, but he reminds me of kind of like a better version of Rob Holding. And that seems to be the defender that out of all of the kind of leftovery type of defenders that we have, the one that Arteta seems to like the most. And at this point, even a little bit more than
Stones as well. He's seen Stones in the
Yeah.
matches.
Yeah, I mean that's
So he knows precisely what he's getting, and it's not that I necessarily think that we should get John Stones, but
no. That's what I don't think so either.
No. I'm not saying.
Can I just ask then, right, if we're looking at playing a back four, and let's say that the one on the left is going to be Gabriel, with the wealth of defenders that we have at the moment at Arsenal, we've got a lot of defenders, right? Central defenders. Are we saying then who do you think in that formation of a back four is the best person that we currently have to be a partner with Gabriel, if Gabriel's the future? Or are you saying there isn't one, we still have to go out and spend more money to get that guy?
I'll answer the question, and I'm actually going to answer the question as it was posed in two ways. The defender that I think pairs best with Gabriel right now in the club is David Luiz. Part of that is the Brazilian connection. They can communicate the best, and I think between two center backs, that communication can't be understated. So I think the language thing, just being Brazilian, I think that plays a big role. But I also think that in terms of the future, that player isn't here yet. If you want to form a solid back four, you're still looking for that right-footed center back. If Arteta is going to be the manager, and we know that he likes to play a left-footed, left-sided center back and a right-footed, right-sided center back, that player isn't here, and the right and the right back isn't here yet either.
Sure isn't.
If I had my druthers, and everybody thinks I'm crazy for saying this, but for 2 years we've been hearing Upamecano.
Not happening. I'm telling you now.
No,
please.
it's not. No, I know, Drew. I know it's not happening.
Okay.
But and it may not. And what I'm about to say may equally be as wow. Whew, I speak very well English. What I'm about to say may not be happening just as much, or may not be happening just as little as Upamecano. But I'm going to take his defensive partner at Leipzig Leipzig and Konate.
I like him, but
I have said for 2 years, ever since the Upamecano rumors started up, that if I'm taking a defender from Leipzig, I don't want Upamecano. I want Konate. Give me Konate.
Can anybody tell me what the difference between the two is? Because everybody keeps saying that they're
the same question.
But no players are basically the same. There's got to be something different about them, right?
Upamecano seems to be, Drew, you follow the Bundesliga infinitely closer than I do.
Yeah, Drew.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to throw my opinion out there. And if I'm full of shit, I'm full of shit. But you like that little patch of hair right there? Upamecano strikes me as a more ball-playing center back. A guy who's going to dribble the ball into space, try to get forward, whereas Konate is more of a stay-at-home defender, more of just a guy that's going to clear his lines and just be very defensively sound, but he's also bigger. And
it's not just that they're both.
I know it's not that simple,
No.
but go ahead, Drew. Go ahead.
They're both modern in the sense that they're both actually quite comfortable on the ball. Konate, don't get it twisted. Konate is actually very good on the ball. He's a very prototypical new age French center back. He's confident on the ball. He's good technically. He can bring it out of the back, and under a Nagelsmann system where having possession is usually very important. They usually like a ball playing center back as well. So,
are you not describing William Saliba?
in a way, sure, I suppose, but again, that doesn't mean that he's fit for the Premier League. He might be the type of defender, but it might not. It might he just isn't fit for the Premier League. That's when you have to look at the player. There's the player profile, and is the player made for this league? That's why sometimes players just don't work. It's not because they're not gifted. Sometimes you just don't fit.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I think that if we've gone out and paid the kind of money that we have for this young man, we've got to find out. And I don't know how true the stories are about talking about actually selling him in January. It just seems that if we've gone out and made that investment, we at least need to have a look, right? I don't know nothing about William Saliba before we were linked with him. I'm not going to say that I did, but it sounded like there were other clubs that were circling around him, and he's considered a prospect. So we should be taking a look at this guy to make a decision. You can't just make that decision in what you're seeing in training with someone that's just moved over from another country, who's lost a parent, blah, 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 pandemics. I mean,
Arteta rates practice really high. He bases almost everything on practice. That's one thing that I've noticed about Arteta. I don't know if it's, I can't say it's.
Well, Willian must be a shit hot trainer then.
I mean, I've heard that before. They said it recently that these boys practice really, really well, and whatever they're doing in practice is just not going onto the field. It's not transferring onto the field, and I believe it. I do. I believe that they're great practicers because they're professionals. They've been around for a while. They know, and they're not that bad of players, but he bases a lot of, and players that are not playing, you have to realize, if you've ever played a sport and you played competitively, that if you're not playing, your attitude is not that great. It's really hard to sit around and look like you're super happy when you're looking at players play horribly every weekend and you can't get in the team. So what it kind of makes it really easy for Arteta to continue to pick these guys because they don't have to worry about losing their spot, right? So they can practice without any sort of restrictions. They can feel good and confident. And then you have, your Maitland-Niles, your Reece Nelson, these players that are kind of on the fringes that are like, I'm not going to play this weekend, so F this practice, that kind of thing. So, but he rates practice really high. And if Saliba is having off the field issues with Arteta, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe his body language might be an issue. Maybe he said something to Arteta, because almost every single issue that Arteta has had with a player up to this point where he's ostracized them, it has had absolutely nothing to do with what they've done on the field. It's always off the field.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, just one quick caveat about Upamecano and Konate is that they've had one of the unsung heroes of Leipzig since they got promoted was Willy Orban. Willy Orban has been an excellent center back for them, and he's been a very experienced, calmer head who's been with the club, and they've usually been next to him. They didn't start playing together as a pairing until last season. So normally you had Orban next to one or both of them if they play a back three, or just one of them if one of them is injured. And both of Bucano and Konate have both dealt with injury issues. So that's one of the negative things about them. They've both had trouble with fitness issues. But I'd actually take Willy Orban at Arsenal. He'd also walk into the team because it gives you a more experienced head next to Gabriel. It's very difficult to reach the top level when you have two young center backs, and you already have one in Gabriel. Do you want another one who's just as young? It's very hard.
How old is he?
Gabriel's like 22.
Not Gabriel.
Oh, Willy Orban's about 27, 28. He's prime playing years.
For a center back, that's perfect, Drew. That's the age you want.
I would necessarily take him, but it's more of just like the risk is, and I know fans always want to have the next best young footballer, and you rave about it, up under kids and all that kind of thing. But there are very few top level clubs that have two young center backs and they win everything. They usually have. Look at Bayern. they had Nicolas Zula come in, but they had Jerome Boateng next to him, or David Alaba, or whatever.
Is that what the risk is then, right? Because if you stick a Saliba in now next to a Gabriel, well, who's learning from who?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
and that's the
stress
biggest
and pressure.
One's 19, one's 22. There's got to be, and in a way, as much as I dislike David Luiz, she's not my favourite player at all. That experience, right? Someone's got to hold their hand for a while. So does that mean that we're going to have to go into the transfer market and buy that someone to hold both of their hands for a season or two?
I think we should.
It would mean someone like Upamecano, for example, or even a Konate is also out of the question, because these are two young men that are kind of still in their learning phases, right? We've got to buy someone who's, as you say, is in that age group of around 26, 27 maybe.
And somebody who's been in the Premier League, I really think we need to kind of focus on. We don't have very good recruitment at this point. I don't have any faith.
2 words. Lewis
Dunk. I was
So that's what I really do think we need to focus in on the Premier League, because our recruitment is not good. I don't trust us looking around Europe looking for somebody. So
now we don't look within England.
Yeah.
You know why? Because Lewis Dunk is a £20 million defender that's going to cost you £50 million. That's why we don't look at England.
And that's and that's a problem in and of itself. But right, yeah.
When you buy cheap, you end up having to buy again.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. I would take. And this is pie in the sky pipe dream stuff, but 30 million pounds to get Konate done. I think. Drew, am I wrong?
He has a release clause of 44 million. Yeah.
Is it 44? Is it 44? Okay. So
a release clause of 38.
What's that?
Yeah, but listen. So first things first. So the Athletic have already reported that Bayern want Upamecano because they don't know about Zula's future and they're going to lose Jerome Boateng. And David Alaba might be leaving. So if Bayern comes calling, Upa's off the table no matter what you say.
I'm a big Upamecano fan. I was also a big Donny van der Beek fan, and it broke my heart.
I love Donny van der Beek. I love him so much.
My heart just broke when we.
He went to the enemy.
Yeah.
He went to the enemy.
He went where he was wanted.
I think we're always interested in considering and stuff.
We're interested in so far as what's his value, 30 million. We're in for 10.
We really should have got him. That's gonna haunt me forever. Tarkovsky. Yeah. What about Tarkovsky from Burnley?
I'd take Tarkovsky.
I think we need to not really turn our nose up at some of these people. Maybe not Tarkovsky, because we had a chance where we could have chosen Cahill for free.
Wait, Drew,
or David Luiz.
And we said we should have done that already, but fans turned their noses up. He's been good for Leicester. Are you talking about Johnny Evans?
Yeah, I would have taken Johnny Evans.
I'd have taken. Yeah. Listen, we were in for Johnny Evans three or 4 years ago when he was crap. I'm like, and 3 or 4 years ago, it's like just everybody turned their noses up at Johnny Evans. Like,
but here's the reason why, and this goes back to something that we were talking about before. And I might not have been in the group at this time. I may have just been listening, but fans have to taper their expectations on not the size of the club, but where the club is currently. Where the club is currently is we cannot compete for the names that a lot of the fans want. Right. You have to get what you can get now, so you can get back to the place where you can demand signing players like Upamecano or Konate or the like of that ilk. We're not there right now.
Right.
Certainly, we're not going to be there if we finish. I don't think we're going to get relegated, but I also don't think we're shooing to finish top 8 either. If we finish 10th or 11th, you can kiss any dream goodbye about getting players of that level. You're going to have to be looking at the Johnny Evans of the world, the Lewis Dunks, Connor Cody. If Wolves finish below us, those kind of players.
I'd take Connor Cody in a heartbeat.
If someone like a Jack Grealish was really looking for a big move, is Arsenal? Is that really going to be an attractive move for someone like a Jack Grealish? But maybe
Jack Grealish is so above us at this point.
Maybe someone like Todd Cantwell from Norwich. If Arsenal was interested, that may be a deal that could be done. Someone like him,
Maybe this is what we need, though. Like, maybe we need to because I was thinking about this and maybe this is just totally ridiculous. You guys can tell me if it's ridiculous, but last season we were thinking oh my gosh, we have to make it into European competition because of the money and all this kind of stuff. And I thought to myself, I was like, well, what if we fell out of European competition? Because that would make it so we wouldn't be able to attract, like, no Willians or none of these types are coming to us if we don't have any sort of European competition, because there's no bonuses, right? So then we have to go back to actually recruiting, and all of the players that are here just to be a part of Arsenal and like kind of like ride the coattail, they'll leave. And Arteta will be forced to use young players and to develop, because we're not going to be able to attract a certain level of player. Now, that might have really bad repercussions in terms of financials, but let's just be real. Like, there is a big chance we will fall outside of European competition, that this might be a true reality for us, where we will have a lot of those senior players will be gone. The ones that are not really interested in being a part of rebuild will leave, and we'll have to really cut down our wage bill because we won't be having Europa League money coming in. And then we have a real project going where Arteta if Arteta is here, he's going to have to, and Edu is going to have to get on job too. He's not going to be able to go to agents and just kind of get Willians and stuff. He'll have to really recruit. And maybe that's what we need, because realistically, we're a big club, but we're a horrible, horrible, like, group of people working together. Like, I really think we are kind of where we belong, and maybe we need to really start a rebuild, because I think we just kind of been putting it off. The real rebuild, we're putting it off.
That's the thing that I kind of that's the realization that I think I've come to over the past 4 or 5 days, not even since Sunday, but over the last 4 or 5 days is that, and again, as an American sports fan, you go through this with your American sports team. You go through the rebuild. The difference being you have the draft. What's that, Drew?
As a Rangers fan, I've been through 26 rebuilds.
Yeah.
I mean, spent this January. I mean, if the stories are true that the Cronkies are going to back Arteta for the next 18 months, I think if that is true. And it may have started with the Thomas Partey with releasing some funds. I know there was like a rejig in the mortgage or whatever, but then they have to go mad in January, because like what you've just been saying, if we do not finish in European competition for next season, it's all well and good having the money at that stage, but who are you going to attract?
Well, that's so what
you know what I mean? And not only that, if you do get rid of the manager, you're attracting a manager to manage a team that's not in any European competition. There's that side of it. You're heading into like Alan Pardew territory, right? And then on the player side of it, if you're trying to attract players, and especially like we're saying, we need someone to hold the hand there in defence, someone who's 27, maybe 28. At that kind of an age, again, you want to be in European competition.
Right.
So if that is the goal, that means that they're going to have to spend the money in January and go all out, balls to the wall, to somehow we're in 15th place, but somehow to crawl into 6th place to get into the Europa League again, or somehow win the Europa League.
But
it's a gamble, man. It's a really big gamble.
There's a way to and obviously, like, I don't work for Arsenal, so this is just me saying how I would handle it. But you can still in January negotiate the market where you can bring in players that fit Arteta's mold, that improve the team, but aren't players that are going to be pissed off if we're not in Europe. That's the key. So if you go after, and a lot of fans say yes to a player like him, some fans turn their noses up because we play for. But if you bring in someone like Yves Bissouma from Brighton, he walks into our 11 right now, and because he's at Brighton, he's not going to care if we're in or not in Europe next season. He's still at a club that's bigger than Brighton and has more potential than Brighton. Look what happened with Ollie Watkins. Brentford missed out on getting promoted. Now he has more goals combined than Alexander Lacazette and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang for Aston Villa, who are ahead of us in the table. So there's still a lot of talent to be had in lower Premier League clubs and championship clubs that can still come in to a team.
Saïd Benrahma.
Like someone like a Todd Cantwell, someone like that.
Right. When a lot of people throw up when you have Max Aarons, Norwich lost 2 defenders to Premier League clubs. There's still talent available. And again, I'll use a German reference. A lot of people forget that when he was the next greatest thing and everyone was talking about Julian Weigl, Dortmund bought him from 1860 Munich for €1 million. And within 12 months, he was the next best thing in Europe. It didn't work out in the end for him, but
Right.
he still elevated Dortmund instantaneously, and they found a diamond in the rough. That's kind of how Arsenal have to operate, and say what you will about
Gee,
it. But
if only Rui had a guy.
I was just about to say it. There's a reason why I was pissed off when Sven Mislintat left the club, because
there it is. That's what we bring to this show.
You need someone like Sven right now, someone who can find you players on a budget that will improve you.
Yep.
We don't have someone in position in Arsenal.
I also don't think, this is me. I'm going to throw an idea out, Drew. I'm curious as to your opinion on this. Stan, I've presented this to you and Rowan and Ryan before. Is there a world in European football where you look at a transfer market and you just go, you know what? I'm good. I'm all right with this team. Maybe I go and I spend a few $1 million on a player that I say you're going to be your squad depth. I'm bringing you. I like you. I like you as a player, but your squad depth. Here's the thing. I think you make my second team better, but my first team, my best 11, even my best 18, you're not going to make. If I were running a club, I'll be honest, I don't want to go into I want to look at a club where I don't need to go into every transfer window and say, I have to improve my team. I want to go into a transfer window where I look at my team and I say, you know what? I'm good. I like where this team is. I look at Liverpool last January where they brought in Minamino and Klopp's like, I don't need to do anything crazy. I'm going to bring in this kid who he's a real good player. But I don't need to mess with this.
So
I'm all right with that for a year.
What Arsene Wenger was thinking then, that transfer window
in 2016, January of 2016. You know where you kind of do your business and you say, I'm doing my business in this window for the next 2 or 3 years. And in the next 2 or 3 years, all I'm going to do in the next windows is really just fine tune. I'm going to make a signing here. I'm going to make a sale here. It's fine tuning. But I don't want to go into every single transfer window saying this is the most important transfer window of this club's history.
But they went through like 4 windows like that. You know, they went through when Klopp first got there, like they bought players, like they had a plan. Again, it all goes back to, do you have the people in place in the hierarchy structure? And do we have a plan?
Where you develop your youth. You look at, we've been told for how long that we have all of this talent at Hale End. And then all of a sudden it comes to them playing in the first team. And it's like, no, they're not good enough.
But this is what Alex Ferguson said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing. He said something like, each year you've got to bring in a new face. You've got to bring in someone else. You've got to bring in a face to freshen it up a little bit. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but
I get it. Like
the opinion that it doesn't have to be a star player every window, but even another squad player, but just something to freshen it up a little.
The issue is fans always want the next best star player.
That's the thing. Like, do we need that? Is there something that's lost in constantly trying to improve the Invincibles? It doesn't get any better than what the Invincibles did, and we try to improve on it. And it's like, how do you improve perfection? But because the fans demand that you go and spend money, how does it get any better?
But why can't that next best thing be a Saka or a Martinelli?
Because
someone that's gone through an academy route, or someone that we've snatched young from somewhere. Look at Rooney when he burst onto the scene, as an example.
But you already know the answer, though, because how many times do you hear the fans say spend some fucking money? Every year it's spend money, spend money, spend money, spend money.
And even when you spend the money, they're like, you haven't spent enough.
But it's not even. I don't always necessarily blame the fans. Because I do, in a way, I blame the nature of the Premier League. The Premier League now, because there's so much money involved, because there is so much parity involved. You have look how much money Everton have spent, as an example, over the last 2 seasons. The issue now is the Premier League is very much an arms race. 10 and 12 teams are spending a ton of money to improve. So if you don't spend to try to improve, a lot of the times you'll fall back. So not only do you have to spend to improve, you have to spend well to improve. That's the difference. And that's why that's why you have a club like how Wolves spent so much money, but they spent it across 7 players in one summer, and all those players ended up being starting players, and it improved Wolves for those 2 seasons. And you look at how Villa has spent money. You look at Everton bought an entire new midfield, and look how it's benefited them. They didn't chuck 80 million pounds at a player. They chucked 80 million pounds at 3 players, but 3 players that improved them, not just for the 11, but for the squad depth. So I think a lot of the pressure comes from the fact that that's the nature of the Premier League now.
Let me ask you this: is it a matter of spending to improve, or is it a matter of spending to maintain?
I think it's both. I do kind of think it's both. But again, that's what happens when and Tanner, as an American, and you see it in baseball, you see it in the NFL when your rivals are spending around you, and you're like,
right.
Well, if we don't match their spending, we're gonna drop 3 places. Or if you're the U.S. and the Soviets are building more nukes, we have to build more nukes.
Wow. It's the Yankees and the Red Sox of the early 2000s, where the Red Sox, the Yankees just went and got Alex Rodriguez. Well, we're going to go and get Kurt Schilling. And there was, I'm not going to say there's an argument to be made for those that might know that situation, that the Red Sox maybe didn't need to do that. The Yankees didn't need to go get Alex Rodriguez. But it's a matter of keeping up with the Joneses is the point. And like I said, it's do you spend to improve? Do you spend to maintain? And my only thing is, I guess I look at it as, can you spend in one window to say, I'm improving my team for the next 2 to 3 years, where I look at the team next year and say, now this is my best 11. There's nothing out there where it's not even a matter of affording it. It's a matter of, like, can you improve always? Like, could you go and try to make a play at Kylian Mbappe? Sure. Could you try to make a play at any of the world's best players? Sure. Is it realistic? Probably not. So can you, if you make the right moves in one window, maybe the only moves left to make just simply don't make any sense financially, and you're not going to be looked at as not improving if you don't make them. Like, I guess the examples of, Bayern, how do you improve over Lewandowski?
You don't, which is why they haven't bothered.
Right. That's what I mean. So you don't see a team like Bayern Munich going into the transfer market making a big splash.
But you can't
year in, year out. And I think they're actually a perfect example.
Just more squad depth. They just keep adding squad depth and adding young players in. And
I've asked the question before, though, of not of you guys per se, but is there a scenario where you go into a transfer window and you just say, it'll take something to fall into my lap for me to make a move. Otherwise, I'm for the most part, I'm happy with my team. I get what Stan's point is, where you bring in the new face to keep things fresh. You want to bring in a new face to kind of push, but I guess I'm a little different, and maybe it is the American in me where I just say, hey, you know what? If I look at my starting 11, I may just look at it and say, you know what, I'm good. If I can improve the depth without breaking the bank and making a huge dent in team chemistry, then I'll do it. But overall, I don't really want to make a lot of changes to the squad. But I've asked, like, I've put a poll out on Twitter, and most people are like, no, you buy a player just for the sake of buying a player.
But you're coming at it from go on, Jess. It's okay.
I was going to say is if we ever got to that point, it would bring actual tears to my eyes. Because every single transfer window that we go into, it's do or die.
It is the most important transfer window of this team's history. But that's where we are. I mean, this January, how many times have we heard it? This is the most important transfer window in this club's history. We heard it in the summer. We heard it last summer. This is the most important transfer window in this club's history. But there are people out there who genuinely believe that you need to go and buy a player because you need to be just so you can make a headline. And that's it. It's like, no, you need to go buy a player. Why? Well, because you need to go buy a player. But this team doesn't need anything. But you need to go buy a player.
You look at what you have available, and you always should be looking at it as you've got to take the sentiment out of it, right? You look at a position and you say, can I upgrade on what I currently have?
Well, but does the upgrade
can I upgrade on that? And can I afford to upgrade on it? And that's all it should ever be about.
Well, hang on. Let me throw a wrench into that idea.
Looking at my team, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm good with that. And you finish 10th in the table. Where do you think you're going to finish next season? You want to always try and finish high, right? So I just think that in football, it should be just about looking at whatever the money is that you have available and trying to look at various players and thinking, can I upgrade on this guy? And would it make us be a little bit better? So if it means, having to sell Hector Bellerin to PSG, X amount, can you spend that money to get someone that's better than him? If you get 40 million for him or 30 million for him, can you spend that or even add a little bit more to improve on what he was doing? That's what I think it should always be about when you're looking at players.
But then that begs the question: if you're going to sell, and just in that example, if you're going to sell Bellerin to PSG, if you're going to sell your right back, whatever money you recoup from the sale, are you going to upgrade that position, or are you going to say, nope, I want the guy behind him to slide into that position. I'm going to take that money and improve another position, and all of a sudden we're into a whole new show. Not that we haven't been for 2.5 hours. But my thing is like, okay, well, like Kylian Mbappe, like Robert Lewandowski, how do you improve upon him?
You don't.
That's so. But if you're looking, so let me use the center back pairing as an example, because okay, let's say we go and we get Konate, but in 2 years' time, we finish, as you said, we finished 10th. Mm-hmm. But there's a good combo there. There's a good pairing with Gabriel and Konate, but there's somebody out there that we could improve over one of those two. I wouldn't want to mess with it. This is me, but I wouldn't want to mess with that chemistry. I would want those players to improve on what they did the year before. You know what I mean?
So two things. One, I think you're coming at it from an American's perspective, like trade deadlines.
Of course I am.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing that. I'm saying like if you're a GM, the trade deadline is there. The question isn't can I make a trade? You can always make a trade. It's going to be, am I going to upset the apple cart of the chemistry of what I currently have in the team now? But I think from the footballing perspective, for me, this is what I keep saying is that it's about buying smart. Yes, as Stan said, you can always look to get better, right? You always want to have the best football team available. You always want to have the best 11 you possibly can with whatever money is available. I agree with that. But my caveat is and always will be, am I spending the money wisely on someone I know is going to improve us? Because you can always improve yourself in terms of prestige on paper.
Sure.
But was that player the right fit for me?
Right.
Oh yeah, I would always say what you're saying there, not for the prestige, exactly what you're saying there. When I talk about upgrading, it's exactly in that framework about the essence of the whole team.
Yeah. I mean, there's always going to be a cost to improve the team. At what cost do you improve the team? Is it just financial, or are you trying to improve the team at a cost that as Drew just said, are you gonna upset the apple cart trying to improve the team? You know what I mean? Like, am I gonna bring in a player that on paper it's gonna make us better, but this guy's gonna take over, for a guy that he's not really that much better than, he's better than, but not that much better than. But the guy that we have he's pretty good in his own right, and there's good camaraderie in the dressing room. So yeah, Drew's right. I'm looking at this as from a very American,
You
perspective.
guys,
Yeah.
It's time for me to go to bed.
It's
Seriously.
shit, man. It's been
buddy.
been time for me to go to bed for 2 hours, but no, this has been this has been fun.
You can actually watch Godfather 1, 2, and 3 in less time than this podcast has been on.
Pretty much. We're halfway through the Two Towers. For the Lord of the Rings fans out there, we're halfway through the Two Towers right now. I think we've pretty much completed A New Hope and Empire at this point for the Star Wars fans. And if you're a Star Wars fan, please drop a comment in the chat box because you just became a new favorite person. I'm the Star Wars nerd of the group.
That's not true.
Oh, settle down, Chacho. Settle down. Anyway, now, Stan, thanks for coming back in.
Yeah, man, good.
Nice little surprise there after you got yourself a full belly.
Yes.
Oh, the Saint F Disney Star. Whoa.
I enjoyed his little chats. It was a long one tonight, probably one of the longest.
Man, we've gone almost 5 hours, so this is.
It's nice to chat to Drew and get his viewpoints as well, and also to Jessica for coming in as well. Nice to catch you as well, Jessica, and also as well. I just want to say thanks to everyone in the chat box, the 12th man. A lot of you still sticking in there with us. It was a long one, but I really enjoyed it.
There are 82 people still watching this live, and I keep seeing new names, so I know they're cycling in and out. I'm amazed. I'm absolutely dumbfounded at everybody watching this. So you guys, like Stan said, I'm just going to echo the sentiment. The 12th man, thank you everybody in the chat box for hanging with us tonight. We're pushing 5 hours. Drew, pleasure, man. Thank you for getting involved. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
it's about all I can say is it's about time. It's about time. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, I haven't been on in a while. It's true. So,
and we're happy to have you, man. It's always good talk, man. You, you know your stuff. I can't put it any better than that. There aren't many out there like you, my friend. You certainly know your stuff for sure. Always good thoughts, good opinions, well articulated. Nothing, crazy. You're not some shit take merchant. So, Stan, pleasure, my friend. Always. Thank you for coming back in. I want to thank Ryan and Rohan, obviously, for being here. They're part of the varsity squad. Again, everybody in the chat box, thank you guys. Jessica, I'm going to give you one more chance to plug everything that you have going on. But seriously, the comments in the chat box, Jess, they speak for themselves. Brilliant addition to the team, and honest to God, I can't wait for you to kick off your own show. I really can. You're going to do great at this. So plug everything, your Twitter, the show Twitter, all of it, ready, go.
Oh yeah. So you guys, if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can just follow me at Jessica_Black19. I'll put it in the comments as well. And then for the actual show, it's called She Knows Arsenal. So it's at She Knows Arsenal on Twitter. And again, it's just a female-led discussion about Arsenal, free flowing. I'm going to have a bunch of female guests on there. Drew has already given me some connections with some potential guests. So we're going to get that rolling, and we should be up and going by January, so just look out for it, and we'll keep you updated. So yeah.
It's going to be on my channel, on the Bearded Gooner YouTube channel, which is just I seriously I can't wait. I can't wait to have her show on the channel. It's going to be brilliant. Guys, thank you all so much. Real quick, for those who've stuck with us through nearly 5 hours, I'm going to bookend the show with another shout out to my good friend Tony Turner. Been scrolling across the bottom of the screen there all night. Tony, please, if you see the end of this, take care of yourself, man. We're all thinking about you. We really are.
Big up,
obviously, keep me posted. Keep Stan posted on how things are going. I can't really say much more than that, man. You're in my thoughts. I know you're with Stan. You want to say anything more to Tony?
Tony as well, Tony, mate. Just let me know what's going on.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. Tony, we love you, brother. Keep your head up. You know, we're here for you, man. Anything we can do, you know where we're at. So, guys, that's it. We're going to get out of here. Thank you for watching. Like I said, it's almost at 5 hours. I got nothing left, man. This is good footy talk. At the end of the day, that's all I got to say. Good footy talk.